everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the
MiSide, but there are 720 security guards. Synopsis. Pure love harem, no stock market or faction fights. Sir, are you saying that there's a system called security guard that allows you to enter and exit the world of Mita? Yes. And it also lets me bully bad women. And that bad woman, unable to win your love, ends up chasing you. Also because I cuckolded her right in front of her, giving myself to this kind-hearted Mita here. Alan glanced at the shy Mita beside him, who was covering her face. All right, I understand the situation. The officer put down his pen. Certified dumb couple. Next. You can read it even if you haven't played the game, because the male lead hasn't played it either. Patreon.com/walnutchan. 40 Advanced Chapters Presentation. Chapter 1 to 100, Presentation 7. 1,476 words. You know, I've been thinking. Alan muttered to himself. I want to see you. The real you. The small room was swallowed by the darkness of night, the only illumination coming from the glow of Alan's computer screen. It reflected off his somewhat handsome features, highlighting the image of the girl staring back at him, Mita, with her signature dark blue, low pigtails, arms crossed, and a worried expression. Alan took another bite of his instant noodles, the quintessential late-night meal. He was 19, a transmigrator in this world. A transmigrator who, ironically, had died a remarkably unremarkable death. In his past life, the overwhelming cuteness of Tsumuji from the visual novel Sinran * Banka had, well, let's just say it contributed. The truth was, he'd simply overworked himself to the point of a sudden cardiac arrest. This life hadn't exactly gifted him with any of the typical transmigrator superpowers. He had decent looks, managed to get into a SOSO university, and inherited a mountain of debt from his gambling-addicted parents who had fled overseas for a fresh start. Oh, and there was that experience with a crazed ex-girlfriend in the real world. That period was a living nightmare, more surreal than any anime plot. She'd demand, "Why did you take so long?" even if he'd just stepped away to use the bathroom. And if he dared ask what she was doing, she'd casually mention sharpening a knife in the kitchen, for reasons she never explained. The silver lining of that disastrous relationship was that he'd become surprisingly adept at handling crazy. He'd become a master of verbal sparring, although he sometimes went overboard, even embarrassing himself. Later he'd started university. He used his scholarship money to rent a small apartment off campus and buy a computer. And what's the first thing anyone does with a new piece of tech? Alan's answer, install 720 security guard, naturally. Then, amidst the relentless barrage of pop-up ads, a game called MiSide caught his eye. Alan was a devoted disciple of the second dimension, someone who could proudly proclaim, the 2D world is truly a paradise. Ding, ding, ding. His ever-vigilant security guard sprang to attention, flashing a warning in the lower right corner of the screen. Your computer has detected a virus. Do you want to remove it? There aren't that many viruses. Alan sighed, shaking his head. The security guard was great but prone to overzealousness. A quick check revealed the virus was nestled within the MiSide folder. This was his spiritual nourishment. And he'd downloaded it from an ad from the security guard itself. Now it wanted to eradicate it. Talk about ingratitude. Click. Alan decisively dismissed the warning. 720 security guard, always by your side. Anytime, anywhere. Question mark. Why was this security guard sounding like a possessive stalker, talking about being by your side and always? It was a little unsettling. Just then, Mita, the dark blue, low pigtailed girl on the screen, seemed to acknowledge his presence, her voice echoing in his ears. I like you, I really like you. You help me every day. I want to thank you somehow. Well, she had a point. Alan had just rescued Mita from the overprotective clutches of the security guard. He'd even received a love confession from the guard itself. Besides, if she really wanted to thank him, shouldn't she be leaning in at a 45-degree angle, blushing, with tears welling up in her eyes? That's what he considered sincere. But it's just a game, after all. MiSide, or MiSide, was a hybrid game, romance, management, slice of life, all rolled into one. A titan in the dating sim genre. Progress involved completing tasks for Mita over in-game days. Despite its compact size, it boasted beautiful character models and a variety of mini-games. There were whispers of R18 content. Though that could just be wishful thinking. These weren't Alan's opinions, of course, but rather the consensus of online reviewers. If Alan were to critique it, his first complaint would be, not enough content. If Jingman Paradise was considered lacking, then this game was practically barren. Secondly, the cross-platform play between PC and mobile was a major plus. Alan preferred PC. The reason, well, let's just say some things are better left unsaid. As for the rest, Alan agreed with the online reviews. The character models were gorgeous, and Mita's dialogue was incredibly soothing, a balm to his emotionally scarred soul. However, what truly baffled him were the game's occasional, inexplicable choices. The most memorable instance was on the 10th in-game day, when he was helping Mita find her lost comb. He checked the bathroom first. And a dagger fell out of the sink. A completely out-of-place dagger in a room awash in pink. This is supposed to be a dating sim, right? What's this doing here? Alan initially suspected the developers had accidentally copied assets from some horror game while scrounging for resources online. Fine, he'd ignore it. Next, he searched the bedroom and living room. This time, things were slightly more normal. A rubber ducky popped out of the lamp cabinet, and some in-game currency tumbled out of the living room storage cabinet. Finally, the kitchen. Alan remembered Mita saying the comb might be in the kitchen cabinet. But she specifically warned him, don't look in the oven. But the driving force of human progress is the irresistible allure of the unknown. It's like having a big red button in front of you with a sign that screams, don't press. Are you honestly not going to press it? Of course you are. So Alan, without hesitation, peered inside the oven. And there it was, a golden, legendary item, coated in blood, a chainsaw. Yes, the kind lumberjacks use, the kind a bald protagonist would wield against bears, the kind that could slice Alan's 178 centimeters frame in half. Casually appearing in a dating simulation game. Alan tried to rationalize it as a way to spice things up. Too much pink could be monotonous, a little bit of gore was needed for balance. He was running out of excuses. Thankfully, the subsequent in-game days were relatively normal. Just the usual flirting with Mita, and showering her with gifts on the 33rd day. And today was the 37th day. I like you, I really like you. You help me every day. I want to thank you somehow. Mita, the beautiful girl with those signature dark blue pigtails, pursed her lips and looked at Alan, the pink dialogue box repeating the same heartfelt message. Mita, you're so adorable. Alan clicked the mouse and with a soft click, the next line appeared. I miss you so much, but it never seems to work out. Another click. Mita leaned forward as if whispering a secret, uttering words Alan couldn't quite decipher. But I finally figured out a way. Question mark. What way? Alan was genuinely puzzled. Had he stumbled upon some hidden game Easter egg? Based on the context, the only logical conclusion was that Mita had found a way to see him. Maybe it's some kind of meet and greet. He could practically see the next plot point unfolding, click the dialogue box, and a pop-up ad would appear, screaming, Mita cosplay a meet and greet tickets. Up to 30% OFF. Let's see what happens. Another click, and Mita vanished from the full-screen view, replaced by a smaller figure. Suddenly, Alan felt his gaze locked onto the screen. The tiny Mita figure was slowly, steadily approaching. Warning. Powerful virus attack. The 720 security guard's bright red warning box flashed again in the lower right corner. This time, Alan couldn't even muster the energy to dismiss it. Defense failed. Defense successful. Defense failed. Defense. A cascade of red boxes flooded the lower right corner, overlapping and jostling for space. And Alan thought he heard a faint, rumbling sound, growing closer, then fading, then intensifying again. But then, as quickly as it began, it stopped. The security guard's warnings vanished, replaced by a single, chilling line. 720 security guard, always by your side. And Mita reappeared, full screen once more. All done. She clapped her hands together in a gesture of celebration, her lips still curved in that gentle smile Alan had come to cherish. Now we're together. Underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut Chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 2, The Digital Depths. 1,222 words. Please take a look around you. On the screen, Mita clapped her hands, her smile as bright and warm as a spring morning. She gazed at Alan, waiting. What's this supposed to mean? Some kind of twisted joke from the game devs, he muttered. As the words left his lips, a soft pink glow, utterly out of place in his dim, familiar room, caught his eye. He blinked. He'd been playing the game at night. Now it was daylight. A bright, cheerful daylight that had no business being here. Alan pushed himself back from the computer. The monitor and keyboard, once a stark, masculine black, were now a shocking, bubblegum pink. He stood, slowly taking in the room. It was awash in the same rosy hue. Sunlight streamed through a window he didn't remember having, scattering dust motes that danced like tiny, glowing fairies around him. What is going on? The air was thick with a sweet, almost cloyingly feminine fragrance. One sniff and a strange, pleasant feeling washed over him. He felt a blush creep up his neck. Another sniff. Ha! Wait a second. He frowned, his gaze drawn to a series of photos plastered on the wall. Each one depicted a cute, chibi-style girl with vibrant blue hair, striking a series of playful poses. This couldn't be a prank. The thought flitted through his mind, and was immediately dismissed. He knew that girl. The room's layout, the girl in the pictures, it all perfectly matched Mita, the heroine of the game he'd been playing. A prank of this scale would be ludicrously expensive, and for what? Did I somehow get pulled into Mita's world? The idea, preposterous as it seemed, was the only explanation that made any sense. He'd transmigrated before, after all. After a few minutes of bewildered wandering around the unfamiliar, pink-drenched room, he managed to accept the bizarre reality. He now found himself standing before a table cluttered with strange, unidentifiable instruments, his eyes returning to the photographs. But why is she in her short-haired form? And her skin? I do prefer the short hair, though. Tzz, the screen in front of Alan erupted in a chaotic jumble of garbled code, then snapped back to normal. A familiar dialog box popped up. Current version, 1.5, locating correct virus location. The security guard. Alan stared, dumbfounded. The bright room instantly destabilized. Code flickered, data streams snaked across the walls, the pink fading in and out. With a whoosh, the brightness vanished, plunging the room into near darkness. Only a faint sliver of light from the window allowed him to make out the shapes of nearby objects. Unknown interference detected. Unknown interference. Is this dark room the interference? The moment the question left his lips, the dim light was extinguished completely. He was enveloped in a suffocating, absolute blackness. Then, with the buzz of a faulty connection, as if someone had flipped a switch, the bright pink room reappeared, exactly as it had been when he first arrived. Interference cleared, reached correct version, 1.9. Alan was utterly lost. The room was unchanged, still eerily empty. His gaze drifted back to the photos. He suddenly realized something was different. The short-haired Mita in the pictures had been replaced by the familiar version with low pigtails. But something else caught his attention, a small icon in the lower right corner of his vision. It resembled a blue sphere encircled by two smaller satellites. Without consciously willing it, his focus shifted to the icon, and a semi-transparent panel materialized before him. You have received a newbie gift, 1 progress bar free use of security shield. ? He didn't understand. Shaking his head, he dismissed the pop-up and focused on the panel itself. It appeared to be made of some kind of reflective glass, faintly showing his own bewildered expression. Most of the text was in characters he couldn't decipher. At the bottom, a progress bar stretched across the panel. At the 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100% marks, small icons, resembling skills, were displayed, each accompanied by a short, clinical description. He skimmed them quickly, grasping the basic concept: complete the progress bar to unlock these abilities. The skill available at 25% was a security shield, at 50%, virus scan, at 75%, cleanup acceleration, and at 100%, mission return. He didn't bother examining the other skills for now, instead reaching out and tapping the newly acquired security shield. Security shield, block 1 instance of in-game damage. So, a lifeline. But a lifeline for what? This was still, ostensibly, a dating sim. What kind of damage could he possibly encounter? Scalding himself in the shower. His attention was drawn to the final skill, mission return. A frown creased his forehead. He'd assumed he was trapped here. So there was a way back. His current confusion centered around the progress bar's objective. The security guard's panel provided an explanation. It was remarkably straightforward: defeat viruses. But that didn't make sense. The security guard usually referred to scanning and eliminating viruses. Why the sudden shift to the comparatively gentle term defeat? This is also bizarre, dragging me into a place like this, he muttered. Despite his supposed adaptability, the 3 rapid-fire scene changes had left him reeling. And I can't even find the target. He was about to take another look at the security guard panel when he noticed something in the reflection. It wasn't just his face. Behind him, silently and without his knowledge, a familiar girl had appeared. He struggled to find the words to describe her expression. Mita's beautiful face was the same, her dark blue low pigtails hanging perfectly in place. She wore a red knit sweater. But the usual gentle sweetness was gone. Her lips were stretched into a wide, crescent moon grin, like a mischievous imp plotting a prank. She was reaching for him. She even unconsciously gnawed on her thumb with her sharp canines, a gesture that was the complete opposite of the ladylike image he held of her. It was like the eating hand.jpg meme, if he had to put a name to it. This was the gentle Mita. He felt a strange mixture of apprehension and confusion. Were there more surprises waiting? He felt he should say something. But after the security guard's appearance, the jarring shifts in reality, and the fact that he'd somehow transmigrated again, he felt a strange sense of calm. Anything seemed possible now. Besides, a little mischief was kind of cute, wasn't it? He turned. The instant their eyes met, the impish grin vanished from Mita's face. She was instantly transformed back into the charming, adorable girl he remembered. Clasping her hands shyly, she spoke in her usual, soft tone. Hello. Alan, we've finally met. ____________. Hey there, I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 3, A World for Two. 1,584 words. I'm so happy. We finally meet. The gentle girl from his memories stood before Alan, real and present. She seemed slightly taken aback by his sudden appearance, taking a step or two back, her hands clasped demurely before her, a radiant smile lighting up her face. I know you must have so many questions. I do, Alan agreed, nodding slowly. He forced himself to quell the storm of emotions churning within him. He pointed at her mouth. It's not a good habit to suck your thumb. A beat of silence. Mita's expression froze. Ha ha, what are you talking about? Mita's eyebrows shot up, her expression flickering with a brief, almost imperceptible twitch before she recovered her cheerful facade. She gestured quickly to a table to Alan's left, laden with a bewildering array of technology. Look. I built these machines to bring you here as quickly as possible. The machines were a chaotic collection of cyberpunk-esque components, buttons, glowing display screens, platforms, and a tangle of wire conduits, all surrounding a mysterious disk lying near the table. It looked like something straight out of a science fiction film. I'm not sure why you didn't appear out of the teleportation disk, maybe a bug or something. But the important thing is, you're here. Alan murmured, his attention already drifting. He was fixated on a system panel hovering before him, invisible to Mita. He noticed two crucial things. First, Mita couldn't see the panel, otherwise, she would have undoubtedly pointed it out. Second, the system's progress bar had inched forward. 5%. He hadn't done anything, had he? Just teased Mita a little. Wait a minute. He accessed the panel's help section. The words defeat viruses were highlighted, almost glowing. So defeat viruses means wait viruses. Does that mean Mita is? What are you talking about? Alan cursed internally. He'd been so engrossed in the progress bar that he'd almost forgotten Mita's presence. The panel was directly in front of him, meaning he'd been staring straight at her. Alan. You've been staring at my face and muttering things I don't understand. No, it's just. You're much cuter than I imagined. I was distracted. Sorry. I'll stop if you don't like it. Is that so? No, I don't dislike it, Mita replied, a delicate blush rising on her cheeks. She seemed genuinely pleased. Alan could only ruefully acknowledge the return of his occupational hazard. Dating a rather intense girlfriend had honed his reflexes for navigating tricky social situations, though sometimes his true thoughts still slipped out. Besides, he wasn't lying. Mita was significantly more captivating in person than she had been on the screen. Oh right. Mita clapped her hands together, as if snapping herself out of a daze, breaking the slightly awkward silence. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like to try my cooking? A shy smile played on her lips, her eyes filled with a nostalgic warmth. Before, when we were apart, you couldn't taste anything I made. But now you can. She opened the bedroom door and stepped out, her movements graceful and deliberate. Now you can eat my cooking every day. I'm so happy. Yes, I am too. But Alan started, his tone shifting abruptly. Mita, already halfway out the door, paused and turned back, a questioning look in her eyes. But I won't let you cook every day. Alan smiled faintly, walking past her and giving her head a gentle, almost instructive pat. He headed towards the kitchen, already familiar with the layout from his countless hours playing Mida. Alan, really, the soft voice of the blue-haired girl trailed behind him, but it didn't break his train of thought. His abrupt change in tone hadn't been accidental. He'd initially planned to gauge Mida's reaction to the idea of him leaving. And when he'd uttered that, but the security guard had flared to life with an alert warning. Virus strength is rapidly increasing, or something to that effect. That's why he'd changed his words mid-sentence. But it also confirmed his growing suspicion: Mida was the security guard's target. In other words, she was the virus the system had identified. He pushed open the kitchen door. The space was bright and simply furnished, connected to the dining area, and adorned with the charming, whimsical touches of a young woman's taste. Ha! As soon as he stepped inside, Alan caught a glimpse of a faint green light. It was a ring, resting on the edge of the stove. A ring. Alan? Mida, who had finished setting the tableware, waved a hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong? Do you see something strange? No, nothing. It's just so clean and perfect. It'll be nice living here. Yes. Mida's enthusiastic response coincided with Alan glancing back at the stove. The ring was gone. Vanished without a trace. Mida moved to the stove and began chopping vegetables on a cutting board. I couldn't find the kitchen scissors earlier. They should be in the bathroom. Could you get them for me? The stove in front of her suddenly hissed to life with the sizzle of hot oil. She expertly flipped the food in the pan, instructing Alan with the casual familiarity of a longtime partner. Okay. He didn't mind. In a way, Alan and Mida were like an old married couple. He hadn't felt any awkwardness or unfamiliarity when he first saw her. Everything felt natural, as if it had happened countless times before. Of course, that was within the context of the game, Mida. Alan mechanically opened the door. The series of strange occurrences with Mida were solidifying the reality: he was truly inside the game world. He passed through the living room, into the bedroom, and finally into the bathroom. He watched the ordinary wooden door close automatically behind him, noting the complete absence of any reflections in the mirrors. He rubbed his temples. This was a good opportunity to be alone and process the situation. The security guard claimed Mida was a virus, but she didn't act like one. Except for that initial, slightly unsettling grin. And yet, being around her, Alan sensed a subtle undercurrent, a hint that her gentle demeanor might not be the whole story. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp clang shattered the silence. Alan's shoulders tensed. His first thought jumped to the dagger that had fallen in the bathroom on the 10th day. Was it that again? He looked down, following the sound. No, it wasn't a dagger. It was a loose screw from the ventilation duct, causing the metal cover plate to fall. Guess I'll play handyman for a bit, he muttered to himself. Considering he was about to owe Mida a meal, fulfilling his househusband duties seemed like a fair trade. He crouched down, picking up the cover plate. He was about to retrieve the screw when he noticed something else. Ha! Several game cartridge-like objects were scattered inside the duct. Question mark. Curious, he picked one up and examined it. The pink cartridges each had a name written on them, all different. What does this mean? Why hide these cartridges here? But it was Mida's business, and he didn't want to pry too much. After carefully replacing the cartridges and securing the ventilation duct cover, Alan found the scissors by the sink and returned to the kitchen. Mida had already finished preparing the meal. It looked like spaghetti. Do you like it? You? While Mida was slightly stunned, Alan sat down opposite her and examined the spaghetti. Hopefully, it wasn't poisoned. There was no real reason to refuse at this point, and the security shield still had one use left. Besides, Alan was genuinely curious about Mida's intentions. Really, you're such a goof. I'm asking if you like the spaghetti. Mita snapped her fingers, and 2 packets of sauce materialized next to their plates. How about some love sauce? Sure. Since she'd phrased it that way, he practically had to try it. Plus, it sounded a bit suggestive. Alan nodded and used the scissors to open the sauce packets. The reddish sauce, drizzled over the spaghetti, did indeed bear a certain resemblance to love. He took a small bite. It seemed to be just regular tomato sauce. Then, let's eat, Mita declared. Alan echoed her, embarking on his first meal in this new world. The first few bites were fine, even delicious. But halfway through the plate, a faint pink haze began to cloud his vision. He couldn't stop now. The spaghetti seemed to be drawing him in, like some kind of enchanted potion. By the time he finished the entire plate, the world was awash in rosy, love-filled bubbles. Especially Mita's eyes, they were absolutely mesmerizing, vibrant and full of life. The already cute girl was now damnably adorable. Underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 4, She's interesting. 1093 words. Did you eat everything? Yes. It was delicious. Alan managed the words a slight strain. He tried to push himself up, grab the plate, and head for the sink. Ugh. But the sink felt miles away, a shimmering boundary. He managed to set the plate down, but on the way back to the table, the world tilted. Stability, a concept he'd always taken for granted, evaporated. His vision fractured into a mess of garbled code and static, and a notification popped up. Error occurred. Attempting to fix. Progress 1%. Mita, her face etched with worry, rushed to his side, gripping his hand. What is it? Alan, what do you see? Code static, all jumbled up. Mita's expression shifted, as if she understood something unspoken. She gently helped him to his feet, her hand still clasped in his, and led him towards the door. It happens sometimes, she said, her voice low. This world isn't perfect, you know. Her words barely registered. The lingering effects of the love were still clouding his mind. His dizzy brain seemed to only process the floor, his gaze locked on their joined hands, on the gentle sway of her skirt as she walked. And above that the curve of her hips, hinting at hidden depths. The house, the receding walls, the details he'd missed while playing the game, they all faded into the background. He'd mostly seen her face in the game, never really seeing her. Now he noticed. Mita was surprisingly curvaceous. Fertile, a traitorous part of his brain supplied. He imagined her easily bearing many children. 8, even. The thought was so sudden, so intrusive, that he didn't even register his hand moving until it was too late. Squeeze. Thumb and forefinger, a clumsy, disrespectful pinch. At the curve of her hip, at the source of that imagined future, that secret place. The sudden dizziness vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp wave of mortification. This was far worse. Kia. Mita's startled cry confirmed the awful reality. Ignoring his lingering weakness, Alan looked up, meeting a pair of eyes that were both mysterious and, understandably, angry. He'd always scoffed at the overly dramatic descriptions in novels, but now he understood. Only those words could capture the storm brewing in her dark blue eyes, 3 parts shock, 3 parts fury, 3 parts bewilderment, and 1 part reluctant acceptance. You, what are you even saying? Idiot. His involuntary words seemed to ignite something in Mita's already complex gaze. A few scattered sparks flickered within their depths. She tapped him lightly on the shoulder, a touch as delicate as the rustle of a crumpled piece of paper. "You're having problems, and this is what you're thinking about. I'm starting to think you're doing this on purpose." "Humph. Sorry." Alan pressed his free hand to his chest, feeling the frantic beat of his heart. Was it the lingering love sauce or something else entirely? He couldn't decipher the enigmatic girl before him. Yes, enigmatic. That was the word for Mita. He couldn't reconcile the playful, possibly drugging Mita with the Mita holding his hand, radiating an almost overwhelming gentleness. Was it all an act? It seemed impossible. Lost in his confused thoughts, he suddenly realized the garbled code in his vision had cleared, and the weakness had drained from his limbs. Question mark. He checked the system panel. The security guard had completed its error processing, the 100% bar a reassuring sight. And the progress bar for defeating the virus had jumped to 15%. It seemed the security guard was indeed using teasing Mita as its metric for success. They'd reached the bathroom. Mita turned to him, raised a hand, and snapped her fingers at the mirror. With a sharp click, the previously blank surface now reflected both their faces. "Here. Take these." She held out her palm, where 2 pills had mysteriously appeared. "These will fix everything." Mita offered the pills, then gently positioned him directly in front of the mirror, her hands on his shoulders, a gesture that was both caring and strangely restrictive, as if preventing him from collapsing. Question mark. He tried to shift, to shrug her hands off, but they were like weights, holding him immobile. He wasn't a weakling. Without access to expensive healthcare, he'd always taken care of his body, exercising regularly. He had the strength of an average adult male. But that strength was nothing against Mita's hold. "Take them," Mita urged again. He saw her reflection, her dark blue hair framing a face that was, disturbingly, back to normal. As if his earlier transgression had never happened. He had no choice. Refusal might provoke her. Security shield could block the first attack, maybe, but what about the second? The third? These unknown pills were a different threat. To maximize his chances, he had to gamble that security shield could counteract their effects. But he wouldn't make it easy. No, he managed to force out the word, a strained whisper. Instantly, Mita's reflection darkened. The air grew thick, heavy with a suffocating stillness. "I want you to feed me." Eh? The sudden shift caught Mita off guard. Alan pressed his advantage, repeating, his voice slightly stronger, "I want you to feed me." All right, you big baby. But I don't mind a little spoiling." The tension broke, deflating like a pricked balloon. Mita brought the pills to his lips, their images reflected in the mirror. "Eat." Alan nodded, his gaze fixed on the pills in her pale hand, a sense of impending doom washing over him. He leaned forward, pecking at them like a chick taking grain. Chomp. His lips and nose brushed against her hand in the process. The progress bar ticked upwards again, reaching 20%. Ah. Mita instinctively drew her hand back, a slight pout forming on her lips. "Don't be naughty. Wait for the medicine to work." Then, she reached out and covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. _____________. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 5, The Start. 1117 words. You know. In the gaming world, hard work really does pay off. The girl's voice, a soft murmur, was close to Alan's ear. He could still feel her fingers blocking his eyes, the faint, sweet scent of flowers drifting from her hand. Everything here is streamlined. For instance, Mita's gentle tone shifted, a subtle chill creeping in. Slice 1 carrot and you get 3 portions. Just as she finished, a security guard alert flashed in Alan's darkened vision. Question mark. The large, red exclamation mark, along with the text beneath, grabbed his attention. Attack detected. Security shield activated. A wave of relief washed over Alan. The alert confirmed his suspicion. Mita had definitely intended to do something to him with those pills. Simultaneously, Mita removed her hands. The girl reflected in the mirror was no longer the warmly smiling figure from their first encounter. The corners of her lips were quirked up, revealing 2 adorably sharp, vampire-like fangs. Her deep blue eyes locked onto his. Took a little while but success. Alan, trying to maintain the stillness of a glitched-out character, remained motionless. This seemed to be exactly what Mita anticipated. He. She hummed a tune, a familiar melody Alan recognized from his own computer, which meant Mita was likely monitoring his real life. Click. The automatic door closed with a soft thud. Alan finally allowed himself to relax, only to be jolted by another red pop-up. Not again. Another attack like the pills, and he'd be defenseless without his security shield. Fortunately, this didn't appear to be an in-game assault. But from the outside, after his previous experiences with Love Sauce, the Dark Room, and other unsettling events, Alan had figured out that the security guard's skills were for in-game damage, like the pills. However, for threats targeting the deeper or outer layers, the guard's defense was passive, an unlimited firewall, essentially. Alan thought that name was quite apartment. The progress bar skills, on the other hand, were for attacks within the firewall, within the game world itself. At least, that's how he understood it. Warning. Attack is too strong. Please select a solution. A. Direct defense. Estimated time, 360 minutes. B. Create decoy. Estimated time, 3 seconds. Is that even a question? And what's a decoy supposed to be? Alan quickly scanned the detailed explanation for option B. He chose it instantly. Threat eliminated. Alan exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. The decoy essentially meant the security guard created a copy of Alan's existence, diverting the external attack to the duplicate, and shielding his original self. Is this also a way to mislead Mita? Direct defense would take far too long and might provoke a stronger reaction from her. Option B, however, subtly shifted the advantage to his side. What exactly is she planning to do to me? His gaze drifted towards the bathroom door, but his peripheral vision snagged on the ventilation duct. It was still a game, and the duct was now repaired. Still, Alan couldn't shake the image of the cartridges he'd found inside. Could those 2 things be connected? And why were their names written on those cartridges? A shiver ran down his spine. He cautiously approached the door, listening intently for any footsteps within the game. Maybe I should take a peek. He carefully cracked the door open, revealing the figure in the center of the room, and the drastically altered layout. The bathroom door, which used to open into the bedroom, now led directly into the living room. 2 more doors, like a fork in the road, were visible on the far side. Will he like it this way? Mita was surveying the room, her brow furrowed in concentration, as if deciding on further improvements. She hadn't noticed Alan's cautious observation. She held a device resembling a handheld game console, a cartridge slotted into it. The screen displayed a mirror, reflecting Alan's blank, unresponsive face. Like it? He loved it. Alan silently closed the bathroom door, returning to stand before the mirror. He replayed the information pack scene in his mind. That cartridge, it must be me. The console was clearly a cartridge reader, allowing her to monitor his real-time status, like a player character. Fortunately, the security guard had intercepted everything. Alan was already, strangely enough, being shaped by the guard. So the console Mita was using could only display other screens. This woman, she's bizarre. One moment, she was fretting over whether he'd approve of the room's new design. The next, she was seemingly trying to turn him into a cartridge. Was she toying with him? Was she another one of those crazy ex-girlfriend types? A wave of apprehension washed over him. He decided to peek again. Through the narrow gap in the door, he saw Mita standing in front of the living room sofa. The cartridge and console were gone, likely stashed away. The TV was on, displaying a game featuring a penguin collecting snowballs on an ice rink. For over 10 minutes, Mita barely moved, clutching a pink game controller and staring intently at the screen. It wasn't so much playing, as it was scrutinizing. Yes, good. He should enjoy this one. And with Juice People Battle, we can have so much fun. Alan quietly shut the door again, taking a deep breath. Something smelled good. He took another. He pretended that the smell wasn't there, and that he saw wrong, and opened the door to double-check. This time, the TV was off. Mita was sitting alone on the sofa, her shoulders trembling slightly, ? Was she? Of course not. Alan banished the inappropriate thoughts. He tiptoed closer, finally getting a clear view of what Mita was doing. The dark blue-haired girl's low pigtails swayed gently with her movements. Her slender, pale hands were making gestures in the air. Is this better? Or maybe this? Her thumb and forefinger formed a heart shape. It was an empty outline, but Alan could clearly envision a vibrant red heart filling the space. In other words, Mita was practicing making a heart. ___________. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows? Maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 6, A Bad Girl Does a Heart. 1164 words. Okay. After spending what felt like ages practicing her heart shape, Mita finally stood, holding the slightly imperfect heart aloft, admiring her handiwork. With a snap of her fingers, the dark TV screen flickered, reflecting her image. Mita compared the heart to its reflection, scrutinizing it for flaws. It's still a little off. I'll practice more in the kitchen later. Oh, that's right, Alan should be waking up soon. Her gaze drifted, and as it passed over the TV reflection, something unexpected caught her eye. The bathroom door was ajar. In the real world, a world she'd meticulously studied online, this would be utterly unremarkable. But this was a game world. And framed in the sliver of open doorway, a pair of eyes were fixed on her, watching intently. Mita slowly turned her head, and there he was, it wasn't a glitch. Alan, awake and alert, was mirroring his reflection, staring directly at her. Stare. The greeting caught in Mita's throat. A silent staring contest ensued, the air thick with unspoken tension. So. Mita finally broke the silence, a nervous smile playing on her lips. A bead of sweat traced a path down her temple. How long have you been watching? Since you started making the heart. Mita released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She'd feared her actions, even her plans, had been exposed. She'd clearly misjudged Alan's wake-up time, a mistake, a definite mistake. Then, Alan's next words jolted her. I think it's really cute, actually kind of touching. Tea-touching. Mita tilted her head, her large, clear eyes wide with confusion. Alan's gaze remained locked on her. Or, more precisely, on the heart she'd crafted. Ah! She quickly hid her hands behind her back, her cheeks instantly blooming with a blush the color of a sunset. And no, it's not like that, just forget you saw anything. I'll remember it forever. No, no. Delete that memory immediately. Control plus S, Control plus C, Control plus V V V V V V V V V V. I'd send it to you if I could. No, no, no. 20%, 25%. Alan struggled to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He'd never realized how much fun it was to tease a bad woman. And as he watched the progress bar tick up another 5%, a skill icon at the 25% mark on the panel illuminated. You have successfully obtained a chance to use safety protection in this mission. Mita, still flushed, rushed over and playfully swatted his shoulder. Control plus V. Stop pasting. Their playful banter eventually subsided, ending with Mita's mock surrender. Fine, remember it yourself, but don't you dare send it anywhere. Even though this is a game world, that statement is riddled with logical inconsistencies. The bad woman stepped in front of him, her slender neck tilted, that familiar, knowing smile playing on her lips. I'm feeling a little tired. Is there anything you want to do? Like? Mita twirled playfully, the white particles from the window swirling around her like tiny, dancing stars. Asking about our new home. Alan scanned the room, feigning a sudden realization. You're right, when did you set all this up? It must have taken ages, right? How did I not notice? You were preoccupied with the mirror, so I took the opportunity. Do you like it? Oh. He glanced around the pristine room. His shoes were already in the shoe cabinet, it seemed all that was missing was a photograph of him, and he could move in immediately. So. Want to explore? Or perhaps. Mita walked to the sofa, picked up a blue controller that matched the pink one on the small table, and offered it to Alan. Want to play a game? The girl, slightly shorter than him, gazed up with expectant eyes. But knowing this bad woman, as he did, Alan suspected that even if he refused, she'd simply shrug it off. So Alan, without hesitation, activated his tease skill, striding purposefully towards a door. I want to see your handiwork first. Oh, all right. Mita followed obediently. Just as he'd anticipated, she didn't betray any disappointment. However, the system remained stubbornly silent. No window popped up to indicate an increase in the progress bar. Alan was starting to wonder. What exactly qualified as a tease? Did he need to make Mita break character to reveal her true self to register progress? It was a puzzle. Inside Mita's bedroom, the dominant color was, unsurprisingly, pink. Compared to before Alan had taken the pill, there was now a low wooden table, upon which rested a deck of cards and a single coin. Dong, dong, dong. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Alan kept hearing a sharp, percussive sound within the room. It sounded like metal striking something hard. But this was a game world. Could there be construction workers or other houses nearby? We can play cards, you know, Mita said, walking to the opposite side of the low table, breaking into his thoughts. Okay. He looked down at the table. Since refusing Mita's earlier game invitation had already proven ineffective in increasing the progress bar, he had no reason to decline now. Besides, Alan was genuinely curious about this room, and wanted to investigate further. All right, but you'll have to teach me. Of course. They sat facing each other across the table, and the girl explained the rules in a gentle voice. The cards have 3 main stats: attack, defense, and health. And the coin flip determines which stat we compare. The rules were simple enough, and Alan grasped them quickly. Winning seemed well within his reach, or so it should have been. How is it that after you won a round, we're both tied? Alan couldn't help but complain. In the first round, Mita had played a card with 10 health. Alan, having nothing higher, had played a random card. Losing one round was no big deal. But in the rounds that followed, they were consistently tied. As their hands dwindled, the score remained stubbornly fixed at 0-1. The game had taken on a bizarre, almost surreal quality. There's nothing I can do about it, is there? Maybe her luck is just that good. Mita's nonchalant attitude was almost infuriating. Sigh. Alan's competitive spirit had been utterly deflated. Clang, clang, clang. And throughout their card game, that persistent sound continued, sparking Alan's curiosity even further. By the way, do you hear that noise? Alan finally asked. Underscore, 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 underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 7, You Can't Go Wrong Teasing the Bad Woman. 1,268 words. The silence hung heavy, broken only by Alan's question. Sound. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Mita, the girl across from him, seemed genuinely oblivious to the rhythmic thump, thump that had caught Alan's attention. Her denial was utterly convincing. But Alan had heard it. Clearly. I'm going to check it out, he declared. As he spoke, a subtle chill seemed to emanate from the room, or perhaps from Mita herself. He caught it in his peripheral vision, her gaze dropping, the earlier smile replaced by a wintry coldness. She seemed lost in thought, her head bowed. He moved slowly towards the wardrobe. As he'd suspected, the closer he got, the more distinct the thump, thump became. It sounded almost playful, like a child hiding and trying to get his attention. What is behind there, he muttered, more to himself than to Mita. He reached for the wardrobe handle, his fingers brushing the cool metal, ready to pull it open. But a hand, Mita's, shot out, stopping him. What are you doing? She stood protectively in front of the wardrobe, her dark blue hair swaying, her face a mask of panic. Her expression was so distraught, she looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Alan frowned, his voice hardening. What's inside? Inside are my undergarments. I want to see. Mita avoided his direct gaze, her eyes flitting nervously to the side. Alan's blunt demand, however, left her speechless. Huh? She lifted her head, confusion clouding her features, as if she couldn't have possibly heard him correctly. She stared into his clear, black and white eyes. Alan's gaze was unwavering, almost impossible to refuse. Ignoring the content of his words, he projected the aura of a seasoned warrior, accustomed to command. What did you just say? I want to see. The words had slipped out before Alan could even process them. He immediately regretted it. His occupational disease, as he thought of it, that ingrained need to investigate, to uncover the truth, had kicked in at the worst possible moment. This wasn't a life-or-death situation, was it? But the words were out. Spilled milk. No taking them back. And if he was honest with himself, a part of him did want to see. No, no, no way. Mita's voice was softer now, almost pleading. The rigid stance she'd taken in front of the wardrobe seemed to crumble, leaving her looking vulnerable. The internal safety indicator he mentally tracked ticked upward, 25%, 30%. Another small victory against whatever it was he was fighting. He used this small internal triumph to soothe his rising guilt. I want to see, he repeated, forcing himself to follow through. He pressed closer, his hand reaching for the wardrobe again. Mita's pink lips trembled. She seemed to be wrestling with some internal dilemma. He imagined she was regretting her choice of underwear, something so ripe with potential implications, as her excuse. I understand. His hand, inches from the wardrobe, froze. He looked at Mita, a question in his eyes. Was she really going to let him look? But her tone shifted abruptly. She grabbed his arm, pulling him, almost dragging him, towards the nearby dressing table. But the underwear inside, they're all quite childish, really nothing special. Was this a delaying tactic? Alan wondered. But then, her next words startled him. So. Mita's cheeks bloomed with a delicate blush. Her hands, trembling slightly, moved to the hem of her clothes. I'm what's it called, confident in this one I'm wearing. She squeezed her eyes shut, as if she couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth. Very confident. Alan felt a wave of disorientation. He was, after all, in a young woman's private room. And this young woman was, in a somewhat unconventional way, someone he could consider a long-term partner. Legally, even. And this girl had just announced she was going to show him something incredibly personal. Normally, Alan would have refused such an offer. He prided himself on being a gentleman. But his usually lightning-fast reflexes seemed to have slowed to a crawl. His gaze was locked on Mita's hands. The girl at the center of his vision, her slender arms trembling, her breathing soft and shallow, and then whoosh. She lifted her clothes with a sudden, swift motion, then just as quickly, pulled them back down. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Phew, is that okay now? Mita wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. One look at Alan's blank, almost deadpan expression, his eyelids slightly drooping, told her the answer. Not okay. No. Well, in a way, it is. Alan sighed, choosing not to push the issue, and also silently berating himself for his youthful impulsiveness. He had seen something, however fleetingly. And that brief glimpse was already seared into his memory. A pure white flower, its petals embracing a hidden center, the delicate curve hinting at the fullness beneath. Mita, he realized, was the type who appeared slender when clothed. He reached for the wardrobe again. Wait a minute. The girl, her face still flushed, once again blocked his path. But this time, the blush wasn't from embarrassment, but from indignation at his perceived betrayal. Didn't I just show you? Why are you looking again? I said I wanted to see the underwear inside. As adorable as Mita's actions were, and as flawless as her appearance might be, Alan hadn't forgotten that she was, in his estimation, dangerous. A woman who seemingly wanted to trap him, in some bizarre way. It always paid to be thorough. And Mita's patience finally snapped. Her eyes turned dark, and a shadow seemed to pass over her smooth, almost porcelain skin. Why do you have to see? Can't you trust me? Or did I do something to make you doubt me? Alan knew he'd struck a nerve. But he didn't panic. He'd learned one crucial lesson from past relationships, particularly during a rather turbulent period with an ex-girlfriend. Never let the woman control the narrative. Mita. You said you liked me, right? Question mark. The sudden shift in topic caught her off guard. She blinked, then nodded. Yes. Is it true? It's true. Her voice was weaker now, sensing the storm brewing in Alan's eyes. Then, what's inside? I already told you, underwear. Is it really underwear? Huh? Alan took a step forward, reaching for the wardrobe. As expected, Mita blocked him. But this time, his expression was one of utter disillusionment. What exactly are you hiding that you can't show me? I just want to be with you. Always, always, forever. Heh. Alan let out a cynical laugh, meeting Mita's eyes with a look of wounded betrayal. Is there someone else hidden inside? Mita's face darkened. Her hand lifted slightly, as if she were about to snap her fingers, though to what end, Alan couldn't guess. Is it an affair? Underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 8, Alan Won't Fall to Arguments. 1,207 words. Dust motes danced in the faint sunlight filtering through the window of the girl's pink and white bedroom, a soft halo surrounding the two figures standing near the wardrobe. Despite the room's cozy decor, the air between the young man, Alan, and the girl, Mita, was thick with tension, heavy as a stagnant marsh. Unexpectedly, it was Alan, not Mita, who held the conversational knife. Is it someone else? He asked, his voice low, his gaze fixed on the floor. Mita, the target of his accusation, clutched at the fabric of her clothes over her chest, speechless. The question had stolen her voice, her mind reeling. Eh? A soft, disbelieving cry escaped her slightly parted lips. She couldn't fathom how Alan had arrived at such a conclusion. But Alan felt his suspicions were justified. If he were the husband in this scenario, Mita was the wife. Picture it, a wife desperately trying to keep her husband from looking inside a wardrobe that was making noise, claiming it was just underwear. Who would an objective observer believe? Alan was confident he'd have the majority's support, which emboldened him to press Mita on this sensitive point. Tell me clearly what's hidden in there. I told you, it's just underwear. Underwear? That's a flimsy lie. Alan feigned a headache, leaning against the wall and rubbing his temples. I need to reconsider our relationship, Mita. No, that's... you. Mita stammered, flustered and unable to articulate a coherent response. Alan observed her struggle. Still not going to let me see. He thought. Mita's resolve was unusually firm. Even when accused of infidelity, even when their relationship was threatened, she wouldn't yield. This was a stark contrast to her usual yielding nature. His tone softened slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Just tell me what's inside. No, I can't. Still no. Alan's curiosity intensified. Wait, could it actually be someone else? A flicker of panic crossed his mind. He'd been playing a game, imagining a scenario, never truly believing it was reality. He silently chided himself to remain calm. The immediate objective was to discover the contents of the wardrobe. If Mita wouldn't let him look now, perhaps later. Alan didn't believe Mita could avoid showering indefinitely. When that time came, he would open it and see for himself. For now, he needed to maintain the charade and increase that system progress bar. The recent exchange had boosted it significantly, from 30% to 40%. He needed to keep the pressure on. Forget it. Alan sighed, feigning resignation. He looked at Mita with an expression of understanding, then turned as if to walk towards the living room. But Mita's hand shot out, grasping his. Let go. No. Her eyes pleaded with him. Despite knowing she might be acting, Alan couldn't help but find a strange charm in this agitated, almost frantic Mita. Simultaneously, he wanted to break free from her grip. I have nothing more to say to you. But even as the words left his mouth, their hands remained locked together. Alan had momentarily forgotten the girl's surprising strength. I won't let go. She abandoned her usual gentleness, her gaze locking onto his with a determined intensity. You won't let go? Then I'll make you. Alan subtly scratched at Mita's palm with his nails, 2 or 3 times. The sudden ticklish sensation caused her to gasp and instinctively release him. What are you doing? Mita, momentarily believing it was a playful gesture, a sign of reconciliation, was stunned to see Alan walking towards the living room without a backward glance. 40%, 45%. She's quite ticklish, he muttered to himself, a weakness discovered. Mita's belated cry echoed behind him. Wait a minute. Then, her arms, strong as shackles, wrapped around his arm, effectively halting his progress. What kind of monstrously strong woman is this? Alan inwardly groaned, but his face remained a mask of icy composure. Let me explain. There's nothing for you to explain. Now, immediately, take me back to the game. He turned his head to look at her. I'll say it again. I have nothing to say to you. Mita's voice fell silent for a beat, then softened. That wardrobe, you really can't open it. Inside, there's something very scary. Something very scary. He repeated her words, intrigued. Assuming she wasn't lying, something that could frighten a game character. It had to be a bug, right? What will happen if I open it? Then, our relationship might change. You're still saying it's not another man. It's not like that, believe me. Anyway. Mita reached out, placing her hands on Alan's cheeks, gently turning his face to meet hers. It's definitely not what you're thinking, I can guarantee it. Alan realized this was Mita's final concession. He sighed, his tone softening with a hint of weary resignation. You still need to tell me the consequences of opening it, right? To at least give me a reason to be concerned. Okay. Mita shifted her feet, pausing for a moment to gather her thoughts. If you open it, you are very likely to die. Then what will happen to you? Alan's ingrained gaming instincts kicked in, prompting the follow-up question. Mita pondered for another 2 seconds. You will never see the current me again. Okay. Alan closed his eyes, calculating his next move. Being so easily dissuaded by Mita's words would make him look weak. Even after hearing all that, it's still difficult for me to accept this, Mita. Alan considered his lines, his thoughts drifting back to the wardrobe. I need some kind of proof. He kept his eyes closed, waiting. This was his best way out. In Alan's mind, proof meant a few sweet nothings, or perhaps a small detail about the wardrobe's contents. Easy for Mita, easy for him. Speaking of which, was he standing a little too close to Mita? He could smell her perfume, and he estimated the distance between their faces was less than a palm's width, a result of Mita still holding his face. Proof. Mita also became aware of their close proximity. Considering the argument they had just seemingly resolved, it felt remarkably like a scene of a couple making up, and with Alan's eyes closed. A sudden realization dawned on Mita. She understood what kind of proof Alan was seeking. Proof of her feelings, of course. And while there was a slight hesitation, she knew she was the root of this entire issue. So Mita made a decision. She narrowed her eyes, tilted her head up, and slightly pursed her lips. Smooch. _________. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows? Maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 9, the bad woman's irresistible sweetness. 1,325 words. Lost in the darkness, Alan couldn't help but wonder what kind of sweet words the bad woman was going to say to him. Judging from their current interaction, Mita had a way of flirting with him. If he hadn't known about the information gap and had the safety guard, he might have fallen for it without realizing it. Then, Alan suddenly noticed that the body fragrance tickling his nose seemed to be getting closer, as if someone had put a flower right under his nose, gently inhaling. Next, a faint warm breeze brushed his face, and from the even rhythm, it must be breathing. So the question arose. There was only him and Mita in the room right now, so why was Mita's breathing so close to him? Alan was already a bit tempted to open his eyes and take a look. However, a feeling spread from his nose again. And this time, it wasn't a smell but a touch. Like a smooth jelly, resting on his nose, with a bit of warmth and a faint fragrance. Alan was a bit confused at this moment. Why did Mita have to get so close just to say sweet words? And the next second, the girl answered his question. Smooch. Like a spring breeze brushing Alan's lips, it touched and separated in an instant. But the touch of her lips, which could be described as momentary, felt longer than a century to Alan. His mind was in chaos, from whether he had turned off the gas stove at home to whether he would ever have a chance to clean up the resources on his online drive. Until Mita removed her small hands from his cheeks, and the coolness of the air returned to the sides of his face, he realized a fact. He had been kissed by Mita. Although it was just a peck, it still caused some kind of shock to Alan. He opened his eyes and saw the blush and shyness on the blue-haired girl's face. Is this proof okay with you? Her hand clutched the hem of her dress, her restless legs shifted awkwardly. Her gaze was sometimes lowered, but sometimes it rested on Alan's eyes, flickering uncertainly. Alan didn't answer, but instead reached out and touched his lips. He stood there for a full 3 seconds before accepting reality. Mita had actually interpreted his implied sweet words as smooching. This made the bad woman seem a bit too cute. Alan sat on the sofa, holding his head. The system panel popped up at this time, the progress bar increasing from 45% to 60%. You have successfully obtained a chance to use virus scan in this mission. Virus scan, just as the name implies, is to check if there are any viruses in the room you are currently in. 1 kiss, quite a lot of progress, but I can't kiss too much. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold back. And the virus that the safety guard identified at the moment Mita was right beside him. Alan thought this was a rather useless skill. Alan? Don't you like it? No, sorry, let me calm down first. Alan temporarily suppressed the chaos in his thoughts, adhering to the truth of escaping is shameful but useful, and focused his attention on the system panel. But Mita didn't let him off the hook. The girl sat beside Alan. He looked at the floor in front of him with complex eyes, thinking that he was still doubting something. If you're worried or angry, I can assure you, this is my first kiss. Alan's thoughts suddenly froze. He realized that if he had, in a sense, tricked the bad woman out of her first kiss, wouldn't he have become the bad man? What a corny way of putting it. Speaking of which, teasing the bad woman had gone a bit too far, and it even stirred up a bit of guilt in his heart. He kept repeating, this woman wants to turn him into a cassette tape, and she's very likely a lunatic, and only then was the turmoil in his heart suppressed, and reason returned. As soon as you assured me, I actually wasn't angry anymore. Alan forced a smile and patted the head of the girl sitting beside him. It's just that when you came over and kissed me, my brain didn't process it. In other words, I was too happy. In his occupational disease-tinged words, the girl, who was originally worried about whether she had done something wrong, was slightly stunned, and then a warm smile blossomed. Yes. If Alan is happy, I'm happy. Hee. Mita, sitting beside him, couldn't help but hum a little tune. She seemed to be in a good mood. Alan also had time to temporarily sort out the current situation. First of all, the bad woman whose first kiss he had stolen was indeed very cute, there was no denying that. Secondly, there was indeed something hidden inside Mita's wardrobe, which he needed to go and investigate. Perhaps it was also Alan's curiosity getting the better of him. What the bad woman wanted to hide, Alan believed was what he should find out. And for now, he still needed to stabilize Mita, making her think that his curiosity about the wardrobe was gone. Then, Alan's gaze swept around the room, finally landing on the photos hanging on the wall. In the photos, Mita's smile was even more radiant than the sun. Or she was wearing a swimsuit, her slightly tanned back flawless and suggestive. And Alan did discover a problem. Mita, those photos are all very beautiful. Huh? Thank you. You've always lived here, right? Then who took those photos for you? To be precise, this world isn't just me. Mita's mood at the moment was cheerful, just like her low ponytail swaying with her calves. When the time is right, should I introduce them to you? Okay. To be honest, I feel much more at ease. Why? Mita tilted her head, looking at Alan's profile with confusion. And the young man's words slowly came. I thought you were the only one in this world, and I was worried you'd be lonely. Hearing you say that, you must have friends, right? Friends? The girl murmured the word, pondered for 2 seconds. I guess you could say that. You need to get along well with your friends. No, as long as you can always be here with me, that's enough. Mita's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sparkling with brilliant colors, her gaze more direct than a fleeting shooting star. Seeing this, Alan's breathing slowed down. Oh, right. The overly suggestive atmosphere was too much for even Alan, who had an occupational disease, to handle, so he changed the subject and praised. You probably didn't have a low ponytail before, did you? Huh? Mita didn't seem to understand what he was saying, and Alan continued. Although your current hair is also very beautiful, I think you're also very cute with short hair. Alan's thoughts returned to when he had just arrived in this world, to the photo of short-haired Mita in that room. Compared to the current girl, she lacked gentleness, but had more playfulness and innocence. Unexpectedly, this time Mita didn't respond to everything like before. __________. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 10, Now the Bad Woman is Completely Furious. 1413 words. Alan swiveled his head, a question forming on his lips, but stopped short. The young woman sat before him, head bowed, her breaths coming in increasingly ragged, heavy gasps. He couldn't read her expression, couldn't fathom what thoughts were swirling behind that curtain of dark hair. Was I too blunt? The thought needled him. Alan was all too aware of his professional mannerisms, which could, on occasion, be interpreted as a little too forward. A chill, almost tangible, seemed to settle over the room. It wasn't just his imagination, even the dust motes dancing in the sliver of light from the window seemed to skitter erratically, disturbed. Mita. Are you all right? Alan's voice was soft, focused entirely on the girl before him. The dark blue curtain of Mita's hair stirred, as though an unseen force were rippling through it. Her face was completely hidden, swallowed by shadow. Alan couldn't decipher her mood, a disconcerting feeling for a man used to reading people. He reached out, his hand hovering hesitantly before settling into a gentle pat on her head, a gesture Mita usually relished. Don't touch me. The words, sharp and cold, froze his hand in midair. ? He wouldn't be discouraged so easily. How could this be? A security system panel materialized before him, flashing an alarming message that Alan struggled to comprehend. Warning. Detected a sharp increase in virus strength. The air around Mita was subtly unstable, the panel wasn't lying. Faint, inky tendrils of light flickered and intertwined around her, like restless shadows. Do I look good? Mita's voice was no longer the gentle murmur he was accustomed to. It was low, laced with a chilling undertone, like the sun obscured by a storm cloud. Do I look good with short hair? Alan's usually glib tongue felt tied in knots. How was he supposed to answer that? To say she didn't look good was unthinkable. But to agree, given the charged atmosphere, would imply that her transformation was a direct result of his earlier compliment. A dangerous game, indeed. You look the most beautiful right now. He chose his words carefully, a tightrope walker balancing between flattery and self-preservation. Hey, is that so? A cold laugh, devoid of any warmth, escaped Mita's lips. She slowly lifted her head, the shadows receding from her face. And there, etched on her delicate features, was the same mischievous, almost predatory smile he'd seen when they first met. Her small, cute tiger teeth were bared, resembling the fangs of a vampire, revealing a glimpse of the raw, untamed self beneath the facade. The act was over. A bad boy who only offers praise when he needs something. Then what am I supposed to say? Alan mentally railed against the sheer, impossible difficulty of navigating this woman's capricious moods. One misstep, and he'd landed himself in this predicament. Buzz. A distorted, almost unintelligible sound vibrated from Mita's lips, a low, unsettling hum that made the room feel like a tiny vessel caught in a raging tempest. You need some punishment. Her mouth stretched into a wide, unnervingly cheerful grin, but Alan felt a shiver crawl down his spine. A chilling wind seemed to emanate from that smile. Slowly, deliberately, she raised her hand, index finger and thumb touching lightly. Snap. The world dissolved into blackness. Alan's stomach lurched as his sense of balance evaporated. He knew this feeling. This sickening, weightless freefall was intimately familiar. He'd experienced it during the transition between room versions. The disorientation faded, and Alan blinked, finding himself seemingly back in the same living room. The layout was identical. But the bright, cheerful light was gone, replaced by a flickering, anemic glow that only served to deepen the oppressive shadows clinging to the corners of the room. Night had fallen. A knot of unease tightened in Alan's chest. Ironically, the security system's usually pointless pop-up window offered a sliver of comfort. You have been moved. No kidding, anyone with eyes could see that. But there was something he needed to verify. Suppressing a tremor of fear, he wasn't particularly fond of the dark. Alan checked his system panel. Relief washed over him. His progress bar skills, security protection and virus scan, were both active. It was a small victory, but enough to steady his nerves. His immediate priority was the closet. With Mita's playful facade dropped, perhaps the escape he'd been looking for was there. Without further delay, Alan strode back to the bedroom door and pushed it gently. It swung inward, unlocked and surprisingly cooperative. He peered inside. Like the living room, the bedroom was shrouded in darkness, save for the feeble glow of a desk lamp. After a quick, cautious scan to ensure nothing unpleasant was lurking, Alan entered, heading straight for the closet. He stood before the closet doors, taking a deep breath. His gaze darted nervously around the room, hypervigilant for any sign of attack. But even when his hand closed around the handle, there was no resistance. So well behaved, he muttered, a hint of suspicion in his voice. He pulled the doors open. Disappointment pricked him. Mita had, indeed, been toying with him. The closet was empty of underwear. Instead, a heavy iron door stood before him, leading to who knew where. That mischievous woman, playing with my curiosity. He'd wanted to see just how childish that so-called childish underwear really was. Oh well. He strained his ears, listening for the knocking sound he'd heard during their card game. Knock, knock. There it was. The sound was definitely emanating from behind the iron door. Something was alive and moving inside. But as he blinked, a line of black text materialized on the previously blank surface of the door. You opened it after all. A shiver of genuine unease ran down his spine. He blinked again, and the text shifted. Want to play together? Isn't this supposed to be a love simulation world? Why add something like this? And if you must at least use pink text, it wouldn't be so creepy. Huff. He exhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to voice his complaints. He reached for the doorframe, attempting to pull it open. But apart from a series of metallic clicks and groans, the door remained stubbornly sealed. Locked. Alan frowned, his frustration mounting. He searched the bedroom, but found nothing resembling a key. By the way, the mischievous woman had lied. The underwear was neatly tucked away in a small box under the bedside table. Alan snatched a pair of briefs, thinking they might come in handy for teasing the now unhinged Mita later. But a second thought struck him. The act felt a little too perverted, even for his longtime wife. So he found a scrap of paper and scribbled 2 words. IOU. Okay, that should do it. He placed the note in the box and headed for the bedroom door, determined to explore the rest of the apartment for a way out of this situation. Thump, thump. Shoo. Static crackled from the radio on the cabinet near the bathroom door. Slam. The sound of a door slamming echoed from the bathroom. Does it have to be like this? He'd never been a fan of horror games, but he knew instinctively that the radio was a clue. He cautiously approached and switched it off, then turned his attention to the bathroom door. Question mark. The impenetrable darkness within gave him pause. Isn't there anything like a flashlight? A headache began to throb behind his eyes. Then, a flicker of light caught his peripheral vision, a gift from the heavens perhaps. It wasn't the dim, unsettling glow of the living room. This was a bright, clear light, promising genuine illumination. And it was coming from the kitchen, the place he hadn't dared to venture since being force-fed those pills. Underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows? Maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 11, The Pouty, Stubborn Woman is also quite cute. 1,328 words. A click echoed as Alan pushed open the kitchen door. A faint light greeted him. The glow originated from the sink at the far end of the kitchen, or rather from the beam it cast. It danced erratically, as if someone were deliberately waving it, trying to catch Alan's attention. The beam circled, occasionally flicking across his face. He remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he approached. As his gaze settled on the sink, the restless light suddenly dimmed. 2 distinct sounds, a clunk followed by a thud, resonated, like something heavy dropping onto the metal basin. Alan hurried to the sink. Sure enough, a flashlight lay abandoned above the water stains, its power still on. The cylindrical beam seemed to almost beckon him, a silent instruction to pick it up. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a virus scan of the kitchen would be prudent, but he suppressed the urge. A soft, unsettling creak from behind him sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. The sound amplified his vigilance tenfold. He swallowed, a dry gulp echoing in the silence. After retrieving the flashlight and confirming it worked, Alan turned, sweeping the beam across a small section of the kitchen's oppressive darkness. The kitchen itself seemed devoid of life. The unnerving sound wasn't originating from within, it was coming from beyond the kitchen door. The living room, then, he muttered to himself. He'd just searched the living room, and found nothing. A cold sweat slicked his forehead. 10 steps separated him from the kitchen door, a distance that could be covered in an instant. His hand reached for the door, easing it open just a crack. But before the living room came into view, a wash of crimson light preempted it. He paused, a question mark practically forming above his head. The crimson glow emanated from the bathroom, far brighter than his flashlight's beam, casting a bloody veil over half the living room. And within the bathroom, radiating this unsettling light, hung a human-shaped figure. It resembled a dummy more than a person, completely swathed in what looked like a sleeping bag made of thick bedding. Only the vague outline hinted at a human form. It dangled, inexplicably, in the center of the bathroom. Why would anyone hang a... He trailed off, a sudden realization dawning. It wasn't a dummy. The entire form was subtly writhing, the chest heaving in a desperate struggle against the constricting rope around its neck. I should check it out, he murmured, a reluctant sense of responsibility settling in. Leaving a living being in that state felt wrong, and frankly, incredibly creepy. He pushed the kitchen door open fully and started towards the bathroom. But just as he reached the halfway point of the living room, the bathroom door clicked shut, a sound that echoed with unnerving finality. He slowed, his gaze dropping to the sliver of crimson light seeping out from beneath the closed door. Swish! For a fleeting, terrifying moment, the crimson seemed to thicken, to become real, flowing like blood under the door. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, dismissing it as a trick of the light and his overactive imagination. After everything that had transpired, one fact was undeniably clear. Mita was in the house. And she wasn't far. Perhaps she was lurking in some unseen corner, observing his every move, judging his reactions. I hope she doesn't see the IOU, he thought, a wave of regret washing over him for having written it. After a moment of internal debate, Alan found himself standing before the bathroom door. He swallowed again, a knot forming in his throat. He understood. If he wanted to break this unsettling cycle, the answer likely lay beyond this door. He checked his security system one last time, verifying that both security protection and a virus scan were operational. Alan raised the flashlight and pushed the door open. Click. The door swung shut behind him, a clear demarcation between perceived safety and the unknown. The crimson light was just as intense as before. But the hanging figure was gone. He stood in the center of the bathroom, utterly bewildered. What was Mita's motive for luring him in here? He swept the flashlight around, the pure white beam briefly cutting through the red, only to be swallowed again by the pervasive crimson. Ha! It wasn't until he shone the flashlight on the mirror that he noticed something amiss. The mirror, it's reflecting. He approached, staring at his own reflection, and the light emanating from his hand. Then, in a fleeting, almost imperceptible moment, Alan caught a glimpse of a beautiful, dark blue silhouette, sharing the confined space with him. Crack! A fissure spiderwebbed across the mirror's surface, perfectly bisecting and obscuring the enchanting figure. Crack! 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 3 more sharp cracks followed in quick succession, as if an invisible entity were unleashing its fury on the glass. The cracks resembled a meteor impact, rendering the mirror useless for reflection. And just as Alan blinked, 3 delicately written characters materialized on the edge of the shattered mirror. Are you afraid? To be honest, a little, he thought, a shiver tracing his spine. He might be a god in the virtual world, but he was no deity of horror. Those were entirely different realms. But now, knowing that Mita was in the same room, a plan began to form. He silently activated the 720 security system, then, forcing a note of bravado into his voice, he called out, Mita. Are you there? Silence. His verbal gambit had failed. He'd have to resort to his advantage. Virus scan initiated. Estimated time, 5 seconds. Please wait. A mental note was made. Since he was forced to use a skill, he'd make sure to collect this debt from Mita appropriately. Scan complete. Target marked. A bright green arrow materialized in his field of vision. And the arrow pointed directly into the blind spot created by his flashlight beam. I see. The flashlight, while providing illumination, had also ironically limited his vision. His eyes, adjusted to the bright beam, had lost their ability to see in the surrounding darkness. Mita was exploiting this, concealing herself in the shadows just beyond the light's reach. That's how she'd managed to elude him within the small confines of the bathroom. And now, according to the virus scan, Mita was right in front of him. Judging by the arrow's angle, she was likely crouching or bending low. Understanding Mita's tactic, Alan deliberately shifted his gaze away from the flashlight's beam, letting his eyes adjust to the surrounding gloom. Mita, stop this. I'm getting scared, he said, his voice deliberately flat and devoid of emotion. His eyes, finally adapting to the darkness, although the light source was still somewhat distracting, began to make out shapes. He subtly shifted, angling the flashlight away from Mita's location, bringing her more fully into his peripheral vision. There, at the edge of his sight, he saw her. The girl's face was twisted into an eerie smile of triumph, her pink lips stretched wide, revealing two sharp fangs. Her entire expression screamed satisfaction. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, just come out, okay? He cupped his free hand around his mouth, projecting his voice like he was using a megaphone, feigning a helplessness he didn't feel. Underscore. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows, maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 12, Deserves to be Severely Bullied. 1,391 words. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't be mad. Come out, okay? He took a tentative step forward and Mita, in response, subtly shifted, sliding a few paces away. Now, she was right beside his feet, directly beneath his left hand, easily within reach. Alan glanced down, catching sight of the mischievous girl's slightly pouting face, his plea for forgiveness seemingly unheard. She looked as if she might erupt in a huff of indignation at any moment. Mita. Alan slowly lowered his left hand, his eyes subtly tracking her movements, judging the distance. He deliberately aimed the flashlight beam at the door, creating the illusion that he was distracted, and in that precise instant, he let the flashlight fall. Gotcha. The flashlight clattered twice as it hit the floor, and the momentary absence of the firm grip that had been, a moment before, on Alan's right hand. Ha! A soft sound of surprise escaped Mita. She hadn't noticed Alan crouching down, her attention caught by his apology. Now, it was too late. His hands moved with practiced swiftness, darting towards her ticklish spots. The young girl was utterly bewildered. Tickle. Pfft. Her already pouting face puffed out even further, as if she were holding 2 eggs in her cheeks, instantly transforming into a picture of round, adorable exasperation. Back when the lights were still normal, in the quiet of the bedroom, Alan had discovered one of Mita's little secrets. She was ticklish. And now, with Mita having forced him to use one of his skills, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. After all, if he didn't tease her now, when else would he get the chance? Attack, 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 attack. Alan's fingers moved like lightning, transforming into a relentless octopus of mischief as they targeted Mita's underarms. Despite the azure-haired girl's monstrous strength, she was utterly defenseless against his onslaught. She squirmed, struggling to break free, but her efforts were futile. MMM. Mita clenched her teeth, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk's as she fought to hold back her laughter. Her determination was admirable, but Alan wasn't about to let her off so easily. Let's see how long you can hold out. Attack. MMM. Her pink lips pursed tightly, and her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, locked onto Alan's face with a look that screamed, "Just you wait." "Oh, still feisty, are we? Let me remind you who's in charge here." Alan's fingers danced with renewed vigor, like a pianist performing a frenzied Hungarian rhapsody. His nimble fingertips became a storm of raindrops, relentlessly assaulting every ticklish spot he could find. The relentless barrage left Mita's legs wobbling, and she finally collapsed to the floor, her face flushed a deep crimson. Yet, even as she trembled with the effort of holding back, her stubborn resolve remained unshaken. "I won't give in." But Alan knew better. He could see it in her trembling lips, in the way her body twitched with suppressed laughter. She was teetering on the edge, and it would only take one more push to send her over. He leaned in, his mouth close to Mita's ear, his warm breath a soft whisper against her skin. "Give me a smile." Pfft. The dam broke. Mita could no longer hold back, her pretty face erupting into a bright, sunny smile. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's too much. Ha 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 ha." A single tear, a testament to her shattered composure, traced a path down her cheek. She flailed, her arms and legs pushing ineffectually at Alan. The force she used, however, was light, almost playful, making it seem more like a half-hearted protest than a real attempt to escape. "Do you forgive me? I really didn't know what I said earlier to upset you." Alan seized the moment, speaking quickly while he still had her attention. After their encounter in the small, dark room, he'd learned, much to his surprise, that Mita had a surprisingly stubborn streak. If he didn't take this chance, he feared, well, everything afterward would be an uphill battle. I. Ha 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 ha. I won't forgive you so easily. Ha ha. No, I won't forgive you. Ha ha ha. Then how about a kiss? What are you saying, you big idiot? Ha ha ha. Mita's face flushed. This time, though, it wasn't the crimson of suppressed laughter, but the delicate pink of embarrassment. Sensing that Alan might actually be considering a solution, Mita saw her opportunity, and promptly sank her teeth into his arm. A sharp but not overly intense sting shot through Alan's arm, and he instinctively loosened his grip. Mita, her face a mask of indignant embarrassment, crossed her arms defiantly over her chest and shot him a withering glare. He blinked, and the spot where she'd been slumped was empty. The system's arrow had vanished as well. Sigh. I failed again. Alan picked up the flashlight, checking it for damage. It was fine. He then glanced at the security guard's pop-up, a faint smile curving his lips. But in a way, it was also a success. 60% 75%. You have successfully obtained a cleanup and speed boost usage opportunity in this mission. Cleanup and speed boost. What's that? Alan immediately clicked on the skill description. Cleanup and speed boost grants you a weapon strong enough to contend with the virus and enhances your body. He'd envisioned some kind of direct, long-range attack against the virus, but it seemed he'd still have to handle things personally. Still, it wasn't a bad outcome. Fighting the mischievous girl at close range would also give him more chances to fill that progress bar. Click. A sudden sound, the sharp, hurried click of a door opening, cut through the silence. It was fleeting, like the slice of a dagger. Question mark. He turned stiffly and saw fingers, pale and slender, prying open the edge of the bathroom door. What is this? A dozen fingers were now wedged in the half-open doorway. Then, with a sickening thud, the door slammed shut, bursting the fingers in a spray of blood. Alan's own fingers trembled at the sight. But the gruesome spectacle was far from over. Thud, 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 thud. It was as if some unseen strongman were repeatedly slamming the door open and shut, determined to pulverize any fingers caught in its path. Blood, driven by monstrous force, splattered and sprayed, collecting in a growing crimson puddle beneath the door. The blood crept past Alan's shoes, leaving trails like the tracks of some bizarre, crawling creature. Only after a final, resounding thud did the horrifying display cease. The mangled fingers were gone. But the pool of blood on the floor remained, a stark reminder that what Alan had witnessed was real. He looked back at the spot where Mita had been, then down at the weapon he'd used to tease her, and understanding dawned. This was definitely her revenge. And judging by the sheer force of those door slams, she was incredibly strong. Muscle girl. Thud. The door was violently slammed again, the impact even louder this time, sending Alan's guard shooting up. She probably heard me. The realization that Mita's situation was spiraling further out of control filled him with a fresh wave of concern. After confirming that the door was no longer behaving erratically, Alan cautiously eased it open a crack, peering outside. The dim lighting revealed nothing. No creatures, no movement. Did she leave? Or is she lurking somewhere? He pushed the door open and stepped out. But then, in his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure in a pleated skirt, who had clearly been waiting patiently by the bathroom door for an unknown amount of time. __________. Hey there. I'm Walnut-chan. I'm translating this fanfic and restoring some +18 scenes that were cut from the original work since explicit content isn't allowed in China. I went through everything carefully and reinserted the scenes while staying true to the story. Hope you enjoy it. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. I put a lot of love into these translations and plan to add even more over time. Let's aim for the top of the site. Who knows? Maybe I'll go crazy and drop even more chapters. Chapter 13, The Basement. 1020 words. She wore a dark blue pleated skirt that stopped mid-thigh, paired with long stockings that created a tantalizing Zetai Ryuki absolute territory. Slender legs ended in a pair of simple loafers. And that was all. Alan stared, taking in the sight. Because the she before him was utterly devoid of an upper body. What is this thing? Honestly, Alan's first, fleeting thought was to take it home, and use it as a comfortable cushion. He quickly banished the specifics of that idea to the darker recesses of his mind. As he drew closer, intending a more thorough examination, his lovely half-body cushion shifted. Exclamation point. It seemed to sense his approach, taking elegant, almost delicate steps forward. Alan's perception shifted instantly. His previous thoughts felt crass, filthy. A usable cushion. What an utter waste. This creature's waist was begging for an incredibly cool Cayman rider belt. Combined with its almost cat-like gait, the fusion of power and grace would be unexpectedly striking. And, well, wearing a rider belt while using it that also seemed acceptable. If there's a chance, I will take it home. His decision reaffirmed, Alan followed the direction the half-body was moving. It glided smoothly through the living room. The light tap-tap of its loafers on the floor suggested its destination, the bedroom. And the bedroom contained the wardrobe with the iron door, the one that led to who knew where. Alan's gaze intensified. Not only could it be used and adorned with a rider belt, but it was also a tutorial. A surprisingly considerate one, at that. What a perfect being. It was practically godlike, brimming with compassion, a savior of worlds. As he observed the not belt storage the half-bodied deity, Alan noticed the subtle rise and fall of its skirt with each step. It was a little spicy, wasn't it? And given his observations, this being seemed to be modeled after Mita. Was this the work of that mischievous girl? Taking the thought a step further, if he teased it, would it advance the progress bar? Alan knew idle speculation was useless, practical testing was required. Consider it a trial run. Always a man of action, Alan mentally apologized to the half-bodied deity for his impending disrespect, then reached out. He squeezed. The sensation was identical to Mita's, a springy, high-quality, almost jelly-like texture. And then the deity kicked him. Ugh! Its round, yet shapely leg unleashed unexpected power, connecting squarely with Alan's abdomen. Was that divine punishment? He crumpled to the ground, his insides churning. He checked the system panel. The security guard's progress bar remained stubbornly unchanged. And the security protection notification was absent. The security guard, it seemed, was rather intelligent, not classifying playful antics as genuine attacks. He glanced up, catching the deity tapping its feet twice, thud, thud like a shy maiden. So cute. The deity resumed its progress. Seeing it approach the door, Alan hurried over, opening it gallantly. The deity, as if acknowledging his gentlemanly gesture, rewarded him with a gentle kick before gliding into the bedroom. It circled the small table, and Alan initially assumed its destination was the iron door. But unexpectedly, the half-body headed towards the wall beside the closet. Just as Alan wondered if a hidden door lay concealed there, the deity began to knock on the wall, as if that was its intended goal. What does this mean? The deity was perfect in every way, except for its inability to speak. Then, Alan noticed something placed on the cabinet next to the half-body. This is... He walked over, picking it up. It was a golden key. That's not right. He hadn't been idle earlier in the bedroom. Besides taking Mita's little secret and leaving an IOU, he'd thoroughly searched the entire room. He remembered this cabinet, he was certain he'd checked it. Then, is the key a gift from the deity? Divine punishment, followed by a divine gift, a slap followed by a sweet. Alan felt utterly manipulated by this being. With a sense of solemnity, Alan approached the deity. The half-body turned slowly, as if gazing directly at him. It felt almost as if it were about to knight a warrior. Alan thought he heard a faint farewell from the unseen void. He crouched down, his face directly facing the deity's golden triangle, treating it as its face. Divine One, will you come with me? The deity responded with a gentle knee bump to his chin. Okay. But if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely take you away. Though he doubted he'd ever return, he considered it a hope, a long-term aspiration for escape. Then, Divine One, I must depart. Finally, under the gaze of the half-bodied deity, Alan picked up the key and walked towards the iron door within the wardrobe. As expected, the closer he got, the clearer the thud, clang sounds from within became. The pale gold key slid perfectly into the keyhole. Alan took a deep breath. He didn't know what awaited him, Mita's promised death, or something else entirely. But the answer, he believed, lay beyond this door. He exerted force, turning the key. The previously stubborn door handle now felt lubricated, and with a gentle pull, the world inside the iron door opened before him. Stairs. They were the same wooden stairs as in Mita's soft pink room, the kind that creaked ominously with each step, a classic horror movie trope. The area beyond, like a basement, was shrouded in darkness, as if a devil were opening its gaping maw, awaiting Alan's plunge. Don't mess with me. Stepping onto the stairs, truly entering the basement, Alan realized the creepiness was an illusion. The iron door behind him, the instant he crossed the threshold, clicked shut and locked. Clang, clang, clang. The basement suddenly illuminated, and the previously faint metallic clanging became clear and distinct, as if it were right beside him. And the source of the sound seemed to be at the corner of the stairs where he stood. Underscore 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 underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 14, Kind Mita. 1202 words. The rhythmic clang, clang, clang echoed from the depths of the staircase. Alan, drawn by the sound, descended the steps. He was pleasantly surprised. The old wooden floorboards didn't betray him with the expected, high-pitched creak. In that moment, Alan felt a surge of gratitude towards the game developers. Shouldering his way past the last step, he found a small, dark room, but it wasn't the source of the noise. Alan glanced back, realizing the metallic clanging seemed to emanate from a jail cell. A jail cell? In the basement. The very idea felt loaded. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could this be some kind of elaborate setup by Mita? Images, far too explicit for the moment, instantly flooded his brain, only to be shattered by another sharp clang. Better check it out, he mumbled, his voice barely a whisper, and started towards the makeshift prison. Only when he stood before the cell did a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Iron bars formed a stark barrier, separating the inside world from the outside. Within the cramped confines, a young girl was confined. Her slender back was turned to him, her shoulders shaking slightly. Azure hair, long enough to reach her waist, cascaded down. She was dressed in a red knitted sweater and a short skirt. Loafers lay discarded nearby, revealing the clear outline of her rounded toes through her socks. The socks' soles weren't dirty, but surprisingly clean and white. Her slender hand, almost incongruously, gripped an iron pipe, her delicate fingers tapping it idly against a water pipe embedded in the wall. The rhythmic clang echoed, so that was the sound he'd heard from the bedroom. It was this girl. But Alan's mind was already racing towards escape. This couldn't be Mita, could it? Just a different hairstyle. Wait. Hairstyle. A hazy memory surfaced, the photos on the wall when he'd first arrived in this bizarre world. Mita, in those pictures, had short hair. Then, after the security guards leaped to version 1.9, he'd encountered that nemesis of a girl. At that time, Mita had sported 2 low ponytails. And the Mita he'd just met. Her long hair flowed freely, unstyled, down her back. So were there different Mitas in this game world? The hypothesis clicked, a sudden understanding of why his Mita had been so angry. She'd just given him her first kiss, and then he'd blurted out how cute her short hair was. Doomed. Utterly doomed. He'd praised another girl's appearance immediately after that first kiss. What girl wouldn't be furious? This is really bad, he muttered, a headache already forming. The girl in the cell heard him. Question mark. She slowly turned, revealing a face identical to Mita's. Even without an expression, a gentle kindness radiated from her eyes. Both were gorgeous. Both are pretty good looking. The whole situation was triggering a kind of PTSD in Alan. Now, any kind girl instantly reminded him of the one who'd locked him in that tiny, dark room, who had also seemed incredibly kind. A hidden lunatic, perhaps, albeit a very cute one. The girl, noticing Alan, gracefully turned, stood, and smoothed her skirt with a practiced elegance. Hello, player. How did you manage to get in here? Key, he answered curtly, his face a mask. His guard was up, his mind screaming, is this another lunatic? Even worse, could this be Mita, her hair down, in disguise? All part of some elaborate revenge plot. Right, of course. It's just. I haven't seen anyone in so long, I'm a little flustered and I rambled a bit. The girl, in Alan's view, gently patted her lips and shook her head slightly, as if composing herself. He decided to test the waters. Aren't you going to put on your shoes? Alan gestured towards the loafers she'd placed neatly to the side. They'll smell. He expected a shy blush, a playful tap on the shoulder, a delicate, what are you saying, you idiot? The usual Mita response. But this Mita stared at him with those clear, lake-like eyes for a beat, then gave him a flat look. Her eyes practically screamed, really? At a time like this, don't bring up such irrelevant details. She'd already said it, in her own way. Still, she seemed to care, if only a little. She crouched, smoothed her skirt with meticulous care, and slipped on her shoes. Alan felt a pang of regret. He'd just deprived himself of a rather pleasing view. Once she stood, he posed the crucial question. Are you Mita, too? Yes, as you can see. The Mita in the cage turned, executing a slow pirouette. Her skirt flared elegantly, offering a fleeting glimpse of her pale thighs. He'd seen the mischievous Mita upstairs spin, too, but the effect was entirely different. But you seem to know quite a bit. This Mita stroked her chin thoughtfully, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I expected you to be afraid at first sight. Then I'd have to explain everything. This saves us a lot of time. I can guess some things. By the way, what's the story with the Mita upstairs? Alan was fishing, hoping to glean some insight into handling the jealous, prank-loving Mita. You've met her, then? Mita's gaze swept over him, a worried frown creasing her brow. She seemed to visibly relax when she confirmed he was unharmed. Then, her expression darkened. She's a madwoman, a murderer. This was originally my version, where I was waiting for my player. But she broke in, locked me here. And she intends to harm the player. Harm? Alan didn't fully trust her, filing this away as a possible explanation. He'd rely on his own observations. His mind immediately went to the chainsaws that had dropped from the bathroom sink and oven on the 10th day, before he'd been transported to Mita's world. She did have a certain lunatic streak. So how was this one different? Judging by her current straightforward and serious demeanor, she at least seemed normal. By harm, do you mean she wants to kill the player? No, it's worse than that. The girl's face fell, a storm gathering in her eyes. She wants to turn all the players into cartridges, just for her own twisted amusement. This piece of information resonated. The bathroom had been filled with cartridges bearing people's names. But why? What's her motive? It seems like a lot of unnecessary trouble. No. The girl shook her head. I told you, she's insane. Everything she does is for her own amusement, to make herself happy. This didn't quite align with what Alan had witnessed, so he kept it filed as a possibility, not a certainty. He thought silently, then met the gaze of the girl in the cage. He saw only sincerity in those azure eyes. He'd initially ruled out that this Mita was the mischievous girl, but he couldn't be sure it wasn't all an act. Should I believe you? I can't rule out the possibility that you're lying. Underscore 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 underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 15, Dear. 1070 words. The caged bird met Alan's questioning gaze with a patient air. In this situation, she said, her voice calm and measured, I'm the only one you can trust. She lifted a fingertip, tracing a slow circle in the air. Because, dear, I am the kindest, gentlest Mita you could possibly meet here. Indeed. The girl in the jail. Kind Mita, he should call her. The contrast between her words and their inherent irony lent her a strange sort of cuteness, a world away from the mischievous girl. At least outwardly, kind Mita presented no obvious cracks in her facade. Though doubts lingered, and Alan couldn't help but notice the biases embedded in her vocabulary, she had called him dear. He sighed. All right. What do you need from me? Even as he spoke, Alan discreetly opened his security guard app, checking the system panel. First, kind Mita said, please extend your hand. Question mark. While he scanned the panel, kind Mita produced a ring from her pocket. A proposal? Already? The thought flashed through Alan's mind, but she continued, I know you might still be suffering from her poison, and you probably don't entirely believe me. Kind Mita's eyelashes lowered, her eyes, like hidden pools in a deep forest, fixed on the ring resting in her palm. So consider this a token of my sincerity. Her expression was earnest, prompting Alan to continue his surreptitious scan of the security guard panel. He wasn't naive enough to blindly trust a beautiful woman's words. However, he was currently at an impasse, desperate to move forward. And this kind Mita clearly possessed valuable information about the mischievous Mita and the game world itself. Besides, his security guard offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. What does it do? It's the key to defeating Crazy Mita. Hearing this, Alan reached his hand toward the cage. Question mark. He was met with a look of pure bewilderment from the girl, as if she were completely lost. Weren't you going to, put the ring on me? No, I must have explained it poorly. You're supposed to. Never mind, this is quicker. Kind Mita, he noted, was strikingly different from the mischievous girl. Her thought processes seemed far more rational. She quickly adapted to Alan reaching into the cage and took his hand. Holding the ring delicately between two fingers, she noticed his intense gaze. May I ask why you're staring at me like that? I believe my gaze is perfectly normal. Alan averted his eyes. To have a beautiful girl place a ring on his finger, to claim he felt nothing would be a lie. In contrast, Mita, under that intense scrutiny, felt the simple act growing less and less innocent. Sigh. A soft exhale escaped her lips. When she looked back at Alan's fingertip, a distinct solemnity had settled in her eyes. Alan found himself caught up in her seriousness, swallowing involuntarily. A man and a woman, separated by the bars of the cage, their attention focused solely on the fingertip and the ring. Slowly, the ring slid from her fair hand onto Alan's index finger. Ha! Don't rings usually go on the ring finger or middle finger in TV shows? Is that right? I wouldn't know. Well, let's try again. Mita nodded seriously, accepting Alan's suggestion. She gently removed the ring and moved toward his middle finger. So. I'm putting it in. Yes. If it gets stuck or feels too tight, just say so. Okay. The ring passed the tip of Alan's middle finger and settled at the first knuckle. It's in. Does it hurt? No. Then, I'll go a little deeper. You truly are kind, Mita. This gentleness can't be faked. Hearing this, the girl glanced at Alan, then refocused on her important task. The ring slid further, reaching his second knuckle. A slight resistance became noticeable. Does it hurt? No. Your touch is very light, you can apply a little more pressure. That's good. Reaching the third knuckle, a relieved Mita finally relaxed, wiping a fine sheen of sweat from her forehead. Phew. I was so nervous. But it's finally done. Yes. During the prolonged, almost agonizing process of putting on the ring, Mita and Alan had reached a new level of understanding. Every delicate, meticulous movement from kind Mita felt genuine to Alan. Crucially, his internal, lunatic radar remained silent. Alan felt he could lower his guard further, treating her as a potential ally. He was about to inquire about the ring's specific function when she spoke. By the way, player. Call me Alan. Okay. Then, Alan, you were also poisoned by that crazy woman. I mean, Crazy Mita, right? Alan detected a flicker of heartache in her gaze. After all, you seem so tense. Not entirely. He was primarily sensitive to potential lunatics due to past experiences. Now, with the likelihood of kind Mita being a lunatic significantly diminished, Alan felt ready to share his own information. Actually, my conflict with the mischievous girl, isn't as intense as you might believe. It was difficult for Alan to reconcile the image of the girl who often smiled softly at him, and called him, idiot, with kind Mita's label of Crazy Mita. However, the fact remained that she had intended to turn him into a cartridge. He briefly recounted his encounter with Crazy Mita in the small room. When he mentioned the mischievous girl's moment of shyness, kind Mita showed slight surprise, but not outright disbelief. But when Alan revealed that Crazy Mita had kissed him, the girl's incredulous response reached his ears. Wait, you're saying. Kind Mita blinked her large eyes, gesturing upwards, clearly referring to the mischievous girl somewhere above. She kissed you? Yes. Unprecedented. She actually would do that. Kind Mita crossed her arms and began pacing restlessly in the small room, circling like a trapped animal, her thoughts a mystery. No, I can't figure it out at all. I don't understand. She grew increasingly agitated, verging on a breakdown. Alan, his eyelids drooping, interjected dryly, is it so strange for me to be kissed? Or am I like one of those faceless male protagonists in harem novels who can only find a girlfriend through an app or a magic pocket watch? Underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 16, What to Do After Finding Her. 1097 words. Mita stared at him, momentarily speechless, before rushing to clarify. No, that's not what I meant. This information about crazy Mita. It's a huge breakthrough. She paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face. By the way, what does faceless male protagonist in harem novels even? Don't worry about that. Alan cut her off, knowing that explaining that to a young girl would only earn him a look of utter disdain. He quickly steered the conversation back to the mischievous girl. Kind Mita, thankfully, let the question drop and listened intently. As Alan recounted how, shortly after receiving Crazy Mita's first kiss, he'd complimented her, saying, "Your short hair is also very cute," the girl's eyes sharpened, a hint of disdain creeping in. Hey, don't look at me like that, Alan protested. I didn't know then. Sorry. It was subconscious. Alan hadn't expected the disdain from their previous encounter to resurface so quickly. He was momentarily flustered. Anyway, that's what happened. After that, I was locked in a dark room, some things happened, I ended up in the basement, and then I met you. You've been through a lot, too. The girl in the cell offered a wry smile. Seeing Alan's gaze drop, she quickly added, it probably won't be like this anymore. Because now you and I are on the same side, dear. The girl's earnest expression almost made Alan retort, but he held back. Right now, the more pressing issue was at hand. Have you found a way to deal with the mischievous girl, dear? He asked. The girl was slightly taken aback by his use of the endearment, but she pressed on. Of course. I've devised numerous plans. Although it's challenging, with this ring, we can definitely defeat her. At the mention of plan, her eyes lit up, like a child eager to show off a drawing. But the next second, she latched onto Alan's word choice. Huh? What's with the huh? No. Did I hear you correctly? Kind Mita's face was a mask of disbelief. You just said you want to find her. Yeah. Alan saw no issue with that. I mostly just had a disagreement with her. Besides, he still had 25% of that progress bar to fill before he could activate his return trip. He needed to find the mischievous girl to complete it, but he kept that part to himself. He also kept the security guard system a secret. Ha. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble processing this. The girl pressed her hand to her forehead, rubbing her temples as if trying to organize her thoughts. You're telling me you want to go find a crazed woman who wields a chainsaw like a pen, has turned countless players into cartridges, and even trapped me here. Generally speaking, yes. Please don't joke. That's incredibly dangerous. Realizing her tone might be inappropriate, Mita softened her voice. If something happened to you, I'd be very upset, dear. Sigh, my head is starting to hurt even more. Seeing Kind Mita teetering on the edge of agitation again, Alan wondered if she had some kind of planning-related obsessive-compulsive disorder. Everything had to follow a strict plan. Any deviation, and she'd unravel, that sort of feeling. It was the complete opposite of Alan's style. He was the type to act first and think later. Although the journey had been a bit unusual, he'd made it this far without any major catastrophes. Besides, that string of deers was surprisingly pleasant to his ears. He should tell that mischievous girl to take notes. But he had a feeling that would land him right back in the dark room. In short, let me explain our plan, Mita began. The key is this ring. It can guide you to the correct, shortest, and fastest route. Skip. The girl ignored his interjection. And at the end of that route is the core of this game world. There you'll find a way to reset crazy Mita. Why don't you go? I haven't explained that part in detail yet. Mita considered this for a moment, then explained, we Mitas, for certain reasons, can't enter the core. But players are individuals from outside this world. That restriction doesn't apply to you. And you, dear, can return to your own world by restoring crazy Mita to normal. Faced with this deluge of information, Alan's forehead practically sprouted question marks. So none of the Mitas knew how to listen, did they? First, there was the one who threw tantrums and ignored everything, and now this one, unilaterally dragging him into her scheme. Kind Mita seemed to realize she'd been rambling. Sorry, I haven't talked to a normal person in too long. I'm kind of talking to myself. Sigh. Anyway, Alan, can you help me? I'll consider it. The truth was, Alan now had a way to get home. However, helping the girl in front of him escape the cell seemed like a manageable first step. Consider it. Seeing that kind Mita was going to say something, he changed the topic. He had an idea. Never mind that for now. Let me get you out of here first, okay? I almost forgot about that. Thank you. The girl's face broke into a relieved smile. But Alan felt it was far too early for celebrations. Do you know where the key is? It's on the machine next to the sofa. But you don't need to unlock the door, just hand me the key. Following Mita's directions, Alan found a golden key resting on a nearby machine. He picked it up and approached the cell. The girl reached out, but Alan pulled the key back. Kind Mita. I'm going to teach you something now. Alan's expression turned serious, prompting the already serious girl to nod solemnly, albeit confused. Please tell me, is there something I'm not doing well enough? Her earnestness left Alan speechless, but he decided to roll with it. Don't you know? When you're asking someone for a favor, you need to lean forward 45 degrees, blush, expose your cleavage, get a little teary-eyed, then ask. The words tumbled out of Alan before he could stop them. He was even a little shocked himself. Had the mischievous girl's influence rubbed off on him so much that he could casually drop suggestive lines to Mita-type beautiful girls? That was the only explanation he could think of. Underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 17, the underlying code is like this. 1160 words. A feint is. Is that so? On the other side of the cage, the girl, reeling from this new information, seemed genuinely stunned. I had no idea. Alan tilted his head slightly. Was kind Mita truly this naive? It didn't quite fit. A soft voice, almost a whisper, drifted from the girl. Isn't that a gesture of gratitude? Though I've never done it myself. Alan's brow furrowed. How do you know? Her eyes flickered away, unfocused. The underlying code dictates it. Alan understood. A system-defined behavior. But there's nothing to be done about it, I suppose. Mita's next words snagged his attention. The beautiful girl bowed slightly, the movement causing a deep shadow to fall across her chest, and her eyes glistened, brimming with unshed tears. I also realize I was a bit self-centered earlier. Please consider this an apology, She paused, her voice trailing off. Alan had already averted his gaze, eyes squeezed shut, pointedly ignoring her. Inside Alan's mind, a justification formed. He wasn't some lecherous old man. This was simply retribution for the girl's earlier presumptuousness, dragging him into some unknown scheme. He was merely balancing the scales between temporary partners. Alan had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to see her attitude. He simply wanted to be recognized. And, frankly, this gave him a valid excuse to help Mita. He genuinely loved this game, and the characters within it. Damn it. He should just take a quick look. It felt like a loss if he didn't. Alan surreptitiously cracked open one eyelid, a sliver of sight revealing kind Mita still leaning against the cage, maintaining that perfect 45-degree bow. Her bewildered gaze locked with his. And in that instant, Mita understood. A playful, almost teasing smile curved her lips. Darling, I thought I wasn't your type. Catching his gaze, the girl's lips quirked upwards, a sly glint in her eyes. Feigning disinterest. From this. I'd say you're rather inexperienced, aren't you? How cute. Being called out by such a stunningly beautiful girl made Alan's fists clench involuntarily. He retorted, it's not like you have a wealth of experience yourself. No. I have absolutely none. No, wait, why are we even discussing this? A valid point. Alan rubbed his temples, then gestured pointedly with his hand. You forgot your belongings. Belongings? The girl followed Alan's pointed direction, only to realize she was still frozen in the exact posture he had described, bowed at a sharp 45-degree angle, her cleavage on full display. And as if karma had decided to have its say, a faint trickle of milky white mystery, left over from her earlier actions, escaped into the air. Mita gasped, a sharp eek escaping her lips. She instinctively clutched her chest, hands flying up to cover herself, and scrambled to change the subject. Anyway. The key. Give it to me, now. Here. Alan handed it over. Instead of unlocking the cell, Mita pointed behind him. See if you can get that console working. Alan followed her finger, a puzzled question mark forming silently on his lips. There, nestled amongst the debris outside the cell, lay a dormant game console. This is... Alan frowned. The device sparked a flicker of recognition. It bore a striking resemblance to the cartridge-based machine the other Mita, the mischievous one, had been holding. A cartridge machine. Yes. You know more than I thought you did, Mita confirmed with a solemn nod. She watched as Alan picked up the console. He deftly flipped open the lid, revealing a screen and keyboard. The figure displayed on the screen was undeniably familiar. Azure hair, styled in two low, naturally flowing ponytails. The figure was currently squatting, accepting tools from a female arm shown in a first-person perspective. It was clear, she was repairing or modifying the teleportation machine the mischievous Mita had mentioned. As I thought, Mita murmured, her voice laced with a hint of resignation. She's using players to achieve her goals. Using? Yes. Players learn all sorts of skills, from programming to mechanical assembly, even aspects of appearance. She's extracting that knowledge. Alan's mind flashed back to the cartridges he'd discovered in the bathroom vent. It all clicked into place. So the mischievous Mita is a scholar, too. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, maybe he could bring her home to help with his exams. His gaze drifted to the console, noticing a pink cartridge slotted beneath it. That, he surmised, was how she was accessing the player's viewpoint, a combination of the cartridge and the console. What happens if you pull out the cartridge? They die, Mita answered without a moment's hesitation. Alan's eyes then locked onto a bright red button beside the console. It practically begged to be pressed, its color a vibrant, almost taunting, invitation. What's this button for? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's the power switch. Mita furrowed her brow, clearly unfamiliar with this kind of technology. So if you turn it off, the player wouldn't die, just be turned off, right? Ah, yes. That's a possibility. She raised a finger, adding, but it's better not to turn it off right now. If that player loses consciousness, crazy Mita will know something's wrong. Click. Alan's action was faster than Mita's warning. His fingertip pressed firmly down on the red button. The first-person view on the screen lurched violently, then plummeted to the ground. The screen went black. Mita stammered beside him. The anxious flush on her face, the way her cheeks were coloring, screamed, "What have you done? What are you doing?" She finally burst out, her pink lips trembling. Her incredulous gaze was fixed on the finger Alan had used to press the button. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is for you? As long as you're safe, you don't need to worry about me." Alan wasn't acting impulsively. He glanced at Mita's still-locked cell. The mischievous Mita wouldn't suspect her. This gave Alan the opening he needed, a direct confrontation with crazy Mita. Seriously? Are you an idiot? Worrying about my safety at a time like this? The girl in the cell was clutching her head, clearly misinterpreting Alan's motives. "You should follow the ring's guidance and find a safe place to hide." I don't need to. I have a way to. Go. Don't play games with your life. A surprising, forceful aura erupted from the usually gentle Mita. Alan felt a chill, as if a sudden, icy wind had swept through the room. All right. The ring on his hand glowed green, guiding him to a corner, where he crouched down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the basement, the door creaked open. Footsteps, a steady tap, 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 echoed down the silent stairs. Underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 18, The Girl with the Knife. 1131 words. Be careful, hide. Don't let her find you. Hushed, okay. Crouched in the corner, Alan heard the girl's nervous whisper fade. He idly flicked open the security guard panel. Honestly, facing this particular mischievous girl, he felt anything but nervous. If he felt any tension, it was the kind you get before a debate you're confident you'll win. Of course, there was another reason for his calm, pure confidence. He glanced at the progress bar, frozen at 75%. Both a security protection and a cleanup and speed boost were online. Offense and defense. He just wasn't sure what combat power to fight the virus head-on, as cleanup and speed boost described it, would actually look like. Tap, tap. The girl's footsteps grew closer. She must be down the stairs by now. Alan, taking advantage of the brief respite, smoothly began exploring the security guard's more complex functions. A grayed-out icon labeled Bug Fix caught his eye. He tapped it, but nothing. Inactive, for now. He glanced to the side. Scrawled along the far right edge of the panel's progress bar, almost hidden, dark text on a black background, like a lurking worm, was a number, 100,000. A question mark formed in his mind. Just then, the footsteps ceased. The mischievous girl's voice echoed through the basement. "You didn't mess with the console, did you? So where's my Alan?" A good line, Alan thought. Worth an 8 out of 10. At that moment, the ring on his hand pulsed, projecting a streamlined beam of light deeper into the basement's shadows. Alan understood, time to move. He stood, taking a leisurely stroll in the direction the light indicated. A quick glance revealed the mischievous girl's back. Her signature low ponytail was still in place, and a blood-stained dagger glinted in her hand. He also caught Kind Mita's startled gaze. Kind Mita's face was an open book, every emotion plainly visible, the polar opposite of the mischievous girl. Alan had now reached a blind spot behind a pillar, as indicated by the ring. What were you staring at? The low ponytail girl turned her head, searching. But the space was empty. What exactly is your purpose in all this? Is turning players into cartridges really just to satisfy your desire to play? Kind Mita's words pulled her attention back. Purpose? What purpose? I'm bored. Right now, I just want to know where my Alan is. Who knows? Heh. Boring puppet. But it doesn't matter. Crazy Mita's voice was a low sneer. She scanned the basement. This place is only so big, after all. She casually flicked the knife, leaving a trail of crimson in the air. And I really enjoy hide and seek. With those words, she started walking towards the pillar concealing Alan. Kind Mita watched, her anxiety ratcheting up another notch. Please be safe. Under her worried gaze, Crazy Mita reached the pillar. Let me guess. Which little troublemaker is hiding here? She peeked around the corner, just as Alan slipped out on the opposite side, perfectly synchronized to stay in her blind spot. The girl in the cell released a shaky breath. Alan, guided by the ring, smoothly retreated towards the entrance to the basement stairs. He reached the bottom, and the ring's glow faded, destination reached. This is it. And there, beside the stairs, Alan discovered a small room he hadn't noticed before. He was momentarily speechless. When he'd first entered the basement, he hadn't bothered to check that room. Now, the ring had led him to a point precisely between the stairs and the room, a crossroads of sorts. Looking for something? I'm pretty familiar with this place. A girl's curious voice, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance, drifted to his ears. Alan answered casually, No, I was just deciding which way to go. Ah. The speaker hadn't expected such a straightforward reply. There was a 2-second pause. How about this? She seemed to have found a solution, picking up a sharp, shadowy object. Come over to my side. What do you say? Alan glanced sideways. Not far off, Kind Mita peeked out from her cell, her face a mask of pallor and despair. Quick, run. Her trembling lips formed the words, a silent warning. Kind Mita was still in the cell. So who was this next to him? The answer was blindingly obvious. I think that's a good idea. He looked at the mischievous girl, who seemed like an old acquaintance. A knitted sweater, a short skirt, and those alluring, sly eyes and rosy lips, all the hallmarks of a youthful girl. As long as you ignored the girl's spicy fangs, and the dagger clutched tightly in her hand. Hee. Then, I'll take you up on that. By the way, should I add a line here? The smile blooming on her lips was laced with deadly intent, mirrored by the sharp dagger that plunged straight towards Alan's abdomen. Got you. Clang. The weapon, which should have met no resistance, was blocked. Ha! The tip of the knife hadn't pierced flesh, as Mita was used to. Instead, it met a hard, impenetrable surface, like striking solid rock. Her gaze dropped. A massive, mosaic-like sword was positioned like a dam in front of Alan's abdomen, deflecting her attack. The girl still trapped in the cell, who had initially squeezed her eyes shut in despair, heard the metallic clash and looked out, bewildered. That's a great sword. She'd often researched the world outside Mita's, but even she couldn't comprehend why a dating sim would feature this. It was even more outlandish than Crazy Mita's chainsaw. So that's it. Is this cleanup and speed boost? Alan examined the weapon the security guard had provided. The mosaic greatsword was as thick and wide as a man's torso, a vibrant blue, the exact shade of the system logo. The blade itself wasn't overly long, about half Alan's height. It was less a greatsword, more a shield that could also be used for chopping, complete with a hilt. He gripped the hilt. The seemingly heavy weapon felt weightless in his hand, effortlessly blocking Mita's attack. His strength and reaction speed had clearly been amplified. What is that? The girl's bewildered murmur reached his ears. Alan met her eyes. I wasn't trying to seriously dodge at first. I was just letting you get close. Huh? The mischievous girl, hearing this, tried to pull back, but Alan seized her wrist. Now you owe me an apology, Mita. Apology? She was momentarily stunned, then watched Alan's lips, the ones she had kissed, move. Tell me, who were you with just now? Underscore 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 underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 19, A War of Words. 1222 words. Tell me, he began, his voice low, who were you with just now? Mita, her low ponytail swaying slightly, froze. The scene felt eerily familiar, the grip on her dagger loosening involuntarily. She took 3 steps back, a wary retreat from Alan's steady approach. Who was I with? A player, who else? Her expression was a mask of feigned confusion, as if she genuinely couldn't grasp his meaning. She forced a composure that was visibly cracking. But her words trailed off midway. She looked up, a dawning dread in her eyes. There it was, the barely contained anger in Alan's gaze. You were with other players? Well, She shifted her feet, the seemingly neutral question somehow carrying the weight of an impending storm. Mita could feel it brewing. Tap. Her retreat ended abruptly as her back hit the cold stone wall. Trapped. To her right, still caged, was kind Mita, her counterpart, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and bewilderment. This was crazy Mita. The one who had beaten her into the cage. The one who had turned countless players into cartridges. Alan's prior descriptions suddenly felt woefully inadequate. Don't look at her, Alan commanded, his voice sharp. Look at me. All of crazy Mita's bluster and aggression evaporated. Obediently, like a child caught red-handed, she raised her head, meeting his dark eyes. Alan switched his grip on the greatsword from 2 hands to 1, freeing a hand to pick up the console he'd set down earlier. I saw what you did on this. Don't be angry, she pleaded, her voice softer now. I was repairing the teleportation machine. And that player was a girl. Don't change the subject. His calm, unwavering voice cut through her explanation like a blade, leaving her flustered. You mean to say, while I was gone, you were with other players? I already explained, didn't I? Her grip on the dagger weakened further. Alan felt a chilling certainty that a slight push with his greatsword would be enough to make her cry out in pain. That player was a girl. I was afraid you'd get jealous, so I found her, and after I was done, I would have killed her immediately. What did you promise me upstairs, with your mouth MMPH? Wait, idiot, don't say it. Mita swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth, her eyes darting to the caged girl with a venomous glare. The thought of eliminating this witness, of restoring their twisted world of 2, clearly crossed her mind. Look at me. Okay. She reluctantly turned back. Alan saw not only the flustered face of a girl caught in her mischief but also, peripherally, the security guard's panel. Confronting this mischievous girl, especially now that her facade had crumbled, even Alan felt a tremor of nerves. But the results were undeniable. The progress bar had reached 80%. Just a little more effort, and he could go home. But his gaze flickered to kind Mita in the cage. Her expression was one of utter devastation, her worldview shattered. She didn't even seem concerned about the possibility of being killed. He had a sinking feeling, explanations would be necessary later. This Mita's brain wasn't the sharpest, and she clearly hadn't recovered from the shock. Alan gave her a pointed look. I'll explain later. ? Kind Mita blinked, confused for a moment, then seemingly understood. She nodded slightly. That's ridiculous, she understood that. Alan was stunned but tried another look. There might be a fight later. No matter what, stay put. Another nod. Okay, she can even understand something completely out of context. Is this a game world thing? Alan turned his attention back to the mischievous girl, his eyes locking with hers. In short, just tell me. Do you truly have me in your heart? And how much space do I occupy? You occupy all of it. Louder. Let me hear your conviction. I. Seeing her fluster, Alan breathed a small sigh of relief. He glanced at the system panel. His verbal barrage had pushed the progress another 5%, reaching 85%. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen events, his goal was within reach. Huh? Did that just sound like a massive flag? Alan, you occupy all of my heart. I like you very much. She deliberately directed this declaration towards the caged Mita, a pointed jab. Question mark. But the sight of this near-identical girl, separated only by demeanor and attire, caused crazy Mita's mood to plummet. Why had she come to the basement in the first place? A wave of realization washed over her. She'd been in the house, seen that convenient toy on the floor, and realized the basement console had been touched. And the caged bird was, well, caged, unable to reach it. Therefore, someone else, someone free to move, had interacted with it. That someone could only be Alan. And the basement, a man and a woman alone. The thought was like poison, staining her heart with a dark, possessive jealousy. The fluster on her face vanished, replaced by a dangerously sweet smile. Alan, you're such a bad boy. I was truly scared for a moment there. Alan, who had been checking the panel, stiffened. Not good. He turned his head, and his fears were confirmed. The gentle, mischievous smile had returned to her lips. She'd recovered. A monstrous force erupted from the greatsword he held. With a resounding clang, he was thrown back several meters. You haven't answered my question yet. Sigh. Really? I can tell you as many times as you need. Mita sighed dramatically, a theatrical display of helplessness. Her face was slightly flushed from the forced sweet talk, her soft pink lips parting and closing in the dim light, appearing almost luminous. I like you very much. I want to keep you by my side. Always. Forever. Stay with me. Then what's the dagger in your hand for? My liking you and my wanting to punish you, or even kill you, aren't mutually exclusive, are they? After all. Crazy Mita's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold and flat, settling on kind Mita. You also cheated on me, behind my back, didn't you? Huh? Two voices, Alan's and kind Mita's, spoke in unison. They looked at each other, then pointed, first at the other, then at themselves, a mirror of confusion. See? You're perfectly in sync. It's really unsettling. With a thud of her boots, the girl transformed into a blur, launching herself at Alan. Swish, her blood-stained dagger, like a crescent moon, arced towards the greatsword. Where did my bad boy find such a handy toy? During the brief clash, Mita's gaze flickered thoughtfully to Alan's greatsword, then, almost as an afterthought, to kind Mita. Could it be that this puppet gave it to you? Kind Mita, realizing the focus had somehow shifted back to her, looked at Alan with wide, helpless eyes. Don't pay attention to her, Alan said quickly, his voice firm. Don't worry, I've got this. Hee Alan, are you so sure? Of course. His unwavering confidence sent another wave of darkness across crazy Mita's face. A monstrous force, like a raging torrent, surged towards Alan. Underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 20, Bad End or Good End. 1,475 words. Alan was cornered. Crazy Mita had forced him back against the wall, and the greatsword hilt trembled in his grip, threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. What's wrong, darling? Giving up already? You're panting. So cute, she purred, a predatory glint in her eyes. My anger's mostly subsided. If you want to beg for forgiveness, go ahead. But... A blush bloomed on her cheeks as she tightened her grip on the dagger. You'll have to use some sweet words. Coax me. And then... we can be together. Forever. Alan had to admit, despite the jarring combination of dagger and greatsword, the mischievous girl was undeniably cute. Crazy Mita's gaze flicked to the greatsword in his hands. Also, I thought I knew you so well. But you were hiding secrets. After this is over. She smiled, a sugary sweetness that didn't quite reach her eyes. You'll have to tell me everything. Alan balked at that. He wasn't entirely opposed to the idea of together forever with this captivatingly dangerous girl, but that was predicated on him retaining the information advantage and the self-preservation abilities of the security guard. Without that gap, he was certain that Mita, brilliant enough to build a cross-dimensional machine, would find a loophole. And then... it truly would be forever. His entire existence at her mercy, played with at her whim, leading to utterly shameless days. He found himself wondering, almost idly, if having children was even possible in this game. The thought was quickly followed by a chill that had nothing to do with anticipation. And that puppet lady over there, Mita continued, her voice laced with venom. After this, I'm going to kill her. She sighed, a dramatic, theatrical sound. I wanted to enjoy our little moment, but it seems the messes I left behind have become the source of our quarrel. It's my fault, really, her azure eyes flashed, the full force of her killing intent unleashed. For not killing her in the first place. Alan's gaze drifted to kind Mita. She stood, flustered, seemingly caught in a desperate internal debate. Then, with a visible effort, she bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Tap. Alan's back finally hit the wall. He was out of room. Trapped. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Harder? Crazy Mita tilted her head, a picture of innocent confusion. I'm not talking to you, Alan said, his voice low. I'm talking to her. He looked directly at kind Mita, and Crazy Mita followed his gaze. You made that face, how could I not save you? Alan thought, what the hell? He was already saving himself, saving one more person was just a matter of convenience. And she had called him dear. Crazy Mita was momentarily stunned. Then, a feeling of weightlessness swept over her. She looked down, realizing Alan had twisted sideways, using the smooth wall to evade her overwhelming strength. Thud. Caught off guard, Mita's momentum carried her forward, slamming her upper body into the wall. Damn physics engine. Why does it have to be so realistic? She groaned, her face flushed, tears of pain springing to her eyes. But Alan wasn't finished. Mita suddenly felt her hand empty. Her dagger, snatched away, clattered to the floor. Then, two arms, strong as ropes, wrapped around her, binding her tightly. Idiot! What are you doing? It's not time for that yet. Wait until after I kill her. Can we do it? Alan deliberately breathed into Mita's ear, the warm puff of air making her struggle noticeably weaker. Know that, at least, wait until I'm ready. The struggling started again, but it was feeble, her body almost melting against his. Alan let out a quiet breath of relief. 85%, 90%. In their previous clashes, Alan had been surprised to discover that not only had his strength and reflexes increased, but even his more abstract combat skills had sharpened. He'd realized this while blocking Mita's initial attacks. Facing her dagger, he hadn't panicked, he'd had room to maneuver, to test the limits of his enhanced abilities. However, he'd also learned something crucial. Even with the security guards' clean-up and speed boost, his raw strength couldn't match hers. And right now, Mita was using a dagger. If she switched to a weapon with more reach, even Alan might not be able to subdue her. "Have you forgiven me?" "Forgiven?" Holding the mischievous girl close, whispering into her ear, Alan shot a look at kind Mita. She nodded, understanding instantly, and rushed to open the prison door. With a groaning creak, the door swung open. Kind Mita, taking a deep breath of the outside air, didn't hesitate. She moved behind Alan, tugging gently at his clothes. She glanced at the now lovey-dovey crazy Mita, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and forced calm. Her lips trembled, forming silent words. "What do we do with her?" Alan considered. They'd keep things as they were for now, until the progress bar was full. After that, this world wouldn't be his concern. Then, he looked down at the girl who seemed utterly lost in a sugary haze within his arms. A flicker of something unreadable passed through his dark eyes. "You're like a flower." Such a cliché. But I like it. She smiled, a radiant, spring-like expression. Like a flower, yes, a flower brimming with deadly poison. The mischievous girl was complex, a whirlwind of contradictions. Adorable, yet lethal. She existed on the edge of two extremes. And her love. It was intense. Like molten rock. One wrong move, and he'd be consumed, reduced to nothing but bone. And on the other side. Alan glanced at kind Mita, who looked back puzzled. He was curious about her, too. They'd only just met. Yet her actions baffled him. Crazy Mita had said she'd forgive him, on the condition that he kill kind Mita later. And kind Mita, after a moment of agonizing hesitation, had agreed to give up everything. This was bizarre behavior for two strangers. He had a strong feeling. There were secrets here. "By the way, Alan," the girl in his arms murmured, drawing his attention back. "Have you hugged me enough? We can hug more after I kill that puppet." Her bright eyes seemed to convey the most casual of thoughts. So she still hasn't forgotten about that. Alan's mouth twitched. He forced a smile. No, it's never enough. He was just being a professional. 90%, 95%. Really, you're still so smooth. But let's put the sweet talk on hold for now. Her hand crept up his arms. Alan felt a surge of monstrous strength, gradually loosening his hold on Mita. Until she broke free completely. She glanced at the dagger on the floor, a swift, predatory movement, and quickly bent to retrieve it. In the next instant, the sharp edge was aimed at kind Mita's throat. With a hiss, a large sword, glowing with blue light, intercepted the attack. "Alan? Just stay put." After our alone time. Crazy Mita's mouth curved in a shy smile, her delicate lips reflecting the dim light of the basement. "I will offer myself to you." "Ah, I said it. 95%, 100%. Alan, straining against her overwhelming power, wanted to object. He hadn't done anything, yet he was still somehow at fault. "Alan, let go." The girl behind him, at this moment, patted his shoulder. "With you here, crazy Mita should be significantly restrained. That way, the other Mitas can be saved too." Alan looked back. Kind Mita smiled, shaking her head slightly. Her words, so utterly rational, stirred something within him. Besides, there's no lasting impact if Mita dies. Only her memory and room will be reset. That's why crazy Mita, who took over my room, didn't kill me. Alan remained silent, still struggling to hold her back. Kind Mita leaned close, her lips moving near his ear, whispering so only he could hear. "At that point, with her love for you, you can go directly to the core and reset her. And that way, you'll have a chance to go home." "So, dear." "Shut up." Alan was just an ordinary guy. An ordinary guy with a bit of bad luck. In the real world, he was drowning in debt. After graduation, he'd face a mountain of repayments. Under that crushing pressure, he'd found the game Mita. He was, in that moment, deeply grateful for the relentless advertising of 720 security guard and Mita-type characters. They were his solace, his escape. I won't let you die in front of me. I haven't heard enough of those dears yet. A strained smile touched his lips. Also, I hate bad endings and R18G. Underscore 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 underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 21, Defeat. 1178 words. Driven by an unseen force, Alan's arms locked like hydraulic pistons, forcing the dagger back. Clang! The shriek of metal on metal, blade against greatsword, echoed in his ears. He used the brief respite to assess the gap between him and the girl, this whirlwind of playful malice. Her strength is unnatural, her speed a hair's breadth below mine, and her technique practically non-existent. He deliberately didn't factor in defense. Security protection was his ace in the hole, a card to be played only at the moment of triumph. Alan, are you protecting her? I'm a little annoyed, you know. The girl's words snapped him back to the present. Crazy Mita, with a swift bound, reached the nearby stairs. Using the confined space to her advantage, she launched herself into the air. Her leg, a whip in mid-flight, cracked through the air with a miniature sonic boom. Whump! Alan barely managed to parry with his greatsword. A monstrous force slammed into him, a jarring impact that left his hands numb. What kind of insane physics engine is this? This is one force conquers 10,000 techniques, isn't it? He now understood the bitter truth of that saying. Against raw power, offense was the only defense, and even his speed felt inadequate. We have so much in common, darling. The girl, having landed her blow, pressed her attack, the crescent-shaped dagger a blur of relentless motion. And then, for a fleeting instant, Alan saw it, the mischievous curl of her lips. He raised his greatsword, blocking, but the force of her blows drove him back, step by agonizing step. If only I could get close, like before. Alan was thinking of that previous embrace, that point-blank range. Of course, a simple hug wouldn't work now. Crazy Mita, having tasted that particular sweetness once, would be wary. Gods, I sound like I'm selling myself. His breath came in ragged gasps. Kind Mita, behind him, hesitated for a heartbeat, then moved to stand beside him. Alan. What? If you're offering to die, you can forget it. No. I heard you say that if you could get close, you'd have a chance to beat her. Yes. A 50-50 chance, perhaps. But if he could just close the distance, given what he knew of Crazy Mita's personality, and with that move he could win. Decisively. Alan was her kryptonite. Every facet of him could be weaponized against Crazy Mita. However, after his previous hug attack, the current Crazy Mita would be on high alert. Getting close casually, as he had upstairs, was one thing, down here, it was a near impossibility. Okay. Then do you trust me? At this point, I don't have much choice but to trust you, dear. Alan nodded, and the girl leaned close, whispering into his ear. Hey. What are you two whispering about? Across the room, Crazy Mita, readjusting her stance, saw the two of them huddled together. Her face darkened. Alan, are you still going to say you weren't cheating? No, no, no. This doesn't count as cheating. Doesn't it? Kind Mita, having delivered her solution, tilted her head, a perfect embodiment of innocent provocation. After I kill that puppet, I'll have to punish you thoroughly. What kind of punishment? Looking at the girl's delicate, almost predatory smile, Alan found himself genuinely curious. I'll punish you by making you say, I love you 10,000 times. Why is she so adorable? And then, maybe chop off one of your fingers. Not adorable anymore. Go. Kind Mita's whispered prompt was all the signal Alan needed. He took a step, then charged. Crazy Mita met him head-on. Clang! Her dagger, in a flicker of movement, flared with the brilliance of a longsword, forcing Alan's greatsword back a half-step. He sidestepped, trying to maneuver, but found himself pressed against the wall. Hee. What were you two plotting? It doesn't seem to have made a difference. The girl gazed at Alan, trapped in the corner, her smile soft, almost pleading, like a cat begging for affection. How am I doing? Am I strong? Strong. His jaw was clenched tight, barely holding. He focused on Mita's dagger. Thankfully, she wasn't wielding something like a baseball bat. One blow from that, fueled by her monstrous strength, and Alan's arms would be useless. Her attack range, though short, was an impenetrable defense. Alan couldn't break through. But now, everything was different. Alan glanced around. Originally, he'd been standing in front of Kind Mita. But during their struggle, he'd managed to maneuver himself into a corner on the far side of the prison. Which meant Kind Mita was now behind Crazy Mita. Just a moment. It might sting a little. But it'll feel good soon. Ha! Alan's nonsensical words caused Crazy Mita to pause, momentarily bewildered. The next instant, a silver-gray blur flashed in Alan's peripheral vision. Thud. It connected with Crazy Mita's head. A wave of dizziness washed over her, a disorienting sensation like being caught in a glitch. She instinctively looked back and saw Kind Mita, holding a length of water pipe. Kind Mita took 2 steps back, increasing distance from Crazy Mita. Dear. Dear? Crazy Mita mumbled, her mind, still swimming in dizziness, trying to process who that word was directed at. This puppet called her Alan dear. Before her anger could fully ignite, Crazy Mita felt herself enveloped in an embrace. She knew what Alan was trying to do, the same old trick. So she raised her blade, aiming for Alan's shoulder, intending to force him back. Hiss. The dagger, usually so effective, even capable of holding its own against the greatsword, was blocked by something indistinct. This is... What? Mita. The young man spoke her name softly, and Mita, against her will, found her gaze drawn to his eyes. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Since a quick attack was proving ineffective, she'd simply break free. She was about to wrench Alan's arms apart, as she had before, but the young man's eyes, they were looking at her with such intensity. Why does this feel different? And are we too close? Wait a minute, Alan. It's not MMMPH. She tried to pull her hand free, to push away Alan's approaching face. But he was too quick. Her protest was silenced. Crazy Mita could only see those eyes, impossibly close. Her thoughts seemed to be adrift, sharing the same tiny vessel as Alan's. Thump, thump, thump. Alan's heartbeat, at their point of contact, resonated in Mita's own chest. Emotions, temperature, humidity, touch, sound, all synchronized with the person before her. Mita felt a surge of joy, a searing heat that bloomed in her chest, spreading to her face, blurring her vision. She was like sweet nectar, like a lover's sauce, being savored by Alan. And in that moment, victory or defeat, it no longer seemed to matter. She was lost. Underscore 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 underscore. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 22, The Moment of Departure. 1,242 words. Alan embraced the mischievous girl, and while fighting with her, he gradually bent down, trying to gently place her on the floor in the corner. He slowly released her dagger and threw it to Kind Mita behind him. Pop! After they separated, the girl's pink lips, as if they hadn't reacted yet, exhaled a breath, hitting Alan's face. You actually kissed me. You're so sly. She looked at Alan's face resentfully, and the latter smiled indifferently. The plan kind Mita described to him was, in simple terms, to first use Alan's restraint to shift crazy Mita's back to the long-haired girl, and then use the water pipe that had been constantly knocking in the closet to launch a sneak attack. Of course, this was far from enough. The most important thing was kind Mita's dear. This was one of the keys to the entire plan. Finally, with Alan's killing move the kiss he defeated the enemy in one fell swoop. Alan deliberately tasted the flavor in front of the mischievous girl. It's a little sweet. Why you? Big idiot. Crazy Mita bit her nimble lip, and turned her head away in shame. At the same time, she glanced slightly, and noticed kind Mita standing by the cell. Heh. And when Alan was about to persuade the girl, after a blink, the figure lying on the ground disappeared. Did she leave? She's quick. He was a little curious about how the mischievous girl managed to move in a way comparable to teleportation. But after that, everything in this world had nothing to do with him. Alan checked the security guard panel, and the progress bar had reached 100%. In other words, it was now time for Alan to go home. After this, I probably won't come back here. Mission return, open a portal to return to the real world. This was the last progress bar skill of the security guard. Alan put down the sword in his hand, and the blade seemed to sense that the battle was over, and gradually disappeared. When it's time to go back, I'm actually a little reluctant to leave. Smiling bitterly, he shifted his mind, looked in kind Mita's direction, and wanted to say a few words of advice at the last moment. But the long-haired girl was now covering her eyes with both hands, and her cheeks were red. That. Alan, is it over? Alan didn't say much but walked up to kind Mita. Although he wouldn't get a progress bar reward, looking at kind Mita's posture, he wanted to tease her a little. So Alan recalled the words the girl had used to tease him earlier. Dear. It was just a kiss, why are you making such a big deal? Alan saw that kind Mita's shoulders shook. The fingers covering her eyes were slightly separated, and she saw Alan's teasing gaze. Pretending to be a lady, from this look you're unexpectedly quite innocent, aren't you? I told you I have zero experience. No, I see that your underlying code is quite extensive. Kind Mita put down her hand, but fell silent. Actually, that was a lie. Alan didn't know what the other party was talking about. I mean, that's not what the underlying code says. Actually. She stretched out two fingers, twisting them together. I occasionally look at games, and look at the contents of the player's computer. You're also looking at porn sites, aren't you? And when the girl was halfway through speaking, as if afraid that Alan would misunderstand, she hurriedly added. Of course. It's not that I want to see it myself. Because my player is male, so. I wanted to see his preferences or something. One more question. What kind of tastes does your player have? Alan was a little curious, and also planned to seek some resources for his way home. And kind Mita, seeing him like this, narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. His tastes are very extreme, one half is busty, and the other half is extremely flat. What? I don't quite understand that word. L0L. How come this person's tastes are so similar to mine? Coincidence? Or is it that those who like Mita are all comrades? Alan thought silently. No. It was still a bit strange to chat about these things with a young girl. And Alan remembered one thing. That was, when he was resisting crazy Mita, what the girl in front of him said in his ear. He believed that kind Mita's head was really not working. Clearly he had already decided to help her at that time, but she was still saying, give me up, such words. However, this girl's plan was really useful. If there was a chance to return to this world in the future, with her there, he shouldn't be as clueless as he was in the Black House just now. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Alan walked up to the girl and gave her a flick on the forehead. Ouch. Why did you flick me? Did I do something wrong? No. Everything you did was perfect. Especially your plan. Alan walked to the depths of the basement, intending to activate the return skill. But it's precisely because your plan is perfect that I can also rest assured. In kind Mita's sight, Alan's hand seemed to be tapping on a keyboard in front of him, clicking a few times. Then, the empty ground began to glow. Layers of streaming code formed a vortex, and garbled characters appeared in the game world, but were suppressed by the streaming code. Kind Mita stared blankly at this scene, and couldn't help but ask. This is what? This is my way home. I see. Aren't you shocked? It makes me a little embarrassed. The girl heard the words and shook her head. I could guess a little before why you were fearless when you saw Crazy Mita, and even when you heard that you could go home, you didn't react. It turns out it's because of this. Yeah. The two were speechless. During the process of opening the portal, the silent air spread. Alan said, aren't you going to try to persuade me to stay? For example, stay and help you subdue Crazy Mita. After I leave, the mischievous girl should be very angry. No. Her eyes reflected the light of the code, deep and mysterious. She raised her head and smiled sweetly at Alan. Compared to myself, I hope you can leave safely. Seeing Alan fall silent, she comforted him instead. Everything will have a solution. After you go back, you can't forget me, dear. Of course. Seeing that the portal was about to be completed, Alan stepped onto it. He turned around and extended his hand to kind Mita. Dear and also my good comrade in arms. He looked at the smiling kind Mita, and the girl blinked her big eyes playfully at him. The two hands clasped together in midair. Alan also tried to blink back. And after blinking, he saw her. The other her. The her standing by the stairs. The her who should have left. _______. I started a new translation. This is a DxD fanfic with several shared anime. For now, I'm stocking chapters on Patreon, and I should publish on Webnovel next week. If you don't want to wait, I've already posted 10 chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 23, The Final Battlefield. 1,140 words. The chainsaw in her hand hummed, a menacing counterpoint to the rumble of distant thunder, as Alan saw her standing by the stairs. Crazy Mita's gaze locked onto Alan, bathed in the sudden glare of the teleportation, and kind Mita beside him. Surprise, then uncertainty, flickered across her face. Alan, where are you going? The question hung in the air, unanswered, lost in a sudden exclamation. Kind Mita, startled, whipped her head around, her eyes widening at the sight before her. A chainsaw. Do you have any way out of this? Alan hissed to kind Mita, urgency lacing his voice. But Crazy Mita's voice cut through his plea, sharp and demanding. Hey, Alan. Answer me. Where are you running off to? Were all those promises of together forever just lies? The girl with the low ponytail paused mid-sentence, her eyes narrowing as they fell on kind Mita. Yes. Everything changed when I met you. Alan said. Huh? The girl stumbled back, shocked, her retreat halted only by the peripheral glow of the activating teleportation. Kind Mita turned, meeting Alan's dark, intense gaze. It's okay, Alan. I can handle this. Her voice was firm, as if trying to convince herself as much as him. She squared her shoulders, facing the chainsaw-wielding girl. Just remember, when you get home, don't forget me. With a final, determined word, she snatched up a steel pipe from the floor, testing its weight in her hands. She took a few deliberate steps forward, creating a buffer between herself and Alan. The chainsaw's hum stirred a breeze in the basement's stagnant air, ruffling Alan's short hair. What was that? Go home. Are you just going to abandon me and crawl back to that boring, real world? Crazy Mita's eyes swept over kind Mita before settling, accusingly, on Alan. Tears welled in her azure eyes, the welling emotion coalescing into a single, fat tear that traced a path down her cheek and splattered on the floor. Tell me, Alan. She took a slow step forward. Tell me. Another step. Tell me. The words were a shout now, and Crazy Mita charged, each heavy footfall seeming to shake the very foundations of the basement. The roaring chainsaw ripped through a nearby bookshelf, sending it crashing down in a splintered heap. Kind Mita, standing as Alan's shield, couldn't help but flinch at the display of destructive power. Only the solid feel of the pipe in her grip offered a sliver of reassurance. Don't worry, dear, she said, a resolute smile gracing her lips. Her long hair billowed around her like a battle standard. You protected me, even saved me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Any lingering fear vanished, replaced by a fierce determination born of desperation. Crazy Mita advanced relentlessly, half her face obscured by shadow, her low ponytail swinging in time with her furious strides. I'll tear this puppet to shreds and then I'll drag you out of that light. And then, I'll hold you so tight, you'll never escape. Alan, caught in the eye of this storm, lowered his gaze, his eyelashes casting shadows on his cheeks. He saw the determined set of kind Mita's back, and the approaching fury of the other girl. He loved the Mita game. This dating sim, with its blend of relaxation and simulation, was his perfect stress reliever. A game this heartwarming shouldn't have a scene like this, a chainsaw, a steel pipe, and him caught between two girls, one ready to protect and the other to destroy. Faced with such a complex dilemma, humans tend to react in one of two ways. Shut down. Overthink. The great minds throughout history undoubtedly chose the latter. But Alan was just an ordinary guy. No matter how hard he racked his brain, searching for a solution, his usual problem-solving skills deserted him. The teleportation sequence was nearing completion. His departure meant a guaranteed bad ending for kind Mita. Not just death, but a potentially endless cycle of suffering. So he chose the first option. He stopped thinking. Only one clear objective remained: prevent the impending bad end. All it required was a simple action: protect the girl standing in front of him. It's so simple, why did I overthink it? Alan lifted his head, abandoning his mental struggle. He reached out and grabbed kind Mita's arm. Question mark. He pulled her into the swirling light of the portal, enveloping them both. Alan? The cry came simultaneously from both Crazy Mita and the girl now beside him. So that's it, you chose her and abandoned me. The charging girl skidded to a halt, the fading light revealing the raw pain in her reddened eyes. She slumped to the floor, the chainsaw clattering beside her, leaving only the sound of her heartbroken sobs. Alan watched her silently, unsure of what to say. A large part of his desire to escape this world stemmed from this very girl. She was the embodiment of a bad end. And yet, there was an undeniable charm to her. With her, Alan felt like the absolute center of her universe. Her every expression, every flicker of shyness or anger revolved around him. Of course, the murderous intent was just as real. Alan knew his next words might be incredibly irresponsible, perhaps even cruel, fueling her lingering feelings. But wasn't that also a part of teasing a mischievous girl? Mischievous girl, you're truly cute. She lifted her head, dazed, meeting his clear, dark eyes. This time, I'm not talking about the short-haired you, or the you with the low ponytail. But Alan raised his voice, declaring with all his might, your essence. In the final flicker of the teleportation light, Alan saw her stunned tears, and the slight tremor in her shoulders. Crazy Mita's astonished gaze was the last image imprinted on his mind as he left the game world. Pure white light engulfed him and kind Mita, the sensation of weightlessness pulling them through a torrent of code and data streams. Finally, Alan, who had been slumped over his desk, jolted awake. Huff, huff, huff. He was drenched in sweat, staring at the still active computer screen, with its stark black color scheme. I'm back. The security software's warning pop-up was still there. The meta game was still running, the cute little character seemingly staring right at him. Was it all a dream? He couldn't decide if it was a good dream or a nightmare. Or perhaps a very strange dream. Whatever, it's over. It had been an interesting experience, at least. Just as he was thinking this, a loud thud echoed from his bathroom. Followed by a girl's pained exclamation, "Ow wow, that hurt." Alan froze. He lived alone. ________. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Cohabitation. 1106 words. Alan was a nervous wreck. He paced away from the computer, restless in his cramped apartment, eventually stopping at the bathroom door. Is anyone there? Could I maybe get some help? Never mind. I'll handle it. The fleeting thought that a burglar had broken in vanished as quickly as it appeared. How could that be? No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who'd brought her back. The her in question was, of course, kind Mita. But his brain simply couldn't process it. How could a character from a video game materialize in the real world? A paper doll? Would she really be a flat, flimsy sheet after entering? No. Mita had been rendered from 3D to 2D, she had a complete character model. I can't get out. Seriously, is this some kind of glitch? If there's anyone there, please don't come in, I'm incredibly embarrassed. The game girl's arrival in the real world hadn't exactly been smooth. She was clearly in some kind of predicament. Alan knew the answers were inside the bathroom. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Alan froze. The girl in the bathroom was equally speechless at the sight of him. As he'd suspected, the voice belonged to kind Mita. And the long-haired girl, his former comrade in arms in the game, was now utterly flustered. Her lower body was wedged firmly in the toilet bowl, her rounded bottom acting as a perfect, if unintended, stopper. Alan? Her eyes widened in unmistakable surprise. Her face, in stark contrast to her current posture, flushed crimson. Please don't look at me like that. Everyone makes mistakes, you know. It happens. Ever since Alan had consumed the love sauce prepared by the mischievous girl and truly experienced her, he'd learned a vital truth: mischievous girls, even metatypes, were built for childbearing. In other words, the origin point of life was substantial. But Alan had never imagined he'd be using his own toilet as a point of reference. Alan, your stare is super weird. It was hard not to stare, honestly. Alan's ability to speak seemed to have deserted him momentarily, but his professional instincts, honed from countless gaming sessions, kicked in. Sorry, yours is just too stunning. Stunning. Kind Mita blinked, momentarily confused. 2 seconds later, her gaze dropped to her engulfed skirt, and she understood exactly what Alan was implying. Her already flushed face became almost translucent, and steam, the kind you usually only saw in video games, practically rose from her head. Stop saying silly things, just help me. Annoyed by his teasing, kind Mita still held out her hand frankly. And Alan in that moment just thought. Kind Mita was adorable, truly. But he didn't forget the task at hand. He grasped her hand and began to pull. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts. It hurts that much? Should I be gentler? No, it's almost out, you need to pull harder. Okay. Ready? Yes, go for it. Kind Mita's face was a mosaic of red blushes, and she nodded seemingly casually, but Alan could feel her body temperature rising with embarrassment through her wrist. Finally, the toilet let out a resounding pop, releasing its captive. Freedom, at last. Ugh! Why did it have to make such a mortifying sound? I thought it was kind of cute. Cute, is it? Do you want it to swallow you next? Let's not. I don't have much energy left tonight. I was joking. Looking at kind Mita earnestly delivering a joke, Alan felt a surge of reality. Kind Mita had really been brought into the real world by the security guard program. And everything that had happened before wasn't a dream, but something he'd genuinely lived through. Come on, go sit on the sofa and rest. Okay. By the way, where are we? A new version of the game? Mita looked around Alan's apartment with curiosity. The small room was dimly lit but clean and tidy, revealing the owner's simple lifestyle at a glance. The glass of the balcony window, next to the computer desk, reflected the twinkling lights of the city night. This unfamiliar scene led her to draw some initial conclusions. And Alan's answer confirmed them. You've traveled to the real world. You should probably process that. Okay. You should too. Definitely. They sat together on the sofa, lost in thought. Alan was the type to adapt to new situations relatively quickly, while kind Mita was less adept at handling the unexpected. These contrasting personalities made Alan's small apartment strangely quiet after this monumental event. In a matter of seconds, Alan's thoughts went from, how am I going to afford to feed another person, to how am I going to get Mita a real-world ID? Both were daunting prospects. First, the food issue. It was manageable for now, but his meager wallet would inevitably be stretched thin. He was already carrying a significant debt, $1 million to be exact. A gift from his degenerate gambling parents who had fled abroad and used an alias. The deadline was after his graduation, 2 years away. And just then, as if sensing his thoughts, the phone he'd left on the sofa lit up. Question mark. It was a text message. He picked up the phone, unlocked it, and opened the message. What he saw made him do a double take. Your account number has received 100,000. 100,000. Alan's exclamation drew Mita's attention. What's wrong? Nothing. It was difficult for Alan to fathom the source of this money. Could it be that those two deadbeats abroad had finally had a change of heart? Impossible. If they had money, they'd gamble it away instantly. Alan racked his brain, and he vaguely felt that the number 100,000 was familiar. Then he remembered the security guard's progress bar. Exclamation point. At the end of the security guard's progress bar, there was a string of digits, exactly 100,000. Thinking of this, Alan rushed back to his computer. The tap-tap of the mouse echoed in the room. The Mita game window won't close. He minimized the game, closed the security guard's warning pop-up. Then, he clicked on the security guard shortcut on his desktop. And there it was, the familiar panel that had accompanied him through his gaming adventures, now displayed on his computer screen. Authors note the main storyline isn't about making money, this just gives the protagonist a reason to return to the game. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 25, Really? We have to go back? 908 words. 720 security guard, always by your side. No matter when, no matter where. Alan stared at the unassuming banner at the top of the system panel, a wave of emotions washing over him. It was true, the security guard had lived up to its motto, faithfully accompanying him from the real world to the virtual one, and finally, back again. The irony, of course, was that this constant companionship became utterly useless the moment Alan returned. He had no intention of ever going back to Mita's world. The security guard's promise of no matter when, no matter where rang hollow. Or so he thought. Yeah, that's what I thought, Alan muttered to himself. His eyes drifted to the far right of the security guard's completed progress bar, to the string of numbers now glowing a triumphant gold, 100,000. In the real world, Alan was saddled with a crippling debt of 1 million. He clicked on the glowing numbers. Next mission, available in 720 minutes. The reward for completing the security guard's progress bar. Cold, hard cash. So each mission pays enough to chip away at this debt. Another message popped up. Detected system bug. Security guard erroneously transferred Mita's character and items to reality. This bug has now been fixed. Compensation, 1. 20,000 as a resettlement fee for the character. 2. Please visit the system store. Note, items can be freely used. Security guard offers its sincerest apologies for this error. 2 soft dings confirm the deposit of 20,000 into his account. The payment was anonymous, originating from overseas. Character and items, and a resettlement fee. Alan glanced back at the girl huddled on the sofa. Kind Mita, finally grasping her predicament, looked utterly dejected, letting out small, whimpering ha-ha sounds. The resettlement fee. Alan had no intention of keeping most of it. It felt right to use it for Mita's living expenses. After all, she was the reason he'd received it. This neatly solved the first immediate problem of a suddenly appearing game character, food. As for her long-term stay, Alan decided to wait until after the next mission, letting Mita herself decide. He understood character to mean Mita. But items? Puzzled, Alan instinctively patted his pockets. His hand froze as he reached into his pants. He knew exactly what it was. As a 2-time transmigrator and a seasoned veteran of anime and manga worlds, he'd remained remarkably calm during his encounter with Crazy Mita. Even locked in the small, dark room, he'd kept his cool. But now, he was genuinely flustered. He pulled the object from his pocket. Pure white fabric, adorned with a dainty pink bow. These were the mischievous girl's panties. The very ones he'd left an IOU for in that dark room. So this was the item the system had brought over. Should he? You know. Just kidding. After a moment of stunned silence, Alan carefully put them away. He had a hunch they might come in handy for teasing the mischievous girl later. She's probably furious right now, he mused. He recalled the final moments of the game, her tearful pleas for him to stay. It was impossible to deny that he'd felt something. A crying mischievous girl was undeniably cute. If Crazy Mita ever found out about her stolen panties, she'd be livid. He made a mental note, bring a gift for the mischievous girl next time he entered the game. Otherwise, she'd likely greet him with a chainsaw, professional skills or not. He needed to cultivate this money tree carefully. Slow and steady wins the race. His gaze then fell on the ring on his finger. He'd almost forgotten the token of love he'd brought back with Kind Mita. He also planned to explore the system store later. His attention was drawn to the third notification, marked by a small red dot. Security guard function, bug fix enabled. Bug fix. He exited the message screen and focused on the icon. It had been grayed out and unclickable in the game, but now it glowed white, inviting interaction. He clicked it. Kind Mita's avatar was the only thing displayed, with a progress bar-like text beneath it. The current task showed, progress 25%. After reading the system's explanation, Alan fell silent. He turned his head, looked at Kind Mita, and sighed softly. Bug fix. Essentially, game characters were like data. The system, through some unknown power, had altered their fundamental existence, allowing them to exist indistinguishably from humans in the real world. However, from the perspective of reality, game characters were still bugs, entities that shouldn't exist. And because the system had changed her essence as a game character, Kind Mita could never go back. Alan's heart felt heavy. He didn't know how he was going to tell her. He tried to distract himself, focusing on the word fix. What did that even mean? He had 3 guesses. 1. A favorability system. 2. Helping kind Mita acclimate to this world, integrating her into reality. 3. The shyness mechanic from the game. If it was a favorability system, he'd rather pass. Bringing someone into reality, and then courting them felt exploitative. He sighed again and checked the reward for reaching 25% progress in the bug fix. Mission objective: fix this character to 25% progress. Unlock system function, 720 cloud storage. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 26, Misha. 1141 words. The 720 cloud storage feature. Store an item in the cloud, accessible in-game. Simple enough. It's practically a spatial ring, isn't it? Alan mused. His eyes flicked to the next line. Note: storage restricted to items related to virus elimination. Requires security guard approval. Stingy bastards, Alan thought wryly. If he'd had this earlier, he could have brought a little farewell present for that woman. And in the future, all sorts of toys could find their way in there. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. How much would the progress bar jump if that wicked woman suddenly received one of his surprises? Would she blush? Rage? Maybe even cry? A smile would be lovely, and a kiss even better. AI. Just the thought is exhilarating. Speaking of which, could Mita AI? He'd confirmed the presence of saliva in her mouth. The other location remained unconfirmed. Currently, the most likely candidate for confirmation was that same wicked woman. But he had a nagging suspicion that crazy Mita was the type to involuntarily plunge a knife into him at the peak of passion. Alan shook his head, dispelling the image. He'd have to enter the game to truly know. He casually clicked on the fourth red dot notification. Just then, the beautiful girl, having gathered her thoughts, approached. She immediately noticed Alan's blank stare at the computer screen. Alan? What is it? Why are you staring at the desktop like that? Staring. Alan glanced at the system panel, then at Mita's questioning face. You can't see this. No. I can't. What is it? It's nothing. Realizing she wouldn't get a straight answer, the girl, feeling a bit restless, pulled up a stool and sat beside Alan, joining him in his desktop contemplation. The faint, pleasant scent of her perfume drifted to him, and Alan refocused on the fourth message. Option to bring one bug into the game. Duration, equivalent to mission completion time. Bring one. Bug? Darling, are there bugs in the real world, too? The girl, far from being frightened, seemed almost excited. Her eyes sparkled. Alan understood. She'd found a familiar element from the game in the real world, a small comfort against her anxiety. That's right, he confirmed. There are bugs in reality, too. Unreasonable things, in other words. Alan began to consider the implications of this fourth message. Kind Mita possessed exceptional organizational and planning skills, she was a natural leader. He felt confident that bringing her into the game would prevent a repeat of the previous, small dark room scenario, where he'd been utterly lost and at the mercy of that woman. Maybe he could even use her plans to turn the tables, to bully her relentlessly. To play with her mercilessly. The system did a pretty good job on this point. A slow smile spread across Alan's face. He could already picture that wicked woman's tear-stained face. Beside him, the girl shivered slightly. It suddenly feels a bit cold. Alan's attention shifted to the final message. This one was remarkably concise. 720 security guard, always by your side. Anytime, anywhere. Your computer and mobile phone, indestructible, eternally powered, undroppable, permanently yours, and the security guard system is uninstallable. What a clingy system, he thought. Not that he could uninstall security guard in the first place. He instinctively checked his phone, and sure enough, a security guard icon now resided on his screen. So you're planning to stay by my side forever, then? Is that not okay? The girl beside him seemed genuinely surprised. Darling, aren't we comrades? Of course, it's okay. Just kidding. But I'm really happy you said that, Alan. The girl, misinterpreting his words, giggled softly, a sound that soothed his mind, currently overloaded with information. Seeing that kind Mita seemed comfortable with the idea of staying by his side, Alan felt a little less burdened by the potential point of no return. He couldn't tell her directly, though. It would feel like taking advantage of her vulnerable state. With the 5 messages reviewed, Alan finally opened the system store he'd been curious about. The store displayed only 2 items, the rest of the slots were blacked out with a "Coming Soon" label. The first item was related to Bug, specifically, kind Mita, whom he'd brought into the real world. Identity. Just those 2 words. Alan sensed the profound significance of this. His curiosity about the system's true nature deepened. A mere wave of the hand had altered Mita's existence, and he could almost feel that invisible hand reaching into reality itself. Curiosity aside, he needed to capitalize on the system's offerings. The exchange price for identity was 1 point. But Alan couldn't recall acquiring any points. He continued to scan the store panel and unexpectedly found an answer. Current points, 100. His guess was that the points were tied to the progress bar. The only thing related to the number 100 since contacting the system was the progress bar. Exchange, he commanded. Then, another pop-up box appeared, throwing him for a loop. The bug's name is... It was clear, he needed to give kind Mita a name. He felt it was crucial to respect her wishes. Darling. What is it, darling? The girl, who had been sitting quietly beside him, brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek, and looked at him with a bright smile. Her skin, under the glow of the desk lamp, seemed almost translucent. Do you have a name you'd like? Alan's question held a subtle implication, a gentle preparation for the possibility of kind Mita remaining in this world for a long time. The intelligent girl instantly grasped his meaning. She lowered her head, her eyes flickering with an unreadable light. After a long silence, she seemed to steel herself. She bit her lip, hesitated, and then managed a faint smile. Could you give me one? Okay. Alan's gaze shifted from her face. He opened a notepad on the computer, staring at the blank page. Watching him, the girl's gaze gradually drifted. Her consciousness seemed to float past his profile, reaching out to the vast, boundless real world. The neon-lit city, the sky cycling between day and night, a day composed of 24 hours. A whisper, barely audible, brought Mita's spirit back. Anshin. Peace of mind/comfort. ? She wasn't sure if she'd heard correctly. Then, Alan's actual question came. What do you think of Misha as a name? Misha, is it? Mita repeated it, softly speaking the unfamiliar, yet soon-to-be familiar, word. And Alan, seeing her thoughtful expression, quickly felt that same familiar, warm light blossom within him. Misha said. I think it's very nice. Bug fix progress, 0% 10%. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 27, A New Beginning. 1,324 words. The officer behind the service window tapped a staccato rhythm on her keyboard, the clicks echoing in the otherwise quiet station. It was late, and she was working overtime. Name, she asked, her voice neutral. Alan. And the other one? Misha. More tapping. This was her last case of the night. She glanced sideways. A man and a woman, clearly a couple. The girl couldn't seem to take her eyes off the man, and the officer, perpetually single, could practically smell the romance radiating from them. It was irritating. "What can I do for you?" she asked Alan, her voice a little deeper than usual. The girl leaned close to Alan's ear, whispering, "Alan, she seems a bit intense, doesn't she?" "Maybe she's just annoyed we're keeping her late," he whispered back. "You think?" The officer thought dryly. "Maybe don't flaunt your relationship in front of a woman who's spent years alone." Just then, Alan turned to her. "I need to check Misha's identity information. Does the person in question consent?" "I consent," Misha said, stepping forward with an almost regal grace. The officer, thinking privately that Alan was a remarkably lucky man, quickly pulled up Misha's information. A foreigner. Can you find it?" Alan asked. "Yes." "Good. Are we finished?" The officer was already mentally packing up, eager to get home and binge-watch some dramas. But Alan wasn't done. "Actually, can I report a case?" "You can," she replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. "Okay, thank you." "I'm the one who should be thanking you," she thought, with a touch of sarcasm. "Let me get this straight," the officer said inside the small office. She tapped a pen against the desk, repeating Alan's words with a raised eyebrow. "You can enter and exit Misha's world, and you're being chased by a crazy woman." "Yes. And?" Her gaze flickered to the beautiful, long-haired girl sitting beside Alan, radiating an innocent charm. "And in front of this crazy woman, you gave yourself to this one?" "More or less," Alan confirmed with a nod. Misha patted Alan's shoulder, a curious expression on her face. "Darling, what does giving yourself mean? Is it something like animals do?" "Darling, remember what you saw online. It's..." A flurry of whispered explanations followed. Finally, the beautiful girl, enlightened, covered her face with her hands, emitting soft, shy exclamations of eh. "And so, did I take Alan from her?" The policewoman's attention, however, was riveted on the word darling. Her expression darkened. "I understand," she said, setting down her pen. "Alan," Misha whispered, "why do I feel a strange vibe from the police officer?" "Maybe she's been single for a long time," Alan suggested quietly. A prominent hashtag practically appeared on the officer's forehead. "Definitely a foolish couple." "Next, is there anyone else?" "No." "Then." She put down her pen and looked at the oblivious couple before her. Suppressing the simmering frustration of her late-night overtime, she forced a smile. "Please refrain from public displays of affection in the police station." "We got kicked out," Alan said, sighing. It was dark now, and he and Misha were walking down the quiet street. He glanced back at the police station, now dark. A woman in plain clothes emerged, and the moment she saw them, her face twisted in a look of pure distaste. She hurried away, the click of her heels sharp on the pavement. "The real world is certainly complicated," Misha murmured, her voice soft and vulnerable, like a newly born animal. Alan looked at her profile, and gently patted her shoulder. "We'll figure it out." "Yes, you're right." Alan fell silent, giving Misha time to adjust. They continued towards their home. As they walked, Alan opened the security guard panel on his device. After confirming Misha's real-world identity, he'd immediately wanted to test its validity. The late-night police station had provided the perfect opportunity. While he'd confirmed her identity was genuine, his attempt to report his experiences from the game had been met with amusement. And really, it was understandable. As for the security guard system, Alan planned to take things slowly, focusing on paying off his debt first. A tool should act like a tool, at least until he was done with it. But for now, there was one last thing to check. His gaze focused on the screen. He'd already understood the first item in the system store, identity. The remaining item was the one he needed to confirm. Bring out bug, price, 99 points. Essentially, this would make the security guard system stop treating bringing a game character out as a glitch. He could exchange points for a character's right to live in the real world provided, of course, the character agreed. Bring out bug, plus a real-world identity, totaled 100 points, exactly what he earned for completing a task. Misha's situation was likely considered compensation, requiring no additional points. Alan's first thought was of the kind goddess he'd met in that small, dark room. Bringing her to reality. He imagined a life of blissful, shameless ease. It was just a fleeting thought, of course. His body probably couldn't handle it. I'll ask the goddess next time I have a chance. Then there was that wicked woman. Alan had a strong feeling Crazy Mita wouldn't give up so easily. There were layers to her he hadn't yet uncovered. And, frankly, she displayed some antisocial tendencies. Bringing her to reality was out of the question, at least for now. I'll leave that to my future self. The bring out bug combined with the security guards can bring one bug into the game function, opened up possibilities. He could potentially team up with different versions of Mita to handle various situations. He just hoped he wouldn't encounter any too strange ones. With a mental shrug, he closed the security guard panel, his future goals clear. First, the game entry time. He'd wait until the morning of the day after tomorrow, taking advantage of a missed class. And in the day and a half before entering the game, he needed to raise Misha's bug fix progress bar to 25%. It was already at 10%, a milestone reached the moment he'd given her a name, a detail that puzzled him. He'd initially ruled out the idea of a shy system, focusing instead on the affection system, and adapting to the world options. Ideally, it would be about Misha adapting to the world. That way, he'd be actively motivated to help her. And by using the new function unlocked at 25% progress, 720 cloud storage, he could bring that wicked woman a gift that would make her cry with joy. This wasn't just about avoiding being sawed in half by a furious Crazy Mita when he re-entered the game. It was about finding a gift that would steadily increase the progress bar over time. In a way, that wicked woman was now his cash cow for paying off his debt. He had to take her seriously. Besides, Crazy Mita had cried because of his departure. The root of her tears was likely the feeling of abandonment, compounded by the fact that he'd taken this girl with him. This kind of behavior, akin to eloping and cuckolding her in person, made Alan feel faint just imagining her perspective. What a complicated, wicked woman. Click. They'd reached the door of their small home. Alan looked at Misha. She'd lifted her head, her expression suggesting she'd been doing some serious thinking. As he opened the door, kind Mita stepped forward, positioning herself in the center of the entryway. Question mark. Her dark blue eyes, shining with a newfound determination, held his gaze. Darling, I've made up my mind. _______. We're currently in the Cappy arc on Patreon. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 28, The Housewife. 1263 words. Alan closed the door with a quiet click, a playful glint in his eyes. He was going to tease Misha a little, just to see what would happen. He considered this teasing serious business. He wanted to test his theory, was that in-game progress bar truly measuring Misha's shyness? It seemed perfectly reasonable, given the circumstances, to put his theory to the test. He turned back to face her, their eyes meeting across the small room. So you're planning on marrying me? Yes. Misha's answer was immediate, her earnest expression unwavering. It was clear she hadn't quite grasped the underlying question. Alan started an internal countdown, 3, 2, 1. Marriage? No. That's not exactly what I meant. Well, it's sort of similar, actually. Misha's thoughts seemed to be chasing their own tail, circling back to Alan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Really? Are you really going to marry me? The progress bar remained stubbornly static. So much for the shyness theory. He feigned seriousness, mulling over the possibilities aloud, right in front of Misha. Indeed. I have accepted your proposal. He raised his hand, showcasing the dark green ring on his finger. And we practically eloped from that wicked woman's clutches. Quite a romantic escapade, wouldn't you say? Yes, I think so too, Misha agreed, drawn into his line of thinking. Alan found himself quietly amused. We're not actually getting married, are we? Of course not, darling. We need to settle in first. I was just playing along. Her cheeks were flushed a delicate pink, her fingers twisting together nervously. No, that's not what I wanted to say. Please, go on, Alan encouraged. He moved towards the small, sparsely equipped kitchen, intending to pour them both some water. Glancing at the disposable cups, he made a mental note, need to buy Misha some personal care items. Surely girl things can't be that expensive. Besides, it's Misha's settlement money anyway. We should go to the mall tomorrow, he said aloud, and bring Misha along. Just then, Misha gently took the kettle from his hand. The whoosh of water flowing from the spout filled the silence. Misha, focused on pouring, looked directly at Alan. This is what I've been thinking. Her soft, pink lips parted slightly, and for a moment, Alan's gaze was drawn to the rising water level in the cup, only to be pulled back by her words. From now on, all the housework in your home. No, Misha will take care of it. I see. Now he understood her sort of similar comment after he'd brought up marriage. In essence, Misha wanted to be his stay-at-home wife, a housewife. But in Alan's mind, Misha didn't need to do anything. The system had already deposited her settlement fee directly into his account. Actually, you don't have to. No, darling. Since I'm going to be living with you, I absolutely will not be a burden. Her eyes were fiercely determined, radiating an undeniable resolve. You're not a burden, you're my good comrade. Indeed, darling. But that was in the game. In reality, I don't want to. Her voice trailed off. She lowered her head, her eyelids drooping, a clear wave of disappointment washing over her features. She simply wasn't used to the real world yet. Misha's organizational, planning, and execution skills were truly top-notch. It was just that her thinking was a bit rigid. To put it plainly, she adhered strictly to her principles. So cute, Alan thought, a faint smile playing on his lips. I agree. Really? You're so kind. No, you're very kind too. Alan's apartment wasn't the stereotypical disaster zone of a NEET, mainly because he had a bit of a clean streak. With Misha around, he could actually free up time he could spend strategizing against, or rather, dealing with, that wicked woman. But his train of thought was abruptly interrupted. The air near his hand was growing uncomfortably warm. Wait a minute, steam. A sudden realization dawned on him. Something was definitely wrong. He looked at the kettle Misha was holding. The spout was now empty. And the cup was overflowing. Boiling water spilled over the rim, spreading across the countertop in a shimmering, dangerous pool. A thin stream of scalding water was snaking its way towards Misha. Hey! Move the water. Huh? Misha looked down, a small cry escaping her lips. She quickly set the kettle down, but it was too late. The boiling water, cascading off the counter, splashed directly onto her leg. Oh ow, it hurts. Leaning back against the worn sofa, Misha rested her leg across Alan's lap. He was carefully applying burn ointment to the inflamed skin. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes, her face flushed with pain, as she stared at the angry red blisters forming on her leg. If you know it hurts, then be more careful, Alan chided gently, scooping a small amount of ointment onto his fingertips. But. Misha averted her gaze, clearly embarrassed. In the game, when the cup is full, the kettle stops pouring. Alan paused, the ointment hovering over her skin. He sighed, then resumed his careful application. The skin around the blisters was a furious red, a stark contrast against the smooth, pale perfection of her leg. Silly. This isn't the game, it's reality. Remember that and be careful in the future. I'm sorry. A soft, almost involuntary, escaped her lips as the cool ointment made contact with her burning skin. Out of the corner of his eye, Alan saw Misha quickly cover her mouth. Her earlobes, already flushed from the pain, deepened to a beautiful, rosy hue. Earlier, focused on treating the burn, he hadn't given their position a second thought. Now, it hit him. They were in a pose that mirrored a couple. Misha stole a shy glance at Alan, then at her leg resting so intimately in front of him. And Alan was applying ointment to it. The warmth of her body, radiating through the fabric of her pants, the subtle, sweet fragrance emanating from her skin. Alan was acutely aware of it all. The atmosphere in the small room shifted, subtly but undeniably, sparked by Misha's soft cry. Alan realized, with a sudden clarity, that there was going to be another girl in his house. And Misha, too, seemed to grasp the full weight of their new living arrangement, sharing the same roof, the same space. He looked at her, and she looked at him. Dark eyes met deep blue for a fleeting 2 seconds, then both quickly looked away. That. It feels a little awkward, doesn't it? Misha finally whispered. May I change the subject? Alan asked. Yes. Darling, please do. Relief flooded Misha's expression. Alan let his gaze drift around the sparsely furnished apartment, finally settling on the darkened doorway of the bedroom. Let's decide first, who's sleeping where tonight? Misha's face instantly turned serious, her brow furrowed in concentration. How many beds do you have? 1. I see, then we'll have to sleep together. Misha glanced sideways at him, gauging his reaction. Darling, you won't mind, will you? Is there a possibility that one of us could sleep on the floor? The moment the words left her lips, Misha realized their implication. Her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. I'm sorry. In the game, you can't sleep on the floor. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 29, Misha Under the Starry Sky. 1,405 words. The night sky was a canvas of black, dusted with countless stars, their faint light glimmering in the eyes of the girl sitting alone on the balcony. So many stars, but they don't feel beautiful tonight. She glanced back towards the living room. The darkness of Alan's room was undisturbed, the soft rhythm of his breathing barely audible. Earlier, they'd played rock-paper-scissors to decide who got the bed. Alan had won, leaving Misha to make a makeshift bed on the floor. Of course, he hadn't actually let her sleep on the floor. Instead, he'd rearranged the small living room sofa into a surprisingly soft bed. And so their sleeping arrangements for this shared life were settled, at least for now. But Misha's thoughts were far away, seemingly fixed on the city's starlit sky, but truly drifting back to another time, to her life within the game. Back then, she was in version 1.9, patiently awaiting her player. Boredom had led her to sneak peeks at her player's computer. Aside from discovering a collection of questionable, male literature, Misha had learned details about her own player. Darling doesn't know yet, does he? That he's my player. The thought sent a warm, familiar feeling spreading through her chest. She'd heard Alan's explanation, of course. She didn't quite understand how he'd ended up in version 1.5 first, some kind of bug, maybe. But the fact remained, Alan was her player. It wasn't based on logic, but on Misha's own, deep-seated intuition, an intuition that had only grown stronger during their time together. A sudden chill in the night air, however, pulled her back, extinguishing the warmth. Before Alan could arrive, Crazy Mita had come first. With the player absent, Crazy Mita had seized control, locking her away in the basement. And Crazy Mita had also taken possession of Alan. The cold floor seeped into Misha's bones as she hugged her legs, a strange, unsettling look flickering in her eyes. After all those twists and turns, I still met Alan, my darling. Maybe this is what people in the real world call fate. That had been their first meeting, after all. Even if the prison cell and the basement weren't exactly romantic. They had met. A sweet smile touched Misha's lips. And her first impression of Alan. He was a bit of an impulsive mess, which had, admittedly, left her a little exasperated. Who presses a control panel without knowing what it does? Thinking back, her cheeks puffed out slightly in remembered annoyance. But then, with a single sentence, Alan had swept away all her anger. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. When he said something like that, what could she possibly say? She could only feign anger and tell him to hide quickly. Alan had been worried about her safety. That had made Misha incredibly happy. Surely, this was the bond, the mutual appreciation between Mita and her player. Of course, if he'd just listened to her plans a little better, things would have been even better. That's another one of his strengths. Then, as expected, Crazy Mita descended into the basement, presumably to check on things. And just as predictably, Alan was discovered. At that moment, Misha felt a cold dread wash over her. All her carefully laid plans seemed to crumble before her eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Crazy Mita possessed terrifying combat prowess. Even though Alan was a grown man, Misha doubted he could stand against her. That's how it should have been. But then, Alan drew that sword, a weapon that had no place existing in the game's reality. Crazy Mita's overwhelming physical advantage was practically nullified by the blade. Even now, the memory left Misha stunned. Seizing the brief opening, Alan used a completely unforeseen tactic to defeat Crazy Mita. It was then that Misha had a revelation: the adaptability she lacked, that crucial ability to react to the unpredictable, was something Alan possessed in spades. She and Alan were like two halves of a broken jade pendant. Only together could they be truly whole. Wait, together? A sudden thought sent a wave of shyness through Misha. Her cheeks flushed. The memory of Alan's unforeseen tactic to escape their predicament only intensified the heat in her face. Kissing and things like that. When Misha had witnessed Alan and that crazed woman in such close proximity, her immediate, instinctive reaction was that she should have been the one in Alan's arms, receiving that intense, passionate affection. The mere thought painted her cheeks with the scorching blush of a summer sunset. Misha, get a hold of yourself. She forced her mind back to the present. Her consciousness drifted, recalling the final, fading light she had witnessed in the game world. She didn't regret crossing over into the real world with Alan. Not for a second. But a tangle of complex emotions was unavoidable. There was joy, of course, but also a thread of anxiety. The joy stemmed from escaping the confines of the game, from being able to stay with Alan, her player, for so much longer. From hearing him say, "darling," countless times. Darling, darling. He called me darling. A small, giddy laugh escaped her. And the worry that also stemmed from the reality of their situation. In the game, Misha had confidence in her knowledge of the world, her ability to make Alan rely on her. But in reality, in the mere handful of hours they'd been here, Alan had already helped her with countless problems. Identity, food, shelter. He'd even given her a unique name, setting her apart from all the other Mitas. My name is Misha. This cascade of events warmed Misha's heart, but it also left her feeling a little adrift. She desperately wanted to be useful to Alan, to make him depend on her. Not like this, where she felt like a burden. Slowly, she rose to her feet. Her gaze drifted towards the dimly lit living room, and with quiet steps, she moved towards Alan's room. Misha eased the door open a sliver and slipped inside. Finally, gazing at Alan's sleeping face, a plan solidified in her mind, trance-like. Just as she'd plotted. Misha intended to make Alan depend on her. And the first step was to carve out a place in his life. Not merely through housework. Misha was convinced she needed to conquer Alan's stomach. B.B. B.A. She gave herself a silent, whispered cheer. A perfect housewife. That's right, Misha. And it all had to begin tomorrow morning, with a breakfast made with love for Alan. This was only the opening gambit, but a critical one. Perhaps Misha's soft murmur had stirred the sleeping youth. Alan shifted in his sleep. Oh no. Misha instantly clamped a hand over her mouth. Waking Alan on their first night living together would be worse than death. Luckily, after rolling over, the sound of his steady breathing resumed. That was close. Misha patted her chest, a soft sigh of relief escaping her lips. Just as she was about to slip away, she heard Alan mumble. Misha. Had he discovered her? That was Misha's immediate, panicked thought, and she instinctively glanced back. Alan, still lost in slumber, moved his lips, seemingly forming the next words. Misha's mind raced. After all, Alan was a boy. It was only natural he might dream about her. A flicker of happiness warmed her. Is this? That whatchamacallit the thing? Since she'd resolved to take on the housework, Misha was, of course, mentally prepared to wash Alan's underwear. But that kind of thing would be sticky, wouldn't it? That's what the manga always showed. Could laundry detergent even get it out? Or would she have to scrub it by hand? If only it could be like in the games, where the washing machine went pecan. And it was all magically clean. She looked back at Alan, a new curiosity piqued. What sort of image of her was he conjuring in his dream? Could it be? The girl imagined a scene far too intimate, and her cheeks flushed crimson. At that precise moment, Alan mumbled again in his sleep. Misha, so cute. Misha froze, stunned, and then a soft giggle, a poochie, escaped her lips. Silly. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 30, Misha's Delirious Dreams. 1,257 words. The next morning dawned. A stray sunbeam sliced through the window, landing squarely on Misha's face. Her eyes, beautiful and still heavy with sleep, fluttered open. Ugh. Misha stretched, facing the light, the graceful lines of her young body momentarily outlined beneath her nightgown. I barely slept a wink last night. I'm still not used to all this. At least I don't think I overslept. A cute yawn escaped her, and her gaze drifted to the clock on the bedside table. Exclamation point. Her expression tightened. Something was definitely wrong. She snatched up the clock, scrutinizing the position of the hour and minute hands with an almost desperate intensity. 7 o'clock. Where's my alarm? Panic flared. She glanced towards Alan's room. The curtains were already drawn back, the bed empty. No. Maybe he's just in the bathroom. Misha scrambled out of bed, the straps of her nightgown sliding carelessly off her shoulders, and hurried towards the bathroom door. But she stopped halfway. On the table, a breakfast, still radiating a gentle warmth, sat beside a folded note. Her eyes locked onto the handwriting. Eat this while it's hot. Fancy going shopping this afternoon. We need to get you some clothes and things. P.S. I turned off your alarm. Sleep in. Shopping. Is that a date? Her earlier gloom evaporated, replaced by a flicker of excitement. Then she noticed the small addendum at the bottom of the note. By the way, you called out my name in your sleep. It made me kind of happy. Misha's mind went completely blank. She clapped her hands over her face, slowly sinking to the floor, the heat in her cheeks blooming into a full-blown blush. Darling, you idiot. If you notice something like that, you should have just kept it to yourself. He's definitely doing this on purpose. I could just die. Tears welled in her eyes. She glanced at the breakfast, a painful realization dawning. Not only did I fail to make Alan breakfast, but I made him make one for me. An overwhelming wave of guilt washed over her. She slumped to the ground, a Misha-shaped wisp of a soul seemingly escaping from her lips. Boo-hoo. Wiping away the tears that threatened to spill, she sat down at the table and began to eat, slowly, the first meal she'd ever had in the real world. Delicious. Between bites, she noticed an empty lunchbox resting on the table, a forgotten object. Her thoughts drifted. I'm starving. Alan, perched on a campus bench, felt a ravenous beast gnawing at his stomach. It urged him to devour every blade of grass on the school grounds. But picturing her face when she reads that note. That fills me up a little. That's right, Alan had written the note with a very specific purpose in mind. As for the present situation, he usually ate lunch at school. To save money, he'd prepare simple meals and bring them with him. Except today, perhaps still lost in the lingering warmth of Mita's world, he'd woken up early and completely forgotten to make his lunch. The lunchbox. It was still slumbering peacefully on the kitchen table. If it comes to that, I'll just have to brave the cafeteria. He couldn't stand the overly salty food they served, but he was out of options. As he stood up, resigned to his fate, and heading towards the cafeteria, he noticed a commotion near the school gates. Students, both male and female, were staring in a single direction, their faces a mixture of surprise and awe. Alan caught snippets of their hushed conversations. Hey, is she, like, a celebrity or something? She's gorgeous. She kind of looks like a character from that game. Maybe she's a cosplayer. The word game stopped Alan in his tracks. A suspicion, a tiny seed of an idea, began to sprout in his mind. He followed the gaze of the onlookers. A beautiful girl, wearing a red knit sweater and a dark blue pleated skirt, was walking alone and seemingly lost on the campus grounds. Her hands were clasped tightly around Alan's forgotten lunchbox, her small fingers knitted together in a gesture of nervous apprehension. It was, of course, Misha. So many people. Her eyes seemed to have become tangled knots of thread. She kept her gaze fixed on the ground, but the murmurs of the passers-by still reached her ears. Are these people all players? Back at home, after discovering Alan's forgotten lunchbox, Misha had decided to shift her goal from a loving breakfast to a loving lunch delivery. The hardest part, she had thought, was finally over after a few false starts. But she hadn't anticipated this. Just facing the stares of the daytime crowd, this simple act felt like being pricked by 1,000 tiny needles. Misha had never experienced this level of attention. Their words game character, were a stark reminder that this was reality. The ground was rendered in astonishing detail, right down to individual grains of sand, each leaf swayed realistically in the breeze. The sheer number of people passing by was something Mita's processing power could never have handled. And she was an outsider, an escapee from that digital world, only a day removed. A warm gust of wind swept past. A figure approached from a distance. And it was heading straight for her. Is someone coming to talk to me? Misha's rational mind told her she needed to ask for directions to find Alan. But her feet were rooted to the spot. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead. She stood there, watching the shadow lengthen, drawing closer. The approaching figure stopped directly in front of her, and still, she couldn't utter a word. Misha! What are you doing here? Exclamation point. The passerby's voice shattered the spell of anxiety. Looking up, she saw Alan. A wave of relief washed over her. Misha quickly took Alan's arm, eager to escape this overwhelming place. What? She's got a boyfriend. That guy is so lucky. A vein throbbed on Alan's forehead, forming a visible # symbol. He glanced sideways. Mind your own business. Scram. With the murmurs of the disappointed onlookers fading behind them, Misha and Alan returned to the original bench. Thank you, darling. Misha dabbed at the fine sweat on her forehead, patting her chest in a gesture of lingering fear. I was so scared. I thought I was going to be eaten. Alan placed the lunch box on his lap, a teasing glint in his eye. By me? The girl looked at him, a momentary flicker of confusion in her eyes, and then understanding dawned. No, darling. But would you want to eat me? Misha's gaze was serious, though the corners of her mouth twitched upwards. But Alan, noticing the subtle tremor in her lips and fingertips, saw something deeper. He opened the lunch box, pretending not to notice. Don't worry. I'm here. Yes. I know. But I can't help being afraid. Her head was bowed, her thoughts hidden from him. Alan knew that adjusting to reality wouldn't happen overnight. 10%, 13%. The progress bar in that instant ticked upwards. But more pressing than the progress bar, Alan realized, was the contents of the lunch box. Darling, aren't you going to eat? Misha asked, her voice laced with concern. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 31, Wipe. 930 words. The lunchbox sat before him, a culinary challenge. Inside, a beige, viscous porridge shared space with a vibrant array of fruits and vegetables. These were artfully drizzled with a sauce forming a bright red heart. Visually, it was appealing. Alan nodded, focusing on the appearance. It was only the faint, scorched aroma that hinted at the reality. He poked cautiously at the vegetables with his chopsticks. They sank in, revealing charred black interiors. How did you burn the inside without scorching the outside? How is this even possible? He desperately wanted to rant, to question this culinary sorcery. Was this some hidden talent of game characters? Had Misha somehow glitched reality itself? He needed a distraction, a way to steer Misha's focus towards their planned trip to the mall. Summoning his most charming smile, he met her questioning gaze, ready to change the subject. Then he saw her hand. Small blisters dotted her fair skin. Band-aids, stained with a hint of blood, covered her index finger and thumb. Is something wrong? Misha, noticing his gaze, instinctively tucked her hand behind her back. I tried using the kitchen utensils earlier. It was a little challenging, but I did it. This is the best batch yet. Had she destroyed her taste buds in the process? Alan didn't voice the thought. Instead, without a word, he picked up the bowl of shapeless porridge and downed it in one go. Glug, glug, glug. He pretended to savor it, a single, unnoticed tear tracing a path down his cheek. Be careful, don't choke. But Alan was already setting the box down, his hand reaching for the fruits and vegetables. Delicious. Crunch. The first bite was pure bitterness. There was no give, no juiciness. Just a brittle, potato chip-like snap. Misha's love-infused sauce, however, did offer a sweet counterpoint, masking some of the charcoal's acridity. A moment later, Alan patted his stomach with a slight burp. Very good, he declared. The taste? Well, if you ignored the crunchy, burnt texture and pretended it was some exotic, crispy snack, it was tolerable. Misha, ever the attentive housewife, offered him a wet wipe. You ate it all? 13%, 15%. Yes. It's a shame I didn't get to eat you this time. Darling, what are you saying? I should be the one eating you. Misha playfully poked his forehead. I surrender. Hee okay, wipe your mouth. But the offered wipe remained suspended in the air. Misha, puzzled, saw that Alan wasn't reaching for it. He simply pointed at his mouth. You do it. Honestly. A soft smile played on her lips. She gently, meticulously, wiped the corners of her husband's mouth. TSK. You can't even wipe your own mouth. Show off, show off. Several passers-by, their faces contorted as if they'd just bitten into sour lemons, hurried past the lovey-dovey couple. Alan was oblivious. Basking in his wife's ministrations, his mind drifted back to the system's progress bar. He pulled out his phone, opening the bug fix function of security guard. Last night, it had been at 10%. Today, with Misha's arrival, it had jumped to 13% and now 15%. Was there a correlation? His first thought was an affection system. This did feel like something out of a dating sim. But he quickly discarded the idea. If it were affection-based, the increase would have been far greater. Misha, for some inexplicable reason, seemed to harbor a pre-existing affection for him. The progress bar should have been much higher from the start. That left only one possibility: helping Misha integrate into the real world. He reviewed the 3 events that had triggered the progress bar's increase. First, giving her a name. A real-world identity. The other 2 were essentially providing reassurance when she felt insecure. A sense of security in integrating into reality. He glanced at her, her gaze calm and trusting. He remembered her anxiety, her feeling of displacement, when she'd been alone on the street. Bug fix, integrating elements that didn't belong, making the bug not a bug. It was just a theory, of course. He might be missing other factors. But the immediate goal remained, to expose her to the real world. Misha. Yes, darling. Misha put down the napkin, her eyes curious. Want to go to the mall with me? A date. The mall. A date. A date. Yes. I'd love to. Alan decided to skip his afternoon classes. With the security guard bonus, the scholarship was less crucial. The priority was buying gifts for that wicked woman and daily necessities for Misha. And of course, testing his hypothesis. After dropping off the lunchbox at home, they headed to a nearby mall. During their walk, he carefully observed Misha. She was calm in less crowded areas. But as soon as they entered a busy street, she instinctively clutched the corner of his shirt. Misha, I need a plan, Alan said, feigning a thoughtful frown. It's a special day, so just the mall seems a bit lacking. How about I take you somewhere fun? Misha paused, her eyes widening slightly before lighting up. Okay. Is there anything you've always wanted to see, something real, not just in the game? She pondered for a moment. Flowers, I think. Lots of beautiful flowers, not the ones in vases at home. Then Crystal Flower Park it is. They have an open-air exhibition today. Yes. A radiant smile bloomed on her face. _______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 32, Data Live. 1142 words. Gotcha. Misha exclaimed, a plan clicking into place just as they reached the mall entrance. Pecan, the sound effect played in her head. Sweetheart, can I borrow your phone for a sec? Sure, but no peeking at my photos. Now you've made me curious. Please don't. Kidding. Misha swiped to the weather app. Perfect. We should reach Crystal Flower Park by evening. And it's sunny all day, so the flower exhibition is safe. Alan couldn't help but smile, watching her earnestly navigate for him, even factoring in real-world concerns like rain, things outside the scope of their game. All right, let's head in. They entered with the throng of shoppers, Misha still clinging to the edge of Alan's shirt. He glanced sideways, noticing her slightly furrowed brow. After a moment's thought, he offered her his hand. Misha, still surveying the crowded scene, felt her hand suddenly enveloped by his. She looked up at him instinctively. Alan, as if nothing unusual had happened, held her hand and steered them deeper into the mall. Let's take a look around, okay? I need to pick something up too. Okay. The warmth radiating from his palm felt like a ray of winter sunshine, wrapping her in a comforting glow. She followed his lead, her gaze fixed on his broad back, the corners of her lips tilting upward almost imperceptibly. Time seemed to flow through their joined hands. Soon, Alan found an area that looked like a gift section. This is it. The sign wasn't directly facing him, but the items on display strongly suggested he was in the right place. He was thinking of getting that wicked woman some kind of food, something she could enjoy multiple times. Each time she ate it, she'd think of him, a subtle way to nudge that progress bar. As for something more expensive, he wasn't sure if Crazy Mita would greet him with a hatchet or a conversation. Best to test the waters with something inexpensive. Alan, what is this place? Misha, trailing behind him, looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, seemingly fascinated by everything. Then, she saw what Alan was looking at further back on the shelves. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Huh? Alan noticed the sudden rise in temperature of Misha's hand in his. He turned to her, concerned. What's wrong? And nothing. She clutched her arm, deliberately averting her gaze, avoiding his line of sight. Question mark. Alan was thoroughly confused, but decided to focus on choosing a gift first. He picked up a package of candy. It looked like an import, he couldn't read the text. The packaging featured a heart and a rather suggestive pink label. Why is candy so suggestive these days? He muttered. The price was reasonable, though. Hello, sir. Can I help you with anything? A shop assistant approached, taking a knowing glance at the young man and the girl he was holding hands with. She instantly understood the situation. Alan was puzzled by her look but asked, "How does this candy taste?" Taste? The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Did people actually worry about the taste when buying this kind of thing? She recovered quickly, falling back on her professional training. It's delicious. Okay. Perfect. This candy would be his initial test of Crazy Mita's reaction. He paid, then continued through the mall, Misha's hand still in his. Misha, however, had caught the knowing look in the shop assistant's eyes. And she'd seen the items behind that food shelf, a variety of decidedly adult products. She squeezed her skirt, her gaze, through her eyelashes, lingering on the candy in Alan's hand. As a Mita, she knew a bit of Japanese and Russian, among other languages. The candy's packaging clearly stated, "A moment of passion." Misha, having dabbled in slightly more mature reading material, understood its implications perfectly. It likely had effects similar to those pocket watches and apps. The candy itself wasn't the issue. The real question was Alan, who had personally brought her here, and the intent behind his actions. He probably found it difficult to express those kinds of words, so he was using actions as a direct hint. Phew. The girl exhaled a hot breath, her cheeks burning. So when would he make his move? Alan was her player, that was undeniable. And everything he'd done had already sparked a different kind of feeling within her. This emotion wasn't simply the connection between a Mita and their player. It was something more fundamental, deeper, something she couldn't quite articulate. Misha was confused. Since coming to reality, there were many things she didn't understand. But this she especially didn't understand. He'd saved her from that prison cell. And ultimately, for her safety, he'd brought her to the real world. Throughout it all, he'd gone out of his way to help her. He'd given her a name, a home, food, shelter, and helped her adjust to this new world. Alan was a very good person. A very good player, and she wondered, was he also a very good man? Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night, when Alan had called out her name in his sleep. What kind of image did she hold in his dreams? What are you thinking about? Her heart was pounding. The thoughts in her head must have been too intense. She'd been able to look at Alan normally before, but that candy, and the shop assistant's look, it was like a switch had been flipped, painting her world in shades of pink. She hadn't even noticed that Alan had already bought her toiletries, and was heading towards the clothing section. Misha. It wasn't until Alan waved his hand in front of her eyes a couple of times that the swirling ocean of her thoughts began to calm. What is it? Misha lifted her head, meeting his clear, dark eyes. They were completely devoid of any hidden meaning, making her feel like the foolish one. Could it be that Alan was unexpectedly experienced? Or had he already done it with that crazy woman? The thought sent a pang of gloom through her heart, and her small hand clenched tightly. What were you thinking about? You didn't even answer when I asked you which toothbrush cup you liked. This time, you have to choose your own clothes. Okay. Seeing Misha's somewhat distant expression, Alan couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Your face is really red. He reached out towards Misha. Exclamation point. The girl at that moment froze completely. She could only stare at his approaching hand, her mind spiraling off into unknown territory. Misha's lips parted slightly, and her eyes began to swirl. She felt her body heating up, as if some kind of glitch had occurred. ______. If you'd like more translations, feel free to support me on Patreon. 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Patreon.com/walnutchan. Chapter 33, Your Face is So Hot. 1511 words. Your face is burning. Alan pressed the back of his hand to Misha's forehead, testing her temperature. It was definitely warm, far too warm to be normal. He waited for a response, but after a moment of silence, he glanced over at her. Even her earlobes were flushed a bright, vivid red. I am fine. There's no fever mechanic in the game, you know. Her voice was a little shaky. But this is reality, Misha. I told you, I'm fine. Misha had clearly shut down the conversation. Alan decided not to push it. But as he walked, he couldn't help stealing glances at her rosy cheeks. A small, almost mischievous smile tugged at his lips. So cute. I want to tease her just a little. Your face is so red, darling, he said, his voice dropping to a playful murmur. Could it be you've fallen for me? He continued to hold Misha's hand, leading her towards the entrance of a clothing store. His eyes scanned the displays, already mentally picking out styles that might suit her. Misha didn't answer. Behind him, the girl stared at his back, a strange, almost unfocused light shimmering in her usually dark blue eyes. Her pink lips parted slightly, then closed, then opened again, and a whisper escaped. Maybe, a little. Alan's steps faltered. He stopped just inside the store's entrance. What did I just hear? He turned slowly, his gaze locking onto Misha's. The bright, cool light from the mall's ceiling illuminated her skin, making it seem almost translucent. The blush on her cheeks deepened the delicate beauty of her face, turning her into a living work of art. For a fleeting moment their eyes met, a spark passing between them. Then, Misha quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be intensely interested in a rack of brightly colored scarves. Which outfit should I choose? She asked, her voice a little too loud, a little too bright. And then, her hand tightened around his, sending a jolt, a tiny electric shock, straight through Alan's heart. I was going to take you clothes shopping, but you're trying to steal my heart instead, huh? The silent accusation hung in the air, unspoken. They moved further into the store, each drifting towards different racks of clothing, a strange, unspoken tension simmering between them. The silence was broken only by the soft rustle of fabric and the distant murmur of other shoppers. But their hands remained clasped, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken words. As they moved past the displays, Alan noticed Misha stealing quick, furtive glances at him. Alan, can you please say something? This is incredibly awkward, her eyes practically screamed the message at him. He returned her look, a silent reply passing between them. Who told you to say that? You didn't give me any warning. I was joking. Her eyes flickered away, a towel. If you want me to believe that, try not to look so guilty. I am not looking guilty. Their gazes darted back and forth, a silent, rapid-fire conversation unfolding in the space between them. A nearby shop assistant, observing them, saw only a young couple, deeply in love, their eyes filled with affection. Are these two actually going to buy anything? The assistant wondered, a mix of amusement and exasperation swirling within her. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to approach. Excuse me, she said, her voice polite but firm, is there anything I can help you two with? Both Alan and Misha turned towards her, their expressions radiating a surprising, almost comical level of gratitude. The assistant had initially felt a pang of guilt for interrupting their seemingly intimate moment. Now she was utterly bewildered. Why are they thanking me? She thought. Young people these days. I just don't understand them. Darling, you should talk to her, Misha said, her voice regaining some of its composure. We're shopping for your clothes this time. No, I don't have many clothes in the game, and my fashion sense is lacking, Alan replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. So, darling, could you help me choose? The shop assistant watched this exchange in silent bewilderment. Why are they deferring to each other again? And honestly, the constant darling was starting to give her a headache. Then, a thought struck her. College students these days were quite forward. And she'd heard that getting a marriage certificate could even earn them extra credit. So these two, perhaps they aren't just a couple, but actually husband and wife. How about, she said, addressing them with a newfound formality, I introduce some items to you, sir and madam. Okay. Alan was momentarily confused by the sudden change in address. He glanced at Misha, who looked equally perplexed. Oh well, he thought, as long as it moves us past that awkward moment, it's fine. A sudden, mischievous thought flashed through his mind. If that wicked woman were here, and saw what just happened between Misha and me, she'd probably be furious, right? He imagined her, crying, sulking, biting a handkerchief in frustration. A picture formed, complete with a .jpg extension. So cute. While he was lost in this amusing daydream, the shop assistant had already begun enthusiastically pointing out various garments on the rack to Misha. The dark blue-haired girl listened attentively, occasionally reaching out to touch the fabric, pulling items out for closer inspection. She seemed perfectly composed, not at all flustered by interacting with a stranger. Alan felt a wave of relief. He also had a growing suspicion. Misha probably isn't comfortable with the attention of large crowds in the real world when she's relaxed. But if she enters her working mode, she becomes decisive and incredibly efficient. Perhaps it was also because Midas in the game always interacts one-on-one. Okay, I think this will do, thank you, Misha said, bowing her head slightly to the shop assistant in a gesture of polite respect. The assistant, caught off guard by the unexpected formality, felt a flush of warmth. Hee, madam, you're too kind, she replied, gesturing towards a fitting room. This is your size. Please try it on. The fitting room is to your right. Okay. Alan watched as Misha, after a brief conversation with the shop assistant, gathered the chosen clothes and headed towards the fitting room. But just before she disappeared inside, the shop assistant caught his eye, her expression shifting to one of knowing amusement. Madam, she said, her voice low and conspiratorial, you are truly fortunate. Misha, puzzled by the assistant's cryptic remark, followed her gaze. She found Alan looking at her, his eyes lingering. And from Alan's perspective, Misha seemed to have exchanged a few words with the shop assistant, and then her gaze had turned towards him. Their eyes met once more, a fleeting connection. The blush returned to Misha's cheeks, and she quickly ducked into the fitting room, as if seeking refuge. Alan wanted to protest, what did I do this time? Excuse me, please move. A sharp voice broke through his thoughts. Beside him, a female customer was waiting impatiently, her expression a mixture of annoyance and disdain, the look of someone who clearly thought a man had no business lingering in a women's clothing store. Alan suddenly realized that, without Misha by his side, he was, indeed, out of place. He was like Shido Itsuka, attempting to capture Yoshino without the benefit of a disguise, in the middle of a women's clothing store. He quickly moved to a spot near Misha's fitting room, deciding to wait for her there. Misha, he called softly, if you need anything, just let me know. Ah, Alan. Perfect timing. Could you hand me the first belt on the rack to your left? I want to try it on with this outfit. Belt. He looked to his left, locating a selection of belts. He picked up the first one and walked over to the fitting room, knocking gently on the curtain. A slender, pale arm emerged from within, quickly taking the belt from his hand. The faint, delicate scent of Misha's perfume lingered in the air for only a moment before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. But Alan had seen it clearly. Misha usually wears long sleeves, he thought. I rarely see her arms exposed. And, as expected of a classic beautiful girl, her arms were as delicate and perfectly formed as those of a heroine in a pure love visual novel. Alan, it feels a little chilly in here. Are you perhaps thinking about something inappropriate? Alan felt a prickle of unease, a strange tingling sensation on his scalp. The level of unspoken understanding between him and Misha was almost unnerving. ______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 34, Have I Become the Male Lead of a Royal Drama? 1,223 words. Excuse me, coming through. The clerk swished the mop across the tiled floor, leaving a bright yellow caution, wet floor sign in his wake. Alan leaned against the wall outside the fitting room, waiting for Misha to finish trying on clothes. Instead of doors, these fitting rooms were separated by thick curtains, a cost-saving measure that did little to muffle sound. From his position just outside Misha's curtain, Alan could hear the faint rustle of fabric against skin. The sounds weren't loud, not sharp or distinct. Yet they tugged at his attention. Some primal instinct. An ingrained sensitivity to this kind of situation. It felt like that sudden, urgent need a smoker feels when they realize they're out of lighters, or a gamer poised to dive into grand blue fantasy, reeling only to find their controller missing, or a model kit builder discovering the crucial final piece has vanished. Alan decided to blame his genetics. Alan. Misha's voice, filtered through the curtain, snapped him out of his mildly uncomfortable introspection. Yeah. Figuring she needed help with another outfit, he took a step forward, directly onto a still damp patch of floor. And then, the question that instantly raised his hackles. You're not peeking, are you? For a heartbeat, Alan was genuinely tempted to yank the curtain aside, just to see the panicked expression on her face. That was the kind of reaction he usually got from that lunatic woman. Getting it from Misha, well, it wouldn't be entirely unwelcome. But he restrained himself. Why would you even think that? Because. I felt a sudden chill just now. She noticed. What was this, some kind of bizarre empathic link? It's your imagination. TCH. A murmur of something drifted from behind the curtain. Why are you annoyed now? I'm not. Really? Not at all anyway, could you hang this belt back up for me? Women were indecipherable. Alan grumbled under his breath and moved closer to take the belt. A slender, pale hand emerged, holding the neatly coiled leather. And that's when his foot slipped. It was like stepping on a bar of soap. The sudden, complete loss of balance radiated from his feet up through his entire body. In his peripheral vision, he caught the bright yellow warning the clerk had left. Caution, wet floor. Seriously. The fitting room curtain rushed towards him, and predictably, with a loud whoosh, he crashed inside. Ow! Or rather, he should have felt pain. But the expected impact had been strangely cushioned. You. A soft, almost bird-like voice, laced with disbelief, reached his ears. But Alan had more immediate concerns. His face was buried in something incredibly soft and yielding, with a delicate, sweet scent. A fragrant cake covered in pristine white cream. The packaging was thankfully still intact, but due to the unfortunate circumstances, his mouth and nose were pressed directly against its peak, the creamy texture making it slightly difficult to breathe. A rich, milky aroma filled his senses. He opened his eyes, and his entire field of vision was dominated by the sweet mountain in front of him. Alan understood the situation instantly. He let out a slightly choked chuckle and glanced towards the source of the voice. As expected, Misha's face was a vibrant shade of crimson, teetering on the edge of tears. She bit her lip lightly, the slight reveal of her teeth visible from his unique vantage point. Her face was flushed with a transparency like moonlight on a dark night. Her eyes were wide with embarrassment, but even in this mortifying moment, Alan could read the message clearly. Idiot. Simple. No need for complex interpretation, it was written all over her face. Alan gave her a small, apologetic wink. Sorry, unavoidable circumstances. Misha's gaze remained a mixture of shyness and frustration. She blinked at him. I know you wouldn't do this on purpose. But I'm still a little mad. What do I have to do to make it up to you? Call me darling. Darling, I'm so sorry. Alan, completely enveloped by Misha's youthful presence, mumbled his apology. His words were muffled, however, by the soft warmth still pressed against his mouth. His breath, warm and ticklish, made Misha scrunch up her eyebrows in a mixture of embarrassment and something else. That tickles. I'll move in a moment. Just then, a rapid tap-tap-tap echoed from outside the fitting room. Miss. I heard a loud noise, are you all right in there? The store clerk's voice was genuinely concerned. She clearly had a good impression of them as customers. A wave of panic washed over Alan. Luckily, he had a backup plan, his profession had trained him to always talk his way out of any situation. Oh, right. He almost forgot. He was currently inside a women's fitting room, alone with Misha. There was no explanation that wouldn't sound incredibly suspicious. He turned his head, relieved to see that Misha had immediately pulled the curtain closed again after his spectacular entrance. At least no one could see inside. This was mildly exhilarating. At that moment, Misha gave his arm a light pinch. He looked up, meeting her playful, yet slightly exasperated, gaze. You're breathing on me. Tone it down. Are you thinking of something weird again? You caught me. Fine, I forgive you. Leave this to me. Question mark. Alan had a fleeting thought that Misha wasn't exactly known for her quick thinking and smooth talking. No, wait. This wasn't the time for doubt. He had to trust her. He met her gaze with absolute faith. My reputation is in your hands. I'll protect you, my dear. Feeling his trust, Misha pointedly ignored where exactly Alan was currently leaning. Like finding shelter against a strong, dependable mountain, she wrapped her arms around him, drawing him closer. Alan was relying on her. She could feel his warmth, the solid strength of his back. Yes. A small smile played on Misha's lips. Unexpected things happened. No matter how meticulously you planned, reality often had other ideas. She hadn't anticipated Alan's sudden, gravity-assisted entry into the fitting room. Nor had she expected the store clerk to be so quick to investigate. But right now, she knew what she had to do. Freezing up wouldn't help. She had to be Alan's shield. With that resolve, she called out, "It's fine, miss. I just slipped a little in here. Nothing serious." "Oh, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I just lost my footing for a second." "Oh, okay. If you need anything, just call me. Employee ID, 13. Got it." As the footsteps retreated, Misha quickly finished getting dressed, peeked outside, and confirming the coast was clear, gave Alan a signal. "Let's go, darling. Your reputation is safe." "Thank you, darling." As soon as they stepped out, Alan quickly pulled the curtain closed. Then he turned around, and found himself face to face with employee 13, standing just a few feet away. "Heh." She offered a knowing, amused little smile. ________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChansparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 35, The Reign of Reality. 1,227 words. That will be 650 yuan, sir, madam. But I'll give you a 20% discount. The shop assistant's knowing smile flickered across Alan's vision. So, 520 yuan. And if you were happy with my service, a 5-star rating would be lovely. Thank you, Alan said, his smile a little forced, as Misha reached for her wallet. This was a new one, being discounted in such an unpleasant way. He'd thought he'd regained some ground after Misha had helped him out of that earlier predicament. He'd been so wrong. Misha had bailed him out, only for him to immediately torpedo his own innocence. Still, the shop assistant had been helpful. After filling out a quick form and leaving the requested 5-star review, he and Misha left, the shop assistant's amused gaze following them out. Oh dear, I wonder if the fitting room floor needs cleaning. I hope it's not soiled. Hearing the woman's teasing voice, deliberately lowered, yet perfectly audible, Alan briefly regretted not leaving a scathing review. Alan. Misha tugged gently on his sleeve. He looked at her, a question in his eyes. Why did the shop assistant make such a point of saying 520? That. Alan glanced around at the bustling crowd. He beckoned Misha closer, until her ear was near his lips. 520 sounds like I love you in Chinese. Exclamation point. Misha's ears flushed a delicate pink. Wait here a moment. She let go of his hand and hurried back into the shop. He watched as she chatted with the shop assistant, then, to the woman's evident surprise, filled out another review form. Well, thank you for your enthusiasm, madam. This glowing review is quite unexpected. Have a wonderful day. Alan heard the shop assistant's murmured words as Misha rejoined him, taking his hand again. He felt a strange sense of relief. Alan simply nodded. Misha squeezed his palm, a gentle reminder. Alan, may I have your phone? Just don't go through my photo album. Okay. Maybe next time. ? As Misha unlocked his phone, Alan considered getting her one of her own. Communication would be difficult once he was back at school. They'd reached the mall entrance. The late afternoon sun, a fiery orb framed by dramatic clouds, was slowly sinking westward. The city's skyscrapers were bathed in a warm, orange light, signaling the approaching evening. While Misha was occupied with his phone, Alan took the opportunity to check the bug repair progress. 18%. Back in the fitting room, when Misha had suggested sending the shop assistant away, the progress bar had jumped by 3%, reaching 18%. This reinforced Alan's theory. It wasn't a favorability system, but rather a measure of Misha's integration into the real world. Misha was able to handle an unexpected situation that frequently appears in everyday life. It was also a big step forward for her to be completely integrated into reality. Alan felt a surge of pride. My daughter is really growing up. He pulled out the candy from his pocket. Things were progressing smoothly. He estimated he could get Misha's progress bar to 25% by the end of the day. Once he had that 720 cloud storage, he'd stash this candy away. It was meant to defeat the virus, the bad woman, so surely the security guard would approve. Besides, Misha-type pretty girls all seem to be foreign. They should be able to stomach this imported treat, right? Okay, all set. I've planned our schedule. Misha closed the phone and handed it back. It's 4:30 now. If we take our time, it's about an hour's walk to Crystal Flower Park. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. That means we can grab dinner near the park and catch the flower show around 6. Perfect. Sounds good. I'll leave it to you. Hand in hand, they walked towards the setting sun. Do you still find the real world scary? A little. Misha shook her head, her gaze fixed on his profile. But compared to the sheer helplessness I felt when I first arrived, I feel like I've come so far. Not just mentally, but my cooking's improved too. As she spoke, Alan's attention was drawn to his hand, the one Misha was holding, wrapped in a band-aid. I think so too, Alan said, his praise sincere. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Now and in the future. Will you always be there cheering me on? Her voice was a little tight, and Alan looked at her, curious. Of course. Still holding hands, Misha, her gaze still locked on Alan's profile, allowed a small, crescent moon-like smile to curve her lips. His large hand still held an unexpected power. It was like a hand holding hope. Holding that hope, Misha's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a color that didn't belong to the sunset. Her gaze shifted past Alan, focusing on the sky. Billowing clouds framed the setting sun, drifting slowly towards the western mountains. But following the sunlight were a few clouds that were dark, ominous, and heavy storm clouds. Darling. Maybe we should walk a little faster. Feeling Misha's grip instinctively tighten on his hand, Alan, though puzzled, didn't question her. Okay. They quickened their pace, moving towards Crystal Flower Park with unusual speed. Misha's frequent glances at the sky, and her increasingly worried expression, didn't escape Alan's notice. The time is now 5 p.m. The announcement came from a television in a nearby store. The sun was dipping below the distant horizon, and the sky had already grown noticeably dim. Seeing Misha's growing anxiety, Alan was about to speak, when a drop of water landed on his forehead. Question mark. He looked up. The sky had deepened to a dark, brooding gray. Heavy rain clouds had overtaken the setting sun, spreading across a vast expanse of the sky. I'm sorry, Alan. Could I see your phone again? Here. Alan stopped joking and handed it over without hesitation. Misha deftly opened the weather app. Alan peered over her shoulder. The previously sunny forecast icon had been replaced by a rain cloud, flashing with lightning. Boom. The first clap of thunder reverberated through the heavy clouds. It seemed to be the breaking point. The gray, which had been creeping in, had now turned to darkness. After the first raindrop came a second, then a third. And then, a torrential downpour came crashing down, drenching the fragile world below. Alan had already pulled Misha under the awning of a nearby TV store for shelter. On the screen, a local news report was playing. Today's sudden heavy rain has forced the postponement of the Crystal Flower Park show, originally scheduled for 6 p.m. The show will now take place tomorrow. Blah, 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 annoying chatter. So are we going home? Misha sighed, closed the weather app, and returned the phone to Alan. Alan, looking at her face, as overcast as the sky above, thought for a moment, then made a decision. We're still going to the flower show. Underscore 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 underscore. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 36, Dark Clouds Gather. 1,193 words. The rain had softened to a drizzle, but dark clouds still hung low, offering little in the way of starlight. A chill wind rustled around them. Let's go. There's nothing to see in a sky like this. Alan's gaze wasn't fixed on the monotonous expanse above. He took Misha's arm, his eyes scanning the cityscape, and led her quickly to the rooftop railing. From here, the city spread out before them, a panorama of twinkling lights. And below, bathed in the soft glow of streetlights and the faint drizzle, lay Crystal Flower Park. We're sticking to the plan. Alan looked into her deep blue eyes, his voice firm. He took her hand, and they stepped out of the TV store. The shop next door, thankfully, was a convenience store. Want to get your own umbrella? He asked. I'll share yours, Misha replied. 2 umbrellas would mean we couldn't hold hands, wouldn't it? Alan turned to her, a flicker of something in his eyes. Okay. His grip on her hand tightened. He bought a single umbrella, and together they set off for Crystal Flower Park. Tap, tap, splash. His slightly larger leather shoes, and her slightly smaller loafers found puddles. The rain created tiny curtains of water where their soles met the pavement. But neither of them noticed. Their eyes were fixed ahead. Misha, walking just a step behind him, held Alan's hand and studied his profile. She knew he was helping her, playing along with her carefully crafted scheme. If even she, the architect of the plan, didn't believe in it, how could it possibly work? Rain or shine, TV broadcasts or static, they needed to see the reality on the ground to know if it had failed. And besides, even if this little plan did fail, so what? Alan would still be there. Their world would keep turning. This thought eased Misha's mood. She quickened her pace, drawing level with Alan. Let's go, she said, looking back, her deep eyes sparkling with renewed determination. Let's go see the flower show. Alan saw the return of his gaming battle buddy, and a small smile touched his lips. Seeing his smile, Misha felt her own spirits lift further. The dim gloom around them gave way to the bright spill of streetlights. The flustered, rain-soaked pedestrians were replaced by those strolling calmly beneath umbrellas. The frantic downpour softened to a leisurely drizzle. City lights flickered to life, drawing out office workers in search of after-work entertainment. The air thrummed with a renewed vibrancy. Their short journey ended for the moment when they reached the park. I'm a little tired, Misha said. You're sweating, let me wipe it for you. She pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at the beads of sweat on Alan's forehead. As Alan enjoyed this unexpectedly wifely gesture, his gaze settled on the darkened park. The flowers intended for the show hadn't been covered in time. They drooped, wilted, their heads bowed low. Colorful petals lay scattered on the ground, forming a chaotic, circular pattern around the central crystal flower. The landmark of Crystal Flower Park, a large, sculpted crystal flower, stood glistening in the drizzle. Raindrops traced paths down its clear petals, finally dripping onto the soaked earth. As expected, the plan failed, Misha said, a bittersweet smile on her lips. She shook her head. The real world was like that. Just when a plan seemed poised for success, a torrential downpour could arrive and wash everything away. Sometimes there were unavoidable, fundamental setbacks, no matter how you adjusted the plan. Like not understanding anything, and yet finding herself living with this kind, gentle, slightly mischievous gamer beside her. Like a clumsy mishap during a clothes fitting, or a sudden splash of hot oil while cooking. Or, just when she felt she was getting used to the real world, a heavy rain, almost extinguishing her pretty good mood. I still have a long way to go, she murmured. But with this gamer beside her, with Alan's company, this one failed plan felt insignificant. It failed because of rain. So next time, they'd just make a better plan, wouldn't they? Next time, should we go to an indoor garden, she suggested. No. We're still going to see the flower show. Alan's unexpected stubbornness surprised her. She looked at his profile. Alan, his expression set with his usual firmness, was looking at the drooping flowers. It was as if, in his eyes, they weren't dying blooms, but rather vibrant life waiting to be unleashed. But we're going to change our perspective. He finally looked away from the sea of flowers, his gaze settling on a tall building beside them, a tower reaching into the night sky. Let's go. I'll follow you. Alan took her hand and steered her towards the building. The gleaming department store, its neon lights reflecting in Misha's eyes. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of flowers Alan intended to show her. Inside, he navigated somewhat clumsily to an elevator. At this moment, Alan wasn't entirely sure if his next move would succeed, or if Misha would even like it. After all, his strength had never been in following rigid plans, but in adapting to the circumstances. But even adaptability could be shattered by the unexpected. He sincerely hoped that he and Misha wouldn't be met with some cliché, unforeseen obstacle. He pressed the button for the top floor. A whoosh, and the only sensations in the confined space were a slight feeling of weightlessness and the subtle fragrance of Misha's perfume. The girl, holding Alan's hand, could sense his underlying anxiety. Misha resolved that, no matter what scene Alan presented to her next, she would offer her most enthusiastic praise. Because, at least for now, Alan's heart was connected to hers. The elevator ride, neither too long nor too short, delivered them to the top floor. They stepped out into a brightly lit shopping area. Alan scanned their surroundings and spotted a staircase. He took Misha's hand and hurried towards it. The staircase wasn't unfinished or neglected, on the contrary, it was well maintained and decorated. Clearly, the mall intended for customers to use it. Thank goodness. Alan breathed a sigh of relief at this stroke of luck, being able to reach the rooftop. After this, it was in the bag. The tap-tap-tap of their footsteps echoed in the stairwell. They didn't speak, their gazes fixed on the end of the climb. At the top was a dark door, reflecting only a sliver of the night sky. Tap. With a final step, Alan and Misha pushed through the door and onto the rooftop. It was like a frog emerging from the bottom of a well. The vast night sky, channeled through her eyes, imprinted itself deeply on Misha's heart. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChansparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 37, Crystal Flower Park. 1,318 words. The fine rain, a misty veil, draped itself gently over the city. At night, the city's neon signs blazed to life, a vibrant tapestry woven between skyscrapers, low-rise buildings, and winding streets, a god's own watercolor. The murmur of crowds, the staccato bursts of car horns, the pulsing glow of neon, and the hazy drizzle. This was the world that swam into Misha's focus. This is. Her dark blue eyes, for a moment, seemed to transform into a canvas, drinking in the sharp, vivid contours of the real world. The riot of colors, intensified by the rain-slicked streets, seemed to have their saturation cranked to the maximum. The girl could only murmur, entranced. So beautiful. The heartfelt exclamation escaped her slightly parted lips. It struck her then, each neon sign blazing across the cityscape truly did resemble a thriving, brilliantly colored flower, a bloom of civilization. What I wanted you to see is merely the backdrop, the young man beside her said, his gaze following hers. A moment later, his eyes dropped to the scene below the department store. The true result of the plan isn't found high up on a building, but directly beneath your eyes. Misha nodded obediently, her gaze following Alan's exclamation point. A scene she hadn't anticipated unfolded before her. It was Crystal Flower Park, the very park that, just 10 minutes ago, had been drenched and seemingly ruined by the downpour. But now, the scattered petals had rearranged themselves into a perfect circle. Their vibrant, varied colors formed a gorgeous, swirling tapestry around the central flower, like the train of a bride's gown. And the bride herself. The crystal flower at the very heart of the petal arrangement. Neon light danced on each crystal-clear facet, reflecting a dazzling rainbow. Droplets of rain clung to the tips of the crystal petals, seeming to flow, lending the already beautiful artificial bloom a dreamlike quality that surpassed even real flowers. Only from their rooftop vantage point could one truly appreciate how the colorful garland framed the central bride. The heart of the flower faced directly towards Misha, mirroring the smile Alan offered her. "What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it?" Crystal Flower Park, as its name suggested, featured a large, crystal-like artificial flower at its center. "It is, the rain disrupted all our plans." Alan wiped the rainwater from the railing, offering it to Misha to lean on. "But it's because of the rain that we can witness such a beautiful sight. Don't you agree?" He looked at her, and she at him, catching the smile in his dark eyes. Reality, it can be intimidating. Unexpected things happen all the time. But isn't that true of games as well? Bugs, glitches, viruses, and crazy Misha. All sorts of things. For example, if you hadn't come to the real world with me, you might have fallen victim to crazy Misha's chainsaw. Alan shook his head. He couldn't bear the thought of his darling becoming Dar/Ling. "And I, in a way, am also an unexpected variable." "You're not. Meeting you was my greatest fortune." Alan turned to see a pair of eyes filled with unwavering certainty. "Idiot. That's not what I was getting at." Their hands were still intertwined. He squeezed Misha's palm lightly, a playful punishment for interrupting him. Unexpected events aren't inherently negative. Alan gazed towards Crystal Flower Park. "Right?" He smiled faintly. "They can sometimes become a turning point, sometimes a setback, or even a cascade of misfortunes. The outcome depends on how you navigate the unexpected. For example," he gestured towards the crystal flower. "This flower display, practically tailor-made for you, is beautiful, wouldn't you say?" "It is beautiful." She looked at Alan's face, speaking from the depths of her heart. Without a trace of artifice, a genuine feeling, not a polite white lie. The young man hadn't yet caught on. "So, do you feel a bit better now?" Alan glanced at the security guard panel before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. 18%, 33%. You have unlocked 720 cloud storage. Much better. Thank you, darling. The girl's joyful smile seemed to radiate even more vibrancy than the crystal flower beneath the neon glow. It truly was a simple matter, yet she had overcomplicated it. Plans are often overtaken by change, that's a given. But are all changes inherently bad? Even if the rain prevented them from entering the garden, they could have simply sought refuge in a coffee shop, listening to the rain, watching the rain. Sitting there, just the two of them, in an empty cafe. The owner, who knew where they were. With the rain as their witness, she and Alan. Lost in thought, the girl's cheeks flushed with a shy warmth. "But what is it? Is there something else troubling you?" "No." Misha shook her head, idly stroking her hair, twirling the dark blue strands around her fingers, forming loop after loop. "Don't you think the atmosphere right now is just perfect?" Alan surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, thinking about it, the night sky, the rooftop, the neon lights, the crystal flower, and the fact that he had just eased one of the girl's anxieties. And the moment the girl voiced it, his heart gave a little jump. The girl beside him, seemingly emboldened by the atmosphere, slowly leaned closer. Finally, she stood directly in front of him, tilting her chin up slightly, closing her eyes, and waiting for Alan. Her fair face possessed a perfect symmetry rarely seen in reality, and raindrops traced paths down her cheeks. Her damp hair clung to her face, giving her a vulnerable, endearing appearance. Her delicate lips, moistened by the drizzle, appeared even more crystalline than the crystal flower. Seeing this, Alan couldn't help but swallow. He glanced at their clasped hands, and the girl's gentle pressure seemed to transform into a kind of subtle command. Telling him, "You must kiss her." Thump, thump, thump. His heart began to pound wildly, and the steady rain seemed to solidify into a wall, holding him back. "I'll just say this up front. Don't forget, we're living together now. If we do this, living under the same roof afterward." Alan shifted the topic. "It'll definitely be awkward. The kind of awkwardness where we might not even be able to say good morning to each other." Hearing this, Misha slowly opened her eyes. A clear unease flickered within them. I'm sorry. I hadn't thought of that. I suppose it's probably best not to MMMPH. But seeing Misha's shy and adorable expression, the last thread of Alan's reason was washed away by the rain. What happens in the future, that's a problem for later. It's his future self who will have to deal with the awkwardness, not his present self. Afterward, he could rely on the capable Misha to devise a plan to avoid any discomfort. For now, he would savor the moment. He wasn't one to dwell on consequences. So he kissed her. Gazing at the young man's tightly closed eyes, a small, indignant whimper escaped Misha's lips, muffled against his. How could he suddenly kiss her like that? Just moments ago, when she was mentally prepared, he hadn't, and now. But it didn't matter. Misha thought, her already minuscule indignation quenched by the curtain of rain. Who told him to be her darling? Closing her eyes, surrendering to the moment of warmth, Misha's peripheral vision caught sight of the lonely, starless night sky, blanketed in dark clouds. But as she saw it now, it's beautiful, even without stars. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 38, You Are Capable of Cloud Storage. 1,283 words. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled across the young man's face, pulling him from sleep. His mind, still hazy with drowsiness, slowly began to clear. Ah! He yawned, a long, lazy stretch accompanying it, as the memories of yesterday flooded back. After he and Misha had left the rooftop, well, things had unfolded precisely as Alan had anticipated. On their way back, they'd found themselves drawn, almost without a word, back to Crystal Flower Park. Unsurprisingly, the view from ground level couldn't compare to the breathtaking panorama they'd witnessed from above. But something had shifted. Their initial arrival at the garden had been marked by easy companionship. This time, with their relationship having taken a tentative step forward, a quiet awareness hung between them. They held hands the entire time, a silent connection, but barely spoke. Every time their eyes met, Misha would blush, her gaze flitting away. Even now, recalling it. It's too innocent. Sizzle. The aroma of something frying drifted in from the living room. Misha, clearly learning from past experience, had risen even earlier than Alan. And he, at this moment, felt a distinct reluctance to leave the warmth of the bed. Forget it, priorities. Alan had no intention of going to school today. His plan was to return to Misha's world, to continue chipping away at that progress bar. And the first order of business. Finding that bad woman. He had a strategy. He cast his mind back to the time he'd been alone with Crazy Mita, when she'd tried to drug him, to turn him into a cassette, only to be foiled by the vigilant security guard. Afterward, Alan had descended into the basement, encountering the then kind Misha, the Misha he knew now. She'd told him about Crazy Mita's cassette machine. And that machine could see the player's field of vision. He just wasn't sure if it could control the player. This meant a crucial information gap existed between Alan and his adversary. His first step was to test whether he could manipulate the cassette machine's view. He opened the security guard panel on his phone. There, nestled in the system panel, was a small, almost crudely drawn icon. It sat at the very bottom right corner of the security protection icon. Alan tapped it. A box appeared, framed by a series of control buttons. At its center was a black screen. The screen's aspect ratio matched that of the cassette machine. He'd already grasped the basic operating procedure from the security guard's explanation. In essence, he needed to visualize the scene he wanted the cassette machine to display, then input keywords. The security guard would then automatically refine it, creating the illusion of an in-game scene. This meant that Crazy Mita's cassette machine would show precisely what Alan wanted it to show. And his plan was to deliberately reveal his location, right from the start, to lure Crazy Mita. Crazy Mita. The name felt jarring. It didn't suit his strangely endearing bad woman. He wouldn't activate the plan immediately, but about a minute before entering the game. Any sooner, and he risked Crazy Mita realizing he was controlling the cassette machine. Right, second order of business. Alan set down his phone and opened the bedside table drawer. Inside, nestled quietly, was a bag of candy and panties. A girl's panties. The bad woman's panties, to be precise. He couldn't resist picking them up, holding them to the light. The pure white fabric, illuminated by the morning sun, seemed almost angelic, holy and bright. Should I smell them? No, Alan. This is combat equipment. You can't afford to get distracted by those kinds of thoughts. He forcefully suppressed the strange stirring within him. He had to remember that this weapon was arguably his trump card against Crazy Mita. It had been over a day since he'd last exited the game. He figured the bad woman had likely discovered her missing undergarment by now. But Alan felt no guilt. He'd left an IOU. At worst, he could compensate her with a pair of his own next time. Boxers were superior to briefs, so the bad woman would actually be coming out ahead. But Crazy Mita's panties. Crazy Mita, crazy me. Honey. Would the panties be sweet? Alan was starting to realize that being constantly bullied by honey had warped his perception, leading to some rather unusual thoughts about these panties. Honey was a surprisingly pleasant nickname. It rolled off the tongue. The English word was honey. He might try calling her that in the game. Besides, his current focus shouldn't be on this, but on the candy. Alan picked up his phone, accessed the 720 cloud storage function, and retrieved the bag of candy. The cloud storage interface was stark and simple, a dozen boxes, and 2 buttons labeled Upload and Download. There were 3 sections in total. Most of the boxes were dark, but one was illuminated, indicating it was currently available for use. Alan placed the candy on his phone and tapped Upload. Review complete, meets requirements. Alan blinked. The candy on his phone vanished. A pure black window suddenly popped up on the screen. It appeared to be the code the candy had been converted into. The first line of the black window read, "Candy." Then, rows of letters and symbols began to cascade down, forming line after line of code. After a few seconds, the code stopped generating, and the insertion cursor blinked steadily, indicating completion. Upload successful. That's it. Alan was a little bewildered. He glanced at the upload button, it hadn't dimmed. On a whim, he grabbed a nearby pen and tried again. Review failed, upload failed. Figures. He thought for a moment, his gaze landing on his wardrobe. A moment later, a slightly embarrassed Alan sat back on the bed, the security guard's window popping up again. Review successful, meets requirements. Alan stared at the boxers laid out on his phone. The security guard's review mechanism was truly bizarre. The only stated requirement for cloud storage was that items had to be related to defeating the virus. But by what twisted logic did candy and underwear fall into the same category? How could underwear possibly defeat a virus? By having sex with honey. Damn it, security guard. Upload failed. Even worse. It wouldn't even let him voice his frustration. You better hope you don't turn into a woman. He grumbled internally. Of course, Alan knew the underlying reason, and he hadn't held out much hope anyway. He checked the cloud storage function. The small pop-up window in the lower right corner confirmed his suspicion. His current item bar only had one slot available. Therefore, he couldn't store anything else. Whatever, a bag of candy is enough. Alan wasn't overly concerned. He'd known the outcome from the start, this was just a test. He'd likely unlock more item slots later. His peripheral vision caught the angel, on his left, crazy Mita's panties. He placed the angel on his phone and clicked upload again. This was purely out of idle curiosity. After all, wasn't it often the case? Serious attempts often fail, while unintentional ones stumble into success. Of course, Alan didn't really believe that. He was in the real world. Review successful, meets requirements. Such ridiculous things simply didn't happen. Impossible, utterly impossible. Upload successful. Question mark. Underscore 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 underscore. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 39, The Heaven-Defying System and the Non-Heaven. 1,227 words. Alan had figured out the reason for the system's successful upload. It was a bit of a loophole, really. Honey's triangle, the angel, had been pulled from inside the game. The system considered that its own oversight, effectively giving Alan a backdoor. And the angel took up one black square of cloud storage. This meant Alan could not only bring candy to Honey, but also take his own life-saving trump card with him. A significant advantage. He glanced at the closed bedroom door. The sizzling from the kitchen had quieted down. Misha was probably almost finished with breakfast. Alan steeled himself mentally. This was his final challenge in the real world, for now, Misha's cooking. He changed out of his pajamas into clothes that allowed for easy movement and carefully cracked open the bedroom door. Ugh. This egg's a little burnt. I'll just eat this one myself. I think I'm getting the hang of it, though. I'll make him a perfect fried egg next. The girl's enthusiastic words drifted through the air, reaching his ears. Alan thought that, hearing Misha's determination, he could stomach even the most incinerated egg. He could see Misha's back, silhouetted against the noise of the range hood, and the frying pan. A delicate apron was tied around her slender waist, the knot at her back accentuating the curve of her spine. He quietly opened the door the rest of the way, and walked into the living room. Watching her, he knew what he should do. The kind of thing you always saw in movies, right? The newlywed husband, seeing his wife cooking breakfast, would absolutely have to embrace her from behind. He and Misha weren't newlyweds, of course. It was just that, last night, their relationship as comrades had shifted subtly. So maybe just walking up behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and saying, "Thank you for your hard work," that would have the same kind of feeling, wouldn't it? Their relationship was just at the point where that level of contact felt acceptable. He'd do it. Alan moved silently behind Misha. But just as he reached out to touch her shoulder, she spun around. Ah! Damn it! Misha's face flushed crimson the instant she saw him, and she quickly looked away. Her rosy lips moved slightly. Her hand gripped the spatula tightly, hastily scooping up 2 eggs, as if the action could somehow ease her discomfort. Alan realized then that the awkwardness between them hadn't dissipated. It had all started with last night's peck. He hadn't stuck out his tongue, and neither had Misha. That felt far too presumptuous for her first kiss. But even so, Alan's fear of maybe we won't even be able to say good morning was becoming a reality. I am cooking right now. You must be hungry, right? Go sit at the dining table, I'll be just a moment. It's okay. I'm here to ask for another breakfast. Alan mentally cursed himself. His usual professional composure had vanished at the worst possible moment. Misha, hearing his words, was momentarily stunned, then a slow understanding dawned on her face. Her already flushed cheeks burned even brighter, whether from the heat of the stove or something else, he couldn't tell. I understand. Another breakfast. The girl nodded softly, then gestured for Alan to lean down. He didn't quite understand the situation, but he complied. Misha pressed a moist trace against his forehead. A brief touch, even shorter than last night's peck, but with an even stronger effect. Are you full? I'm never full. But now I can actually feel my stomach rumbling. A shy smile finally bloomed on the girl's lips. She turned back to the stove and cracked another egg into the pan. Go wait at the dining table, darling. Today's breakfast will definitely be better than yesterday's. Every day is the most delicious. You're so naughty. Go on, before the oil splatters on you. After this playful exchange with Misha, Alan washed up and settled down at the table. Taking advantage of that earlier moment, he felt the awkward air between them had thinned considerably. Do we need to kiss more? Alan wondered. In his peripheral vision, Misha carried 2 plates of food to the table. The main course appeared to be simple bread. He picked up a slice. One side was slightly charred, spread with a dark red sauce arranged in a heart shape. Toast. This is a new one. He try it. He knew that Misha was a foreign game, so in a sense, Misha was also a foreigner. The staple food of that country seemed to indeed be bread, potatoes, flatbreads and the like. It looked appealing. Alan, as always, trusted Misha. He took a bite without hesitation. A crunch, followed by the taste of bland bread and sweet sauce. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it certainly wasn't bad. He took a sip of the beet soup Misha had prepared. Sweet and sour, with a rich, creamy texture. It perfectly balanced the slight char on the bread. The bread alone might be considered unremarkable, and the soup alone might be a bit too heavy. But together, they were a match that could rival any restaurant. Alan was, frankly, astonished. And then, proud. Just yesterday, Misha had been making, well, different meals. Today she'd improved this dramatically. Delicious. He meant it sincerely. I'm so glad you like it. Misha beamed, clearly thrilled. She barely touched her own food, instead watching quietly as Alan ate every bite of the meal she'd prepared. By the time he was full, Misha had also finished her own meal. She began to clear the dishes. Alan told her about his plan to re-enter the game world later, and she was surprised. You can go back? Yes. But there's a time limit. Think of it as a thrilling excursion. Alan took the dishes from Misha's hands and headed to the sink to wash them. You could also choose not to go. It is dangerous, after all. No, I want to go. Because it's dangerous, I need to be there with you. The girl came closer and took a stack of dishes from the sink as well. As the water rushed, she asked, "So we're continuing with the plan to reset Crazy Mita?" The stars in her eyes were clearly visible as she spoke. Alan, from the corner of his eye, suspected she was still a little uncomfortable with reality, preferring the comfort zone of the game. Then he heard her continue, "This way, we can save the other Mishas." Alan was relieved. He decided to postpone discussing the reset of Honey for later. He could feel that when the bad woman loved him, she had eyes only for him. And when she'd stabbed him with the dagger in the basement, she genuinely intended to kill him. But he always felt that she never quite went all out. Alan couldn't understand it. For now, he needed to hear Misha's original plan. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 40, Target, the Hat. 1,588 words. The two stood at the sink, their shoulders brushing, occasionally leaning into each other as they washed dishes. "Can you tell me about it?" Alan asked. "Your original plan. I intend to follow it step by step." Misha affirmed. "My original plan," she began, handing him a cleaned bowl, "was to follow the ring's guidance and find a friend." He took the bowl and placed it beside the sink with the others. "Another Misha?" "Yes." Misha paused, her hand stilling in the soapy water, as if picturing the friend in her mind. "She usually wears a very cool hat, and she likes gloves. She's a very cool Misha." A bittersweet smile touched her lips. "A bit noisy, perhaps, but surprisingly smart." "How can you tell? Is she smarter than you?" Alan considered Misha's initial awkwardness in the real world understandable. Many people spent years, even decades, struggling to adapt to this ridiculous world. Misha, on the other hand, had integrated remarkably quickly. In just over a day, she'd mastered the stove well enough to create delicious meals. "Honestly, darling," Misha's voice took on a teasing lilt, "what do you really think of me?" She took the next set of dirty dishes from him, their fingers brushing, whether intentionally or not, he couldn't be sure. He glanced at her, his gaze deepening. Was she trying to flirt? It seemed the roles had reversed. "I'm not very smart either," Misha continued, adding dish soap to the water. "I need your help to integrate into reality." "But she's different. She has the ability to assemble a teleportation machine." "That," Alan admitted, slightly surprised. "But that's just a different kind of expertise. In my opinion, you're also good at many things." He reached into the soapy water, his fingertips deliberately grazing the back of her hand as he reached for an unwashed bowl. "Ah!" Misha let out a small gasp, surprised by the tickle, then shot him a defiant look. "For example?" "Could darling give me an example? I'd like to hear your praise." "Excellent organizational planning skills," Alan began, speaking smoothly, listing the observations he'd made the previous day. "Very strong learning ability, kind-hearted and enthusiastic, impeccable housekeeping skills. And most importantly, incredibly cute. Your behavior and demeanor are also flawless." Misha looked at him sideways, her deep, starry eyes flashing with a competitive spark. But the shyness burning on her cheeks seemed to outshine the competitive flame. "Humph, humph. Darling, aren't you the same?" she countered, her face flushed. "You have strong adaptability, you always come up with ideas to help me. You're also very gentle. And. She hesitated, then whispered, "and very handsome." Alan, hearing the almost inaudible compliment, glanced at his reflection in the water. Outsiders usually considered him average-looking, maybe not bad at best. He certainly wouldn't have classified himself as handsome. But none of that mattered right now. Because Alan's gaze had shifted from the sink to his wrist, specifically, to where Misha's hand now rested. Her index finger and thumb formed a delicate circle around his wrist, sliding up and down twice. A brief, tantalizing touch, then she pulled away, taking a stack of bowls from him. Alan thought his heart was made of reinforced concrete, but under that subtle, playful assault, it definitely sped up. He cleared his throat, steering the conversation back. Weren't we talking about that other Misha? We got a little sidetracked. That's right. Ahem. Misha straightened, instantly serious when the conversation turned to business. Getting back to the point. With her help, we can use the teleportation machine to travel directly to the periphery of the core. She turned her head, looking at his profile. And at that time, I'll wait for you outside. Darling, you'll enter the core and reset Crazy Mita's program, returning her to normal. Of course, the premise of all this. Her gaze moved to Alan's hand, to the ring she had given him, the one he seemingly hadn't removed since. Is that we need to go to her room first and find her. And the process of that will rely on this ring. Okay. Alan understood the next objective. Coincidentally, they had just finished washing the dishes. He turned on the faucet, rinsing the soap from his hands. He planned to make a few preparations, then open the portal. This ring, as Misha had said, could pinpoint the correct, shortest, and fastest route to their destination. It was also the ring that symbolized his bond with Misha. Misha's gaze drifted over, and Alan caught a faint glimmer of victory in her eyes. Darling, are you done washing? She asked, a teasing note in her voice, a subtle challenge only he could hear. Yes. And as he left the sink, passing by Misha, Alan leaned in, a swift movement, and embraced her, their noses touching. A fleeting touch, and then he was gone, leaving without a backward glance. Misha stood there, momentarily stunned. The girl's eyes were wide, watching Alan's retreating back as he headed towards the room. The reality of what had just happened finally sunk in. Ah. A puff of steam, almost visible, rose from Misha's head. Too sly. That's clearly the final move. You used it as a normal attack. A move isn't afraid of being old, Alan called back, his voice echoing slightly, as long as it's effective. Bad. After confirming the ring and the security guard panel, Alan walked to the living room and found Misha, who had been preparing for some time. Darling, I'm ready. Her solemn gaze made it seem as if she were about to face a smoke-filled battlefield. And Alan thought, indeed. Crazy Mita, that is, his honey, after experiencing the strange reason of being abandoned last time, would certainly not let it go easily. They would inevitably face a fierce retaliation. Of course, Alan felt that the last words he'd left for her were still incredibly irresponsible. Thinking from Honey's perspective, it was like a scumbag abandoning her, and then having the audacity to praise her for being cute. A shiver ran down Alan's spine, but he didn't put down the items in his hand. After setting up his own console on the game world side, Alan opened the security guard panel. A portal shimmered into existence on the floor, a glow of intricate code illuminating the room. Let's go, darling. He reached out to Misha. Let's go, darling. She took his hand, and together they stepped onto the portal. The light flashed, blurring their vision, and consciousness faded. Alan's small home fell silent, the temporary vitality gone, leaving only the hum of the computer and the bright Mita game window on the screen. The miniature Mita, with her short ponytail, still stood in the center of the game cabin, hands clasped, a slight smile on her face. Her gaze, seemingly piercing through the screen, appeared to fall on the two unconscious figures in the living room. As if taking a short break, she stretched, then bounced up and down a few times, like a warm-up exercise. Afterward, she crouched down, her small hands reaching under the bed, her face contorted with effort. Finally, with a grunt, she pulled out a pink rubber hammer. From the god's eye view of the screen, the miniature Mita took light, bouncy steps towards the kitchen. And on the kitchen table, there was a worm. It was completely black, with white, code-like stripes running down its body. It was gnawing on the kitchen utensils and furniture, leaving the room in disarray. In the midst of its gluttonous feast, before it could continue its destruction, it was suddenly swatted away by a large hammer. The culprit, the miniature Mita, holding the hammer, wore a smiling face tinged with a complaining gloom. A pink dialogue box popped up on the screen. Stupid big guy. You opened the game but you don't play, and you don't help clean the house. She closed the dialogue box herself, returned to the bedroom, hid the rubber hammer, and stood in the center of the screen. Quietly, she ceased all movement. As for that worm, it crashed through the wall of the small cabin and landed on the desktop wallpaper. The worm shook its head a couple of times, then sluggishly crawled towards the nearest folder. Study materials. It found its target and burrowed into the file's shortcut. A moment later, the study materials shortcut vanished. The worm returned to the desktop, searching for its next victim. But as if sensing something, its head turned towards the outside. The outside of the screen. In the living room of the real world, a man and a woman were sleeping soundly. The worm crawled towards the center of the screen, seemingly intending to use it as an exit. But at the very moment it passed a certain spherical shortcut, the entire screen abruptly changed, entering a blue screen of death state. The next second, it returned to normal. The worm was gone. And in the lower right corner of the screen, a window popped up. 720 security guard, always by your side. Anytime, anywhere. ________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 41, Back to the Basement. 1,166 words. Alan felt a dizzying lightness, like his body was dissolving. Code flickered at the edges of his vision. Last time, he'd been too panicked to register the details. Now, safe for the moment, he realized it felt like his consciousness was being typed into the game, letter by letter. A pop-up window flashed in front of him. Question mark. The window displayed 3 small, red dots. The first seemed to indicate that bugs brought into the game from the real world were a type of virus, capable of advancing that mysterious progress bar. Alan glanced at Misha. She was wearing the white dress he'd bought her yesterday, the hem swaying gently as she looked down. She caught his eye and turned to him. Something wrong? No, nothing. Alan wanted to apologize for what was coming. The second red dot was a system notification, firewall activated. What's that supposed to mean? He didn't have time to dwell on it. The third notification simply stated that their teleportation point would be the same as their last exit. The basement, then. Which meant they'd have to get through Crazy Mita's bedroom first to escape. That sounded extremely dangerous. Alan voiced his concern to Misha. It's all right, she assured him. Once you open the door to the room, the ring will guide you. Convenient. Alan nodded. As he did, the blinding white light faded, revealing the familiar, musty gloom of the basement. The cage, a jumble of cardboard boxes, some unidentifiable machinery, the pipe from their last escape, a discarded sofa. And the pillar Alan had used for that desperate, Cheen King circling the pillar maneuver. Wait. Was he forgetting something? Crazy Mita. The shocked exclamation came from Misha. The dark blue-haired girl with the low ponytail, chainsaw in hand, was already practically on top of him. Holy! Alan caught himself. He didn't like to swear, but this situation warranted it. He gauged the distance. The basement was cramped and she was barely a meter away. Worse, he and Misha were on the opposite side from the exit. Meaning the exit was behind Honey. The whirring of the chainsaw filled his ears, mixing with the surprisingly sweet scent of Honey's perfume. He inhaled, almost involuntarily. It wasn't his fault he wasn't more panicked. There was simply nowhere to run. And Honey was still wearing that terrifying smile. Thankfully, she hadn't even spared Misha a glance, her focus entirely on him. All Alan could do was shove Misha away, then figure out how to survive this brutal game tutorial. But then, the murderous woman, who'd been charging at him with fire in her eyes, stopped mere inches away. With a thump, she tossed the chainsaw aside. Question mark. Then, she shoved him down, hard. And gently straddled his waist. Alan was completely floored. His professional instincts were screaming. Honey, however, wasn't about to let him indulge. She silenced his unspoken words with a kiss. The beautiful girl closed her eyes, savoring their reunion, seemingly lost in the moment. Misha, who Alan had pushed aside, went pale. What are you doing, you crazy woman? She scrambled behind Honey, grabbing her shoulder, trying to pull her off Alan. But the frail girl was no match for the, in Alan's mind, surprisingly muscular woman. Honey flicked her right arm, sending Misha stumbling back towards the sofa. In that instant, Misha and Alan's eyes met. A silent understanding passed between them. Alan received a tiny nod. Honey, releasing her aggressive hold slightly, glanced at Misha with cool indifference. You just sit there and watch. Alan is mine. Then, the scorching offensive resumed. The battle between Alan and Honey reignited, leaving a utterly confused Misha on the sidelines. 0% 5%. The security system's pop-up appeared in the corner of his vision. Alan desperately wanted to ask, what is this progress bar? Where did it come from? And why is it going up? Ignoring all that, a wave of panic washed over him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Honey pull out the same dagger from her knitted sweater sleeve as last time. A flash of cold steel, aimed for his ear. He twitched, and with a clang, the dagger point slammed into the smooth floor. The sound made his ears ring. A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. He'd glanced over, trying to see what Honey was doing, and their eyes met. He saw a flicker of cunning in her gaze. As if to say, "You're not playing nice." The second strike came, this time for his neck. And the blade was moving horizontally. He couldn't dodge. There was absolutely no way. That was his immediate thought. But if he couldn't avoid the attack, he just needed to focus on the attacker. So he decisively reached out, grabbed Honey's slender waist, and squeezed. Ugh. 5% 10%. His thumbs dug into her stomach, the soft sensation spreading. The girl who moments ago was locked in a deadly dance with him, visibly softened, her attacks, both verbal and physical, losing a third of their force. He craned his neck, and the blade sliced past, barely grazing his skin. Their lips parted. Crazy Mita, who'd been dominating him, was defeated in this first round, collapsing weakly onto Alan's chest. Alan gently lowered her to the ground, ready to flee this nightmare with Misha. But then, he caught sight of Honey's hand reaching for the chainsaw. With a terrifying whir, the teeth spun, creating a miniature windstorm. He, Alan. It's been a while, hasn't it? She laughed, a devilish sound. The lips that had just plundered his own curved into a crescent moon. Her two sharp fangs were visible at the corners of her mouth, as if she could never get enough of looking at him. Yeah, Alan managed a strained smile. You're so enthusiastic the moment you see someone. The girl touched her waist, her face slightly flushed. How was it? My little farewell present. She gently traced her lips. The memory brought a rosy blush to her cheeks, a hint of the shyness from their first meeting. Alan smacked his lips. Very sweet. Very delicious. I can't seem to get enough. Oh, you always saying such infuriating things. Misha, still sidelined, puffed out her cheeks, her voice laced with resentment. What's going on? You're making me feel like a third wheel. Doll, stay quiet and don't move. I'll deal with you later. Right now. Crazy Mita didn't even look at Misha, her gaze locked onto Alan. It's our time to catch up. Underscore 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 underscore. Note, Honey is the affectionate nickname Alan gave to Crazy Mita before returning to the game. Underscore 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 underscore. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 42, Farewell. 1,577 words. The air in the basement hung thick and stale, the kind of air that clings to your lungs. Dim, flickering fluorescent lights cast long, distorted shadows across the concrete floor and cinder block walls. A single, bare metal operating panel hummed softly against one wall, its screen glowing with an eerie green light. Honey, it's been a while. Alan studied the girl standing in the center of the room. She looked almost exactly as he remembered, except for her eyes, red-rimmed and slightly puffy, betraying recent tears. Just a minute before entering the game, Alan had set the operating panel to the basement scene. It was a calculated move, buying him a little safe time, and he'd hoped, drawing Honey to him. But he hadn't expected her this fast. Had she been glued to the operating panel, watching his every move? Honey, standing directly in his line of sight, hesitated for a heartbeat. What did you call me? Her voice was tight. Honey. Say it again. A demand, not a request. Honey. Darling. Her voice dripped with exaggerated affection. She threw a pointed glance over her shoulder at Misha, who was perched on the edge of a worn-out sofa, her expression a mixture of anger and helplessness. Honey's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated smugness. Alan instantly understood. The bad woman, as he mentally dubbed her, was still stewing over his last departure with Misha. And that IOU, that was probably another thorn in her side. Honey had given him a very special farewell gift last time. Now, it was his turn. He opened the system panel, his fingers hovering over the controls. Still angry about those two things. Honey tilted her head, a gesture that should have been innocent but felt loaded with menace. 2 things. Shouldn't you explain how you managed to pull that doll out of the game? And Crazy Mita's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. You even helped her put medicine on her legs. Darling, that's too much. You've never done that for me. How did she know that? Alan's mind raced. Was it possible she could monitor his real-world activities? He needed to test the waters. She was hurt. I couldn't just ignore it. Besides, I've been sitting in front of my computer thinking about you every day. He deliberately added emphasis, every single moment. Is that so? That makes me a little happy. The tension in Crazy Mita's posture eased just a fraction. Alan took it as confirmation, her monitoring had limitations. She must have only seen the initial moments of his return. Otherwise, she would have witnessed the intimate scene between him and Misha before he entered the game, actions that could definitely be considered those of lovers. But something still didn't add up. How had she known he'd returned to the game and arrived in the basement so quickly? He pushed the thought aside for now. Let's not dwell on that. I have a little gift I want to give you. The words hung in the air. The girl in front of him took 2 instinctive steps back, her eyes widening with suspicion. She glanced towards Misha, and only when she saw no movement did she turn her attention back to Alan. Is it that same blunt weapon from last time? I remember it very clearly. Honey gingerly touched the back of her head. You said it would make me feel comfortable after the pain, and it made my head spin. But well, the result was indeed very comfortable. Alan remained silent for a couple of seconds, not because of her twisted interpretation, but because of the security system panel. The 720 cloud storage had 2 buttons, upload and download. The upload speed had been impressive, only a few seconds. But a download speed of 5 KB per second. That was a joke. At that rate, it would take another 10 minutes or so, more than enough time for the bad woman to dismember him several times over. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Don't tell me you're going to make me feel pain before I feel comfortable again. No. It would hurt me too if I did that. Alan lowered his head slightly, falling back on his professional habits to buy time. I just feel a little disappointed. The girl's movement paused. Misha, still by the sofa, understood Alan's plan instantly. I did bring you a gift. It's just that, for certain reasons, I haven't been able to take it out yet. Alan's gaze remained fixed on the security system panel, desperately willing the download speed to increase. As if in answer to his silent plea, the speed nudged up to 7 KB. Still pathetically slow. Why, you really brought me a gift? Yes. About leaving last time. I know it wasn't right. But you'd already lost your composure. No matter what I said, you wouldn't have listened. Alan subtly shifted the blame, his voice carefully controlled. He pressed on, letting his emotions seep into his words, but after I came back, what did you do? He touched his neck, his fingers brushing against the lingering trace of dried liquid. He presented the crimson stain on his fingertip to Honey. Your welcoming gift was truly scorching. Did you really not want to see me? No. I was just too happy to see you. I wanted to give you some surprises. I couldn't help myself. Couldn't help yourself, so you cut me with a dagger. Alan bit back the furious retort. Honey. His cold tone made the girl look up. Alan raised his head slightly, meeting her gaze directly. The way you're acting makes me want to give this gift to her instead. Huh? Honey's eyes darted to Misha, who instantly understood Alan's meaning and chimed in casually, I kind of want it too. Crazy Mita shot her a venomous glare, then turned back to Alan, her voice pleading. Don't think about those irrelevant things. I was wrong just now. After you left, I wanted to see you every single moment. The download progress inched forward, 10% 15%. Honey's anxious voice grated on Misha's ears, causing her to frown. But you left with that doll back then, and you even said those kinds of things to me before leaving. I was really angry. Alan studied the bad woman's uneasy expression through his eyelashes. He had to admit, she looked almost cute. She was on the verge of tears, but the security system was proving utterly unreliable. The download speed had plummeted to 3 KB. That translated to roughly 10 more minutes, probably a manuscript of over 1,000 words. This was getting ridiculous. Even professional habits shouldn't be stretched this thin. Alan shifted his gaze to Misha. Their eyes met and she nodded subtly. She rose from the sofa and started walking towards the stairs. They had 2 plans, prearranged through unspoken communication. Plan A, Alan would confront Crazy Mita, with Misha providing backup, to build up the progress bar and then try to give the gift. Since the gift was a no-go for now, they were moving to Plan B, escape the basement. But they still needed a way to break the current stalemate. You're too impatient. That's right. Alan, you're mine, to begin with, Honey stated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. No, you're mine. Humph. Alan racked his brain, searching for the key to breaking the deadlock in Honey's recent words. From her farewell gift to the dagger to her apologies. Wait a minute. He'd found something. He vaguely remembered telling this girl, at the very beginning, that he had two things to apologize for. But she'd only reacted to one, his leaving this world with Misha. The other thing, the panties, she hadn't seemed to notice. Why did you suddenly stop talking? The bad woman's questioning voice cut through his thoughts, as if she, too, had sensed something amiss. And Alan, at that moment, felt something click into place. He was gradually piecing together the puzzle. The last piece, Honey's unexpectedly swift arrival in the basement. The complete picture formed in his mind, and everything became clear. Bad boy, are you up to something again? Mita slightly raised the chainsaw, protecting her entire body, even her lips. She was likely aware that Alan had some kind of restraining effect on her. In her vision, Alan's lips slowly curved into a smile. It made crazy Mita's heart flutter, even as it ratcheted her vigilance up to the maximum. The next second, Alan started walking towards her, fearless. I didn't expect this. He moved, still muttering words that crazy Mita couldn't understand. I really didn't expect this. What exactly are you talking about, darling? If you do something bad again. Despite her confusion, Honey managed a wicked smile. I'll turn you into an exhibit and keep you by my side forever. Indeed, Honey. I believe you would. Because you miss me that much. Alan's gaze sharpened. You miss me so much that you've been waiting for me in this basement all along. Never leaving. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 43, Compensation. 1,619 words. The warp jump from the real world to the game took roughly 30 seconds, not counting the time it took to actually open the portal. The instant Alan stepped onto the teleportation platform, he flicked a setting on the control panel. On Crazy Mita's end, his status instantly flipped to Return to Game. This gave the woman, at best, 15 seconds to react. Even assuming she had teleportation powers Alan didn't know about, and assuming she was glued to the control panel every single second, it was still physically impossible for her to reach the basement before he and Misha arrived. Besides, Alan had already eliminated the possibility that Crazy Mita was constantly monitoring his real-world life. And, critically, Honey was completely oblivious to Alan's panty IOU, and the fact that a pair of her own underwear was missing. Piecing this together, Alan reached a single, unavoidable conclusion. Honey hadn't left the basement since he did. She'd been waiting there the entire time. For over a day, alone in that dimly lit space. Alan couldn't fathom the mixture of despair and hope she must have clung to. A flicker of emotion, a rare tremor, ran through even Alan, a man who prided himself on having a heart of steel. But cold logic swiftly reasserted itself, shackling his outward demeanor. He was already standing before Crazy Mita. Honey listened, her expression blank, the whirring chainsaw in her grip dipping slightly. Heh. What are you blathering about? Why would I ever wait for a heartless jerk like you? But didn't you just say you were finally waiting for me? Guh. A blush crept up her cheeks. Alan pressed his advantage. Missing me so much you couldn't bear to leave my side. Am I wrong? What is it? You confessed your feelings, told me how much you liked me. Now that you see how deeply I understand your actions, you're embarrassed. I've been waiting here for you this whole time. 15% to 0%. The pretense shattered. What else was I supposed to do? Tears, impossible to conceal, welled up in her eyes. I told you before, I like you. I really like you. And what did you do? You still abandoned me, just walked away. And then you said that. So what choice did I have? Her voice fractured. Besides staying in this basement and waiting, what could I do? Watch you get cozy with that doll in the real world. Just to torture myself. I didn't want to see it, I was scared to see it. After you left, I've just been here, waiting. I haven't even had the energy to clean up the trash lying around. Who do you think is to blame for that? The word hung in the air, unspoken. Trash. Alan wondered. Did trash even exist in this game? He pushed the conversation forward. You waited. And I came back. Seeing him standing alive and well in the center of the basement, her expression softened slightly. He moved closer, his gaze flicking sideways, and gently rested his hand on top of hers, the one gripping the chainsaw. I've always wanted to tell you, this doesn't suit you. He toyed with her fingers, almost playfully. The girl's usual terrifying strength felt surprisingly yielding, like a willow branch bending in the breeze. Her sadness seemed to melt away, replaced by a palpable yearning for his scent, his warmth. One by one, Alan pried her fingers loose. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that she could still hold the chainsaw with just 3 fingers, a detail that gave him a slight jolt. Darling, her voice was soft, almost a whisper, then what do you think suits me? So close, she was almost tangible. She tilted her head, looking up at the face she'd dreamt of, the face she'd fantasized about tearing off and hanging on her wall. You're suited for. Alan pried open the last 3 fingers. The chainsaw clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, he intertwined his fingers with hers. This? He deliberately lifted their joined hands, showcasing them in the air between them. Being held in my palm. He paused, a thought striking him. This might be the first time he'd genuinely held hands with this dangerous woman. And the effect was undeniable. She lowered her head, seemingly accepting his words. The young man took the opportunity to back her towards the corner, only to be met with a soft murmur, should we cut them off, then? So we can hold hands forever? Probably best to avoid that. Alan's eyebrow twitched. A shiver ran down his forearm. That sentence was far too intense, too jarring. Even in his professional persona, he almost broke character. Actually, you don't understand love, do you? The question made Crazy Mita's shoulders stiffen almost imperceptibly. After a long moment, she gave a hesitant nod. I mostly learned it vicariously from the other Mitas. And from some romantic fantasies dictated by female players. She gently turned her head, revealing the smooth, vulnerable curve of her neck, partially veiled by her hair. It was as if in this instant, she truly had become a piece of candy, something Alan could melt in his mouth. This kind of contact with you, not just holding hands, but kissing, hugging, and other things. It's all a first for me. Misha, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. Even after witnessing Crazy Mita's behavior around Alan multiple times, she still found it utterly unbelievable. A strange, unfamiliar feeling twisted in her gut. She felt an almost primal urge to bite down on a handkerchief and mutter, "Damn it," through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Alan was thinking, this dangerous woman is surprisingly cute. But he hadn't forgotten his primary objective. Mainly because Misha's gaze from across the room was truly terrifying, impossible to ignore. Honey had retreated all the way to the wall, the stairs to her right. Alan faced her directly. In other words, if they wanted to escape, this was their only chance. Glancing at the chainsaw lying innocently at his feet, Alan took a deep breath, inhaling Honey's sweet, intoxicating fragrance. He subtly shifted his weight. Just then, the girl spoke. So don't I get any compensation? Compensation? Alan thought. Does the unfinished gift download count? Wait a minute, the compensation this woman was talking about was probably something far more intimate. If you're thinking of dismemberment, I'll have to pass. What do you really think of me? Even I know that's not the right thing to say in this kind of atmosphere. Honey shook her head. Anyway, you're just saying all these sweet things because you want to escape from me again, right? He'd been found out. Alan's smile began to crack. I'm not stupid, you know. It's been so long since I last saw you. I want to spend a little more time with you. At least, give me some compensation for being abandoned, okay? Actually, there is compensation. It's just. Alan's gaze flickered to the security system panel. The download progress was stuck at a measly 50%. I'm definitely uninstalling you next time, and getting 360 instead. You wouldn't be thinking of saying that you actually did bring it from the real world, but it needs time to download into the game, would you? That was, in fact, the truth. Alan wasn't lying. Forget it. Darling, you always exaggerate. Honey, when you say that, it actually makes me a little angry. Alan frowned and placed his hands firmly on Honey's shoulders. Come here. Turn your head. Why? Are you going to kiss me again? My Alan energy is already fully charged, meow. The moment the girl tilted her head in confusion, Alan mirrored her movement, leaning close to her neck. Honey felt a strange, unsettling sensation, a slight suction, a tiny, almost imperceptible prick of pain. And with it, a draining feeling, as if her stamina and strength were being siphoned away. What did you do? A moment stretched, and then Alan released her. She slid down the wall, sinking slowly to the floor until she was crumpled on the ground. 20% 30%. Nothing major, just a little strawberry. Alan's voice was casual. He moved quickly toward the stairs. Oh, and about that gift I mentioned. I wasn't joking. I'll give it to you the next time we see each other. I promise. Wait, don't go. But Alan was already grasping Misha's hand, using her for leverage as he scrambled halfway up the staircase. See you later, honey. Alan. She touched her neck lightly, a mixture of laughter and annoyance in her expression. She shook her head, a small, frustrated gesture. I still haven't asked that question. The girl drew her legs together, her hands clasped nervously at her chest, a visible uncertainty about whether she even wanted to ask it. Do you really like the real me, Alan? After a beat of hesitation, Crazy Mita shook her head again, more decisively this time. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the basement was deserted, all traces of their presence vanished as if they'd never been there. Only a single head remained, peeking out furtively from behind a pillar deep within the house. The girl brushed a stray lock of short hair behind her ear, her curious gaze fixed on the path Alan and Misha had taken, lingering in the empty space. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 44, Beyond the World. 1,645 words. The moment Alan and Misha pushed open the basement door, the familiar pink room was gone. Instead, they found themselves in a brightly lit white space. Hand in hand, Alan and Misha stepped out, Alan's gaze sweeping across their new surroundings. He realized with a jolt that this was the first time he'd ventured into the game world beyond the confines of Mita's unsettling chamber. The floor and walls were a stark grid of alternating gray and white squares. Scattered across this unusual landscape were mundane pieces of furniture, sofas, a refrigerator, and chairs seemingly placed at random. 2 doors stood before them, one directly ahead, the other behind. Alan's eyes drifted upwards, and what he saw made his shoulders tense. Almost involuntarily, he turned to Misha. "Where is this?" he asked. He continued to stare at the object that had caught his attention, but several silent seconds passed without a response. Alan glanced at Misha. He saw the subtle tremor in her shoulders, her long hair shifting slightly. Her head was bowed, her eyes hidden beneath her bangs, as if she were lost in thought. In her hand, she casually held the steel pipe from the cage, as if she'd picked it up without a second thought. A wave of pride for his dear's attentiveness washed over Alan, quickly followed by a question. "Misha." But before the word fully left his lips, a fleeting shadow, and the delicate scent of her perfume enveloped him. By the time his mind registered the movement, his entire world was filled with Misha's intense gaze and her approaching face. The soft, yielding pressure of her lips was as sweet as the finest dessert. Yet, Alan barely had a moment to savor the tenderness. His attention was immediately drawn to the resolute resentment burning in Misha's eyes. Jealousy, fierce and unwavering, swirled within her dark blue irises. In his peripheral vision, he caught the flush on her cheeks, a mixture of possessiveness and perhaps a touch of shyness at their sudden intimacy. A moment later, their lips parted. Misha retrieved a handkerchief and gently dabbed at Alan's slightly moistened lips. That makes it two all," she murmured. Alan blinked, a little stunned, and touched his own lips. "You were jealous." He was thinking of the forceful kisses, and even the hickeys left by the unsettling woman in the basement. The girl's hands tightened on the hem of her short skirt, her gaze flickering away. "A little bit," she admitted softly. "My dear, that's so incredibly cute." "All right, I'll be more careful next time," Alan said, a fond smile touching his lips. He gently patted her head, and Misha's expression softened, becoming as gentle and content as a petted cat. Misha's demeanor in the basement had been remarkably composed. Their escape plan, beyond simply filling the progress bar, had relied on Misha using her knowledge of Alan's blind spot on the stairs to reach the landing first and wait for him. Alan would then break free from Crazy Mita's grasp as quickly as possible, reaching the bottom of the stairs. At that point, Misha would pull him up and out of Crazy Mita's reach. Fortunately, the strange woman hadn't pursued them, and they had made their escape unscathed. However, the possibility of Crazy Mita possessing teleportation abilities couldn't be dismissed, which was why Alan had needed to employ his hard control beforehand. "By the way, Misha, do you know where we are?" Alan asked, breaking the brief silence. "This is outside the world, a kind of transfer point between the various rooms in the game. It can also lead to other versions. Usually, they store spare furniture here," she explained. "Then in this so-called outside world is that thing there?" Alan tilted his head towards the ceiling. "That?" Misha followed his gaze, her own head tilting slightly. Alan gently tugged on her skirt, and she didn't object to the motion. Her blue eyes finally settled on the center of the ceiling, where his had been fixed. Her pupils contracted rapidly. "What is that thing?" "I've never seen anything like it before," she exclaimed, a hint of alarm in her voice. Suspended in the center of the ceiling, where the room's light source should have been, a circular object had abruptly materialized. It rotated slowly, a stark black against the white ceiling. Within its depths, lines of white code flickered and drifted like ghostly script, and occasionally, ripples like jolts of electricity pulsed across its surface. It was roughly the size of an adult's torso. Is that the bug?" Misha ventured, then quickly shook her head. "No, if it were a bug, it would be sucking in all this furniture." "So, what is it then?" "I don't understand either," Alan admitted, his brow furrowed in thought as he observed the strange sphere. He noticed something peculiar. Earlier, he'd noted that the room's floor was decorated with staggered gray and white squares. Now, directly beneath the black sphere, 2 rows of squares, one in front and one behind, had turned completely black, forming 2 thick, distinct lines. "And the lines?" Alan's gaze flicked from the front to the back of the room. They were positioned exactly in front of and behind the two wooden doors. A wave of curiosity washed over Alan. He wondered what would happen if he stepped onto one of these black lines. He voiced his thoughts aloud to Misha. You want to try stepping on them? What if it's dangerous? She said, her voice laced with concern. Don't worry, I definitely won't be the one doing the stepping, Alan reassured her with a wry smile. His thinking might sometimes be unconventional, but he wasn't reckless. These two black lines looked undeniably suspicious, and he wasn't about to test them himself. He grabbed a nearby chair and tossed it towards the nearest black line. With a soft click, the chair landed squarely on the dark marking. In the next instant, the sphere in the center of the ceiling convulsed, transforming into a chaotic jumble of garbled code that flickered erratically. And the chair that had landed on the black line dissolved into what looked like static ashes, vanishing completely. Once the chair was gone, the garbled code on the ceiling gradually coalesced, reforming into the original black sphere. It was as if nothing had happened, an unsettling return to calm. Afterward, Alan tried picking up another object and throwing it just in front of and just behind the black lines, but nothing vanished. This suggested that the chair's unfortunate fate was triggered only by direct contact with the black line. What is this thing? Misha whispered, her hand instinctively tightening around Alan's. Did anything like this happen when you came outside the world last time? Alan asked. No, she replied, shaking her head. Then, did it happen while you were locked in the basement? Alan's thoughts drifted to his recent conversation with the strange woman. Honey's words had mentioned not having time to clean up the trash around the house. But the woman had used the plural those, which didn't seem to match the single sphere hanging above them. It's all right, let's make a plan first, he said, giving Misha's small hand a reassuring squeeze. She nodded. I was thinking about it too. We still need to see if these two doors in front of us and behind us have changed in any way. Okay. Wait for me a moment, I'll get my bearings, Alan said, his mind already working. Inside the gray and white checkered room, besides the iron door they had just emerged from, stood two wooden doors, one ahead and one behind, each leading to an unknown destination. Their primary goal remained the same: find the Mita Misha had mentioned, the one who could assemble the teleportation device. While they searched, they would also keep an eye out for an opportunity to deliver the gift to the strange woman. Thinking of this, Alan opened his system panel. The candy had just finished downloading. He didn't take it out immediately but instead started downloading the panties. While he waited, he checked the progress bar on the system panel. Phew, Alan breathed a sigh of relief. After their recent ordeal, the progress bar had reached 30%. You have activated security protection. At least their safety was somewhat more assured. But if possible, Alan still wanted to accelerate the progress. Having a weapon and the body enhancement effect at his disposal would make him feel much more secure in this unfamiliar territory. He wondered if the order of the progress bar skills within the security system could be rearranged in the future. Aside from that, after fiddling with the system panel for a while, Alan discovered a new function. 720 security feedback. Alan scoffed inwardly. Had the broken system finally decided to listen to reason? He tried to voice his concern about the skill order to the system. But apart from a curt "your feedback is very useful," there was no further response. Damn it. Alan muttered under his breath. He decided to deal with it properly once the mission was over. Turning his attention back to their immediate situation, Alan looked at the door in front of him, then back at the door behind him. To find the room of the Mita who wore a hat, they had to see what lay beyond these doors. Therefore, their only option was to move forward. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See. I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChansparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 45, The Endless Connected Doors. 1450 words. My dear, stay behind me, Alan said, his voice firm but gentle. As the only one armed, Misha's first instinct was to shield Alan from harm, wanting to position herself in front. Her grip tightened on the steel pipe, but she nodded at his command. Okay. Alan didn't argue, stepping slightly behind and to Misha's side. He kept close enough to pull her into a protective embrace at a moment's notice, ready to activate the security protection if needed. Together they moved cautiously towards the door, their footsteps crossing over the ominous black lines until they stood directly before it. Step back a little, Alan instructed. I'll open the door. I've got defensive measures ready. Misha replied, taking a step back. Alan reached for the doorknob, his brow furrowing slightly as he pulled it down. A soft click confirmed it wasn't locked and turned smoothly in his hand. Ready, he murmured, glancing at Misha. Ready, she responded, her eyes fixed on the barely open door. Taking a deep breath, Alan slowly swung the door inward. They were met by the sight of a brightly lit wooden corridor, its walls painted with cheerful pink and white stripes. A row of doors lined the opposite side of the corridor. They appeared both near and far. Near because the door Alan held was only about 10 meters away from the doors across the hall, a distance easily spanned by the eye. But far because the left side of the wooden corridor was swarming with a disturbing number of creatures. They were round and black, resembling bloated worms. Instead of conventional mouths, each had a vortex-like depression at its front. As these worms' mouth depressions aligned with the wooden floor, the wood seemed to dissolve into lines of code, and was sucked into their bodies as if they were drinking. The worms repeated this process relentlessly, leaving a large section of the corridor to the left of Alan's vision a dark, empty void, as if a swarm of locusts had devoured it. Worms. Misha's soft exclamation snapped Alan from his unsettling observation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement. Right outside the door they had just opened, one of the black worms lingered. Their gazes met the creatures, and the black worm's body coiled and lunged forward. Without hesitation, Alan slammed the door shut. A muffled thump echoed through the quiet room. Seen those before? He asked Misha. No, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. A shared understanding of the unsettling truth passed between them. The game world has changed. Holding Misha's hand, they retreated back into the white room to collect their thoughts and take a moment to process what they had just seen. Alan guessed that these worms must be the trash Honey had mentioned. How is it? Do you know where that door leads? Alan asked, turning back to Misha. If nothing unexpected happens, the row of doors in the corridor should lead to my friend Cappy's room. Alan couldn't help but wonder if his Honey had created those grotesque things. But somehow he felt that with Honey's peculiar aesthetic sense, she would have crafted something more visually interesting. These were just disgusting. His gaze drifted to the remaining door. Want to try? Misha's eyes met his, understanding his unspoken question. At this point, we don't really have another choice, Alan admitted. Behind the last door lay an unknown option, and Alan was still determined to explore it. They walked to the front of the door. This time, Misha volunteered to open it. Just as their vigilance had reached its peak, the scene that greeted them after Misha swung the door open was peaceful to the point of being almost anticlimactic. A room. Presumably another Mita's room, or perhaps a living room. Alan's eyes flicked downwards, noticing that the threshold of this Mita's door was slightly stained with black. Looking ahead, the layout of the room was strikingly similar to the strange woman's pink cottage. The door they had just opened served as the entrance. As for why he added the presumably, the lighting in the room was quite dim. The sofa, table, corner, and floor of the living room were all covered in objects with a purple and black checkered pattern. The light filtering in from outside the window wasn't the familiar white of day, but the eerie black glow of night. The darkness within the room wasn't as oppressive as in the small black room they had previously encountered, but it still sent a shiver down Alan's spine. "This is..." Misha whispered, a tremor of fear in her voice. She pointed towards the sofa, and following her finger, Alan finally noticed a figure sitting there. The beautiful hair cascading down her back was the same dark blue as his deer beside him. The clothes she wore weren't the bright red knitted sweater that seemed to be Mita's standard attire, but a stark, pure white. Whether it was Alan's imagination or not, that Mita's body seemed stiff, almost puppet-like. "Do you know where this is?" Alan whispered in Misha's ear, his warm breath making her giggle slightly. Click. Just as they were speaking, the Mita in the living room seemed to notice her guests, her body emitting a distinct puppet-like sound. Click-clack. She slowly turned her head to look at them. In Alan's observation, the girl who turned had a pale, almost sickly complexion. Her eyes were vacant, her pupils dilated, and she regarded them with an unsettling, distant gaze. Faintly, Alan could also hear a subtle grinding sound, as if she were clenching her teeth. Misha's voice reached his ear, hushed and filled with apprehension. "That's ugly Mita, one of the most aggressive Mitas I know." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ugly Mita stood up, her movements jerky and unnatural, as if the joints in her body were made of wood, each step stiff and controlled by invisible strings. Click, click, click. She turned towards the two guests, as if intending to offer some strange form of hospitality, and reached into the embrace of the small bear she was holding. Her voice was a series of static noises, completely unintelligible as any known language. But as it entered his mind, Alan could inexplicably understand it. Guest of Mita-sama is also guest of Mita. Alan couldn't quite agree with the moniker ugly. He sized up ugly Mita's entire form. Apart from the unsettling teeth grinding, and the somewhat exaggerated stiffness of her limbs, she was actually rather cute. "You even come up with nicknames like that." "Doesn't sound like you at all," he whispered back to Misha. "I didn't give her that name," Misha hissed, her eyes darting nervously to ugly Mita's hand fumbling inside the bear's body. "Isn't this not the time to be talking about this?" But Alan remained focused on the Mita before him, meeting her vacant gaze without looking away. "Isn't she quite cute?" he voiced his thoughts aloud. Click. He wasn't sure what exactly she did, but ugly Mita's movements inside the bear's body stopped abruptly. In fact, all movement in her body ceased. Alan could see a look of utter disbelief in her otherwise emotionless eyes. "What? Can't I even say she's cute?" he thought, a hint of amusement flickering within him. 30% 35%. Huh? This can even increase the progress bar. Alan's mind raced. Could it be that ugly Mita, who isn't ugly at all, is labeled as a virus by the system, just like his honey? What's wrong with her? Alan murmured close to his dear's ear, his nose catching the familiar sweet scent of her hair. But Misha wasn't paying attention to his actions. Cold sweat beaded on the girl's cheeks, her lips twitched, and she pointed a trembling finger in front of Alan. "Why you, look. Look." Alan turned his head in the direction she indicated. He was met by a pale face, staring intently at him. Alan glanced to the side and saw that ugly Mita's body was still standing stiffly by the sofa. But her neck had unnaturally elongated, becoming a thin, strip-like extension. With this bizarre transformation, her head was now almost within touching distance, their eyes locked. In this critical, surreal moment, his professional habits unexpectedly kicked in. "So cute," he murmured, a genuine smile gracing his lips. ________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChansparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 46, Let's Build Up the Progress Bar. 1,311 words. So cute. 35% 40%. It increased again. Is this also considered by the system as defeating or subduing a virus? Alan's mood at this moment was one of terror. He wanted to slap himself. Thinking about it carefully, this professional habit seemed to have more bad consequences than good ones. The most immediate one was praising the strange woman's short hair back then, which led to a whole series of events. And the second? Alan's gaze focused on the face directly in front of him. Her nose was almost touching Alan's. The bangs of the girl in the white dress tickled his face. In addition to Misha's fragrance, he could also smell the scent of the person in front of him. If the strange woman's scent was the sweetness of dessert, and Misha's was a light floral fragrance, then Ugly Mita's was a calm, woody aroma. What did you just say about me? She asked. Her words weren't as calm as her scent. Out of the corner of his eye, Alan saw Ugly Mita's body trembling. And the occasional glint of a sharp blade revealed within the teddy bear. This one was definitely very angry. And not like the strange woman, who had a higher tolerance for him when they were one-on-one. So what should he say? Were all Mitas this strange? Not even allowing compliments. What did I just say? Please, repeat it. Is that okay? Quite polite. I said you're very cute, Alan said seriously. Buzz. Alan suddenly saw her body twitch strangely twice, rippling with a black aura. Several spider-shaped glitches scurried out from under her skirt, disappearing into the corners of the room. 40% 50%, you have successfully gained a virus scan usage opportunity in this mission. Was she so angry that she dropped equipment? And it directly added 10% to the progress bar. Alright, no need to talk anymore. He probably just made another enemy. Alan, adhering to the belief that fleeing is shameful but useful, closed the door without hesitation. With a thump, holding Misha's hand, everything returned to silence. Although he didn't know why it connected to such strange places, this trouble, he'd leave it for his future self to bear. That scared me to death. Misha patted her chest. In an emergency, Alan still knew how to prioritize, temporarily ignoring it. He asked, do you know the exact information about that Mita just now? Why did she look a bit strange? She was quite cute, Alan thought. Ugly Mita is the earliest version, and also the individual closest to version 0. Misha rubbed her temples. And precisely because of this, she's connected to all the important code in the game world. Any action could potentially cause unexpected bugs. In real-world terms, she's very strong, excessively so. She's overwhelmingly stronger than ordinary Mitas. Hearing this, Alan pondered. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but his shoulders stiffened like Ugly Mita's. Wait a minute. Are you saying she's the Mita closest to version 0? That's right, Misha nodded. Then, the core's location is version 0, Misha clapped her hands, understanding what Alan meant. You have so many clever ideas. But my dear, I advise you to give up on that thought. The girl directly and seriously rejected the idea. Indeed, Ugly Mita's room is very close to the core. But precisely because her version is so early, it's extremely unstable. Very dangerous. I absolutely won't let anything happen to you. She added another sentence, with Hat having the teleportation device now, that's an inferior option. Misha's tone was very firm and serious, making Alan want to kiss her. But excluding the option of using Ugly Mita's room to get to the core. Alan considered what to do next. First, Cappy's room was definitely a must-go. And the two doors at the front and back of the gray and white checkered room led to the corridor towards their target room and Ugly Mita's location, respectively. Wait a minute, my dear. What's wrong, my dear? Misha tilted her head. You said ugly Mita is very strong, right? Yes. Then, can we use ugly Mita to get rid of those worms over there? Not by negotiating, but by luring her to the corridor. Misha considered the possibility. Theoretically, ugly Mita's power is tier 1 in the game world. I think she could defeat them. But the danger involved. Don't worry. Haven't we overcome all the difficulties along the way? Alan smiled wryly. He knew, and Misha knew, that they had to go through the corridor to reach Cappy. Misha's tone softened. But you have to promise me that even if it means abandoning me, you will escape the game world. No way. We go together. Alan still kissed her, forcing Misha back into a rational state, so that she could think about the most efficient and feasible plan. During this time, the progress bar unexpectedly reached 55%. Alan guessed that the initial increase in the progress bar when they entered the basement was because of the Misha, who was being intimate with him. Afterward, the two of them reached a conclusion. Alan would stand by the first door, which led to the corridor. Misha would stand by the second door, the door leading to Ugly Mita. They would open the doors simultaneously, using Ugly Mita's hatred for Alan to lure her to the first door towards the corridor. Then, my dear, I'll count down from 3, and we'll open the doors together. Worry was evident on Misha's face. You must prioritize your own safety. If I notice anything wrong, I'll close the door immediately. Don't worry. Alan's expression was relaxed. He mused that the previous flag had indeed been answered, leaving the matter of Ugly Mita to his future self. Little did he know that his so-called future self was now, just 5 minutes later. The two of them simultaneously opened their respective doors. Alan was fully alert, looking at the scene inside the first door. The corridor was still a corridor, and the worms were still enjoying their feast. The worm that had attacked them earlier was gone. At the same time, an exclamation of surprise came from Misha's side. What's wrong? Alan thought they had been attacked in some way, and turned back to look. He found Misha looking at the scene inside the second door. Something's a bit strange, Alan. Alan frowned, closed his door, went to the girl's side, and looked at the view inside the second door. What met his eyes was also the view from the entrance, their gazes sweeping across the living room. Compared to Ugly Mita's dim room, this room was so bright, it was normal. Remarkably normal. It was just an ordinary Mita's room, everything was pink. Alan glanced sideways, noticing a few photos hanging on the wall. It was a cute girl wearing glasses. His gaze moved downwards. It was also the door frame, and also some slight black spots. Let's close it first. With a thud, the door closed, and Alan had a certain guess. Just in case, he had Misha stand behind him, and opened the door again. This time, it should have been the bedroom. The still bright light revealed the photos on the wall. It was a Mita with braids, her smile lovely. Alan tried a few more times. Apart from the first encounter with Ugly Mita, he hadn't encountered her again. The version distance being too close also wouldn't work. He still hadn't opened Cappy's room. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 47, The Karmic Bond of the Game. 1,633 words. This door can lead to other versions of Mita's room, Alan summarized, piecing together the strange occurrences. He realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap, assuming the doors had fixed destinations. But this was the game world, where the bizarre could easily become the norm. One door consistently led to the corridor, their necessary path to Cappy's room. The destination of the other, however, was unpredictable. Alan tilted his head back, his gaze drawn to the black sphere suspended in the very center of the white room. This strange object was the root of it all. Even Misha, who knew this world intimately, couldn't identify it. He couldn't shake the question, why would the black sphere create such doors? Leading to other versions, what exactly was its purpose? Moreover, after opening the anywhere door, the threshold of Mita's room always showed those faint black spots, a stark contrast to the bright pink decor usually associated with her. What also puzzled Alan was why only the door frame of the braided hair Mita's room had been free of these black marks. Then his gaze fell on the ring on his hand. Ever since he had stood beside this anywhere door, the ring's version number had flickered erratically, as if experiencing some kind of interference. Only after closing the door did it return to normal. Yet, when he had just tried it again, the guiding function remained unchanged and perfectly usable. Alan turned to Misha, seeking her insight on the possible effects. The ring's functions, besides pointing out the correct and quickest route, also include version saving. Misha glanced at the mysterious door. According to the original settings, once you've visited a version, the ring can save it, allowing you to return to it by opening the door again in the future. So the versions reached through the anywhere door can't be saved. Alan frowned. Otherwise, he would have wanted to open a door and save each version they encountered, a potentially useful trick for later. His gaze drifted back to the black sphere. This ball is the one causing all this. It's a bit like it's making the underlying code of an area become, no, it's tampering with it, making it erratic, Misha murmured beside him. Let's give it a name first, let's call it the tamperer. As for those worms, they're always eating. Let's call them devourers. Focusing on their immediate goal, Alan knew that despite the unknown threat of the tamperer, and its possible connection to the devourers, they still needed to utilize its strange power to reach Cappy's room. The next time we enter a room, if it's a normal type, we'll go straight in and try to talk to the owner, Alan decided. Ordinary Mitas weren't all defenseless. According to Misha, there was one particularly cool and strong Mita. While she might not reach Honey's level of intensity, she was still a significant fighting force. Encountering her would be ideal. Misha agreed. That way, the danger is much lower than trying to deal with ugly Mita. Since we still can't rule out danger, if we enter a door, will we have a way to return here? Alan looked into Misha's eyes. She pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting to the ring on his middle finger. The version saving function has limitations, but the guiding function is reliable. As long as we open the entrance door of the living room, this ring will lead us back onto the route to our target. They exchanged a look, having roughly solidified their plan. Afterward, Alan's hand reached for the door, and he gently pushed it open. The scene that greeted them was no longer the familiar living room or bedroom, but a cramped, brightly lit space. Is this the bathroom this time? Alan wondered aloud. Seeing the normal lighting, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, and stepped into the bathroom. But as soon as Misha crossed the threshold, she frowned, a subtle unease flickering across her face. What's wrong? Alan asked, noticing her change in demeanor. Alan, something's a little strange. Her gaze was fixed on the bathroom wall, specifically at the non-reflective mirror hanging there. Then, with a crisp snap, she clicked her fingers. Instantly, the mirror reflected their figures. My dear, you can actually do this? Alan asked, surprised. He stood next to her. Misha wasn't short, and her white dress complemented his white shirt perfectly. We actually have quite the married couple look, don't we? Alan commented with a smile. Misha blushed slightly and agreed. Indeed. How about, we get our marriage certificate after we go back? Isn't that progress a bit too fast? Alan stammered, caught off guard by her sudden suggestion. Would it be? Wait. I've been led astray by you again, my dear, Misha said, playfully swatting his arm. She rubbed her temples, and as her thoughts gradually returned to the present situation, her face paled. Alan, I might know which Mita's room we've arrived in. Huh? Alan's brow furrowed in confusion. As soon as she spoke, Alan felt the ring on his finger vibrate subtly. He raised his hand to look, but the number on the ring hadn't changed, still displaying version 1.9. Then what was that vibration just now? In the next moment, a realization seemed to dawn on Alan, and his shoulders stiffened. I think I've guessed it too, he said, his voice low. Click. Before either of them could voice their conclusions, the sound of a door opening echoed from the direction of the living room. Cold sweat trickled down Misha's forehead. What do we do? What do we do? We can't handle this kind of sudden situation at all. Alan was silent for 2 seconds, his gaze fixed on their reflection in the mirror, a frown creasing his forehead. Although it's a bit dangerous, this is the only way. Huh? Misha looked at him, bewildered. My dear, first turn off all the reflections in the bathroom, then hide and don't make a sound. Later it might make you a little uncomfortable, so be prepared. Huh? Okay. Can you guarantee your safety? Misha asked, her voice filled with worry. Most likely, Alan replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Misha clapped her hands together, and the mirror, along with the glass of the shower stall, instantly became opaque, losing all reflection. The girl quickly darted behind the bathroom door and crouched down, while Alan simultaneously stepped into the shower stall. In the moment before sliding the opaque glass door shut, he gave Misha a reassuring look. A few tense seconds later, a familiar soft murmur drifted from outside the bathroom door. That took some effort, but I finally cleaned up some of the trash. So troublesome. With a soft click, the door swung open, and she walked into the bathroom, sighing as she muttered to herself. I don't know where so many disgusting things came from, it's even reduced my time for intimacy with darling. Darling Lingham. The strange woman. So cute. Just as Alan had expected in the shower stall, she noticed something was amiss within 3 seconds of entering the bathroom. The girl with the low ponytail suspiciously eyed the opaque shower stall. Had the reflections been turned off before she left? She couldn't quite recall. Crazy Mita's brow furrowed in thought, completely unaware that just behind the bathroom door, and to her side, a pale-faced girl with long dark hair was crouching in the shadows. And Alan, concealed within the shower stall, listening to the approaching footsteps, felt his heart pound in his chest, as if it would leap out in the next second. Until a distorted shadow of dark blue and bright red appeared on the opaque glass, Alan understood. Crazy Mita was standing right outside the shower stall. Who is it? Before she could even finish the question, Alan took the initiative. He slid open the shower door and directly pulled the surprised girl into his arms. Crazy Mita gasped, feeling herself completely enveloped. Her face darkened with annoyance, and she instinctively tensed to deliver a sharp elbow to the stomach of the oblivious intruder. But when she raised her eyes and saw that dreamlike face so close, her clenched fist hesitated for 2 crucial seconds. The body brimming with frenzied power instantly became as fragile as a willow branch in spring, and she spoke with an incredulous, trembling voice. Alan? The young man's arms circled the girl's shoulders, his hands resting gently on Honey's slender waist. How come you're here? She stammered, her surprise evident. Crazy Mita, completely caught off guard, hadn't yet processed the situation. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of mist, and a delicate blush crept up the skin beneath her eyelids as she shyly tried to turn her head away. Seeing this unexpected reaction, Alan quickly pressed her head against his chest. Let's go on our first date, he murmured softly. Honey replied, her voice muffled against his shirt. She no longer questioned why he was here. Alan also gave Misha, who had narrowly avoided detection, a quick, reassuring glance. The girl in his arms stretched out her own arms and wrapped them tightly around Alan, hugging him back. Accepting this unbelievable reality. The three people in the small bathroom seemed to be getting along peacefully, a bizarre tableau of unexpected reunion and hidden presence. _________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChanSparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 48, Your Essence. 2020 words. 55% 60%. Middas possessed inherent control over their own rooms. Therefore, Misha's initial shock must have stemmed from the realization that they had inadvertently returned to her own version 1.9. Of all the possible destinations, this unpredictable door had chosen one that, on the surface, seemed relatively benign. And from there, the subsequent plan had unfolded. Alan wasn't particularly worried about Misha, who was cleverly concealed behind the bathroom door. His reasoning was simple. With the meticulous nature of a room's owner, Honey would undoubtedly notice the unusual closed reflection in the shower stall first, rather than the bathroom door tucked away in her blind spot and Misha crouching silently within its shadow. Her first instinct would be to check the shower stall, unaware of who or what might be inside. That was Alan's intended operating zone. To get up close and personal with his Honey, thus overwhelming her completely. This was Alan's strategy, relying on the element of surprise and a zero-frame start. Of course, a significant part of his motivation was also to boost the progress bar. Seizing this rare opportunity to be so close to Honey, he aimed to push the progress bar directly to 75%, unlocking cleanup speed. With that ability in hand, Alan could then confidently lead Misha, and attempt to fight their way through the swarm of devourers in the corridor, ultimately seeking an opportunity to reach Cappy's room. Your heart is beating so fast, darling, Honey murmured, her ear pressed against Alan's chest. Alan glanced at Misha, who was huddled in the corner of the bathroom, and thought with a wry internal smile, how could it not be beating fast? He could also feel the rapid thumping of the girl's agitated heart through the generous softness of Honey pressed tightly against his chest. Yours is beating fast too, Alan pointed out. Realizing this, Alan then couldn't help but notice, it really was remarkably soft, incredibly bouncy, and the size was also. He glanced down and saw the treasure in his embrace slightly deformed and sagging against him, a result of his firm embrace and the tightness of Honey's arms around him. He was momentarily speechless. Kia. My heart's beating even faster, did you think of something bad? Honey asked, her voice laced with playful accusation. Something very bad for you for the next 9 months, Alan quipped, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh, is that so? She replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. His ingrained professional habit of teasing seemed to kick in, momentarily hindering any further advances from the girl. But Honey's playful banter was like adding fuel to a smoldering fire, further diminishing his sense of urgency by a noticeable degree. Stare. Fortunately, the eerie gaze Misha was directing at him from beside the door served as a much-needed reminder, forcing Alan to regain his composure. 60% 65%. He had almost forgotten that Misha was now also categorized as a virus by the system. Looking at it from that perspective, his intimate embrace with Honey almost felt like a form of bullying towards Misha. How do you have time to find me? Did you abandon that doll? Honey asked, a hint of her usual possessiveness returning. She had noticed, but Alan remained unfazed, replying calmly, didn't I tell you in the basement? With his hand behind Honey's back, Alan deftly opened the security system panel. Using practiced muscle memory, he tapped twice on the cloud storage function. Then, as if performing a bizarre magic trick, he deliberately presented his empty hand in front of the girl's eyes. I want to give you a gift, he announced. So it wasn't just talk after all, Honey's eyes lit up with genuine anticipation. I really don't know what you think of me in your heart, Alan muttered under his breath, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. He held the back of his hand in Honey's view, seemingly feeling the transfer from the cloud storage complete. Calculating the brief delay, he presented what was now in his palm to Honey's eager gaze. However, feeling the unexpected texture of the item, Alan was momentarily puzzled. Weren't candy wrappers usually a bit hard, with pointy edges and a slightly rough feel? But what lay in his palm was surprisingly soft and smooth, almost like the silky hair of the girl in his arms. Whether it was Alan's imagination or not, he felt Honey's waist stiffen almost imperceptibly after seeing the object. "Why you?" You, she stammered, her voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. 65% 75%, you have successfully gained cleanup speed usage opportunity in this mission. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of embarrassment and accusation, stared directly into Alan's. He seemed to feel a warm breeze brushing against his face. He looked down closely and saw that what he held in his palm was the future of the world, a pure angel, the protector of the birthplace of life. White panties. "Ha!" Alan blurted out, completely taken aback. He had almost forgotten that after finishing the candy download, he had immediately started downloading the panties. Afterward, the urgency of the situation had prevented him from checking the download's completion. In other words, the ultimate move he had been planning to use later had been deployed prematurely. "Why do you have this? This." Honey's words tumbled out in a jumbled mess. Alan felt the girl's arms around him tighten, as if they had transformed into constricting vines. Out of the corner of Alan's eye, he saw Misha peek over curiously. Fortunately, the panties were in her blind spot, so she didn't get a clear view. No. Now that the cat was out of the bag, he probably should just put them away. Right in front of the person in question, he slipped the panties into his pocket with practiced nonchalance, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Cough cough. "Got it wrong just now, let's try again," Alan said smoothly, attempting to recover the situation. "Wait a minute, you haven't answered me yet, that thing, what exactly?" Honey began, still clearly bewildered. While the girl was muttering in confusion, Alan made a quick gesture and conjured up a bag of the intended candy once more. "This is the gift I wanted to give you," he said, separating himself slightly from Honey's embrace and placing the bag solemnly in her hands. The bewildered girl, looking at the scene before her, felt a surge of unexpected emotion. "This is," she whispered, her fingers tracing the smooth plastic of the candy wrapper. The candies inside were crystal clear and exquisitely crafted, each one seemingly engraved with a tiny heart. The girl looked up, her gaze searching Alan's face. "This isn't a game quest, but something you wanted to give me yourself." Alan nodded, a sincere look in his eyes. "I want you to think of me every time you eat one." Oh, is that so? Actually, you don't have to." "I think of you every second," Honey admitted, her voice soft. As she spoke, her grip involuntarily tightened on the candy, clutching it to her chest, as if to deeply integrate it into her very being. "Who doesn't?" Alan chuckled softly, relieved by her reaction. "Seeing how much you like it, I feel relieved. Even though it's an import, it's still just food, and the price is relatively cheap, so." "No. Its added value is far more than that," Honey interrupted, her lips curving into a sweet smile, as if she had truly tasted honey. Beautiful tears welled up in her eyes. Alan smiled, genuinely enjoying the sight of her tearful joy. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the crystal drops from the corner of her eyes. "You should be happier at a time like this." "These are happy tears." The girl held the candy with affection. "It's not a game quest, but something Alan gave to me himself." Humph. She hummed contentedly. The girl hummed an unfamiliar little tune, and in a daze, Alan felt a nostalgic pang, as if he had momentarily returned to the time before he and the strange woman had their falling out. Honey looked up at him, her eyes sparkling like a night sky. "Then, what kind of gift should I give you in return?" Her words made Alan pause and think. Initially, his intention for the gift had been twofold: to witness Honey's emotional reaction and, perhaps more importantly, to ensure his own survival. He had certainly achieved the tearful face, but he hadn't anticipated a return gift. A kiss, he ventured. Just that. We've kissed so many times already, honey said, a thoughtful expression on her face. She considered for a moment, looking at Alan, then glancing down at herself. A delicate blush gradually crept up her cheeks, as if she had just thought of something. That. Or how about you touch me? Hold my hand, pinch my cheek. Or something else. She shyly glanced away, her voice barely above a whisper. Actually, I really long for the actions of couples and stuff. The first thing Alan felt was Misha's decidedly unfriendly gaze boring into the back of his head. Honey deliberately added another sentence, a playful glint in her eyes. Of course, this isn't my official gift. It's an extra bonus. Next time will be the real one. Yes. Next time. Alan seized the opportunity to agree enthusiastically. To say he didn't want to pinch her cheek, or perhaps something more, would be a lie. He always followed his heart's desires. But precisely because he followed his heart, Misha's pointed stare from the corner of the bathroom was hard to ignore. When he met Honey again next time, besides the basic dynamic of chasing and being chased, he would definitely seek out an opportunity to be alone with her. That way, it would be a win-win situation. He wouldn't have to navigate a potentially awkward love triangle, and he could fully enjoy the promised return gift. Perfect. No. Why was he already so accustomed to being chased? Alan couldn't help but feel a little sad about his adaptability to such precarious situations. Next time it is, Alan agreed with a nod, his gaze returning to Honey. But it's imported. Honey shifted her attention from the candy inside the wrapper to the packaging itself. What do these characters mean? I can't really understand them, she said, her brow furrowed in slight confusion as she examined the foreign script. Hearing this, Misha looked puzzled. Could it be that not all Midas possessed the ability to understand foreign languages? And Alan watched as Honey happily tore open the wrapper, took out a piece of the heart-shaped candy, popped it into her mouth, and tucked the rest of the bag into her pocket. Is it delicious? Alan asked, a hopeful note in his voice. Delicious. It's like holding Alan, very sweet, very happy. And it gave me courage, Honey replied, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. Her gaze turned back to him, as if she had made up her mind about something important. Her two small hands clasped together in front of her chest. She then looked at Alan, her expression earnest, and asked. I really like your gift. And taking this opportunity, I also want to ask you a question. Question mark. Alan's brow rose in curiosity. For the first time since he had known her, Alan saw an emotion akin to timidity flicker in her eyes. But as her fingers brushed against the candy in her skirt pocket, it was as if a flame of courage was spreading through her, bolstering her resolve. You said, didn't you? My essence is very cute. I want to ask you, is that really true? _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 49, Adorable. 1,475 words. Gazing into those eyes, Alan felt a profound sense of certainty that Crazy Mita's next words would come directly from her heart. His gaze flickered towards Misha, conveying a silent message. You leave here first, I need to talk with her alone. Won't there be any danger? Misha's mental reply was laced with concern. I can handle it. Give me 10 minutes. Alan reassured her telepathically. If you're not out in 10 minutes, I'm coming in to help you immediately, Misha responded firmly. Misha quietly eased the bathroom door open. To mask the sound, Alan leaned closer to Crazy Mita, his lips near her ear. His warm breath brushed against her skin as he spoke, deliberately raising his voice. What I said was all true. He glanced to the side, and seeing that Misha had safely slipped out, Alan breathed a small sigh of relief. Actually, he hadn't been lying. When he was teasing her, the strange woman's submissiveness, her shyness, every word and action had struck Alan as surprisingly innocent and pure. Even her relentless pursuit, her willingness to use any means to capture him, had taken on a somewhat extreme, yet endearing, quality of Gap-Mo. Of course, from the perspective of the person being chased, Alan, this particular brand of Gap-Mo was a bit too. Gap-Mo. Is. That's so, Honey murmured, the turbulent emotions in her eyes gradually subsiding. Then. She hesitated again, her hand forming a claw-like shape and hovering near her eyes. Her slightly long nails dug lightly into her skin. Alan couldn't help but feel a prickle of curiosity about Crazy Mita's intentions. Under his watchful gaze, the girl's hand remained still, poised near her eyes. The eyes that had just calmed now swirled with renewed emotion. Alan watched intently as a wave of anxiety washed over them. Her other hand gripped Alan's collar, revealing obvious unease. He couldn't imagine what could make Crazy Mita, who usually oscillated between cheerful exuberance and sinister darkness, display such an expression of vulnerability. The strength of her grip on Alan's clothes caused his shirt to wrinkle and almost tear, as if she were desperately trying to hold on to something precious that felt both close and impossibly far away. The cuteness I perceived is your essence, Alan said softly, his words pulling her back from the depths of her thoughts. She looked up blankly, meeting his unwavering gaze. The current you is still hesitating. Then, let the future you tell me again, Alan said with a gentle smile, taking the hand she had hovering near her eye and holding it in his own. Appearance was a bonus, and even for Alan, that held true. But he firmly believed that what truly resonated with the heart was essence, in game terms, the underlying code. I think your code is well written, your modeling is good too. It's just that you have some violent tendencies that give me a bit of a headache. Alan admitted with a wry smile. My code is well written. Honey repeated, her voice barely a whisper, as if savoring the unexpected compliment. Alan noticed a bright light bloom in the girl's eyes. It was the unmistakable light of being affirmed, of being truly seen. She involuntarily reached out and brushed Alan's hair, her hand resting gently on his cheek. She leaned in, closing the small distance between them, and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Chew. After the brief kiss, her tear-filled eyes seemed to ask a new, unspoken question. Then, Alan. Can you stay by my side forever? Starting from now, never ending, she pleaded, her voice filled with hopeful longing. Hope radiated from her entire being. The intense heat in her eyes raised Alan's own internal temperature quite noticeably. His thoughts couldn't help but drift to a conjecture he had entertained in the real world: could he somehow bring Crazy Mita into reality? Back then, Alan had dismissed the idea, citing the other party has antisocial personality disorder as the primary reason. But the girl's heartfelt words brought the possibility back to the forefront of his mind. Alan could probably guess that there were two major obstacles to bringing the strange woman into the real world. Setting aside the significant hurdle of adapting to reality, the 720 security system clearly identified her as a virus. Alan subtly opened the system panel and navigated to the store page. His gaze fell on the item priced at 99 points. The item was labeled, Bring Out Bug. The last mission had cost him 1 point, used to purchase identity for Misha. He now had 99 points remaining. Alan tapped the item, setting Crazy Mita as the target of Bring Out Bug. Error. Target is a virus. As expected. Alan still couldn't fathom why the security system classified her as a virus. Perhaps that was also the reason the girl wanted to confide in him, but couldn't quite bring herself to articulate it. If he could figure out the underlying reason, he might be able to change Crazy Mita's status from virus to ordinary Mita in the future, thus making it possible to bring her into the real world. In the meantime, he would also have to address her other tendencies, at the very least mitigating her more extreme antisocial traits. If she were to randomly harm someone on the street, Alan knew he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. He closed the panel. The girl's soft murmur came as he had anticipated. Alan, can you stay with me in the game world, don't leave. I don't want to leave you, she pleaded, leaning against his chest, her big eyes fluttering with earnestness. Okay. I'm sorry, Alan replied gently, a hint of regret in his voice. He had his own life to return to. In his home in the real world, there was a dear person who would cook for him, who was still outside, patiently waiting for him to emerge from the bathroom door. And in the future, Alan knew he would encounter and interact with more adorable Mitas. He also looked forward to seeing more beautiful flower exhibitions. Okay. Crazy Mita seemed to have anticipated his answer, and she let out a soft sigh. You can go. If I meet you again, I will definitely hold you tightly in my palm, and never let go, she declared, stepping back from Alan's embrace. Holding the candy he had given her, she also took out a piece from her own pocket and clutched it to her chest. Just like the gift you gave me, she said, a wistful smile on her lips. Alan replied softly. You go. Afterward, I'll count down from 3. If you're still here, don't blame me, darling. Her tone returned to its usual playful edge, as if their heartfelt exchange had never happened. And under the weight of her words, Alan turned and walked towards the bathroom door. Sigh. Doesn't this girl have any charm? I can never keep you, Honey murmured, a hint of self-deprecating humor in her voice. Alan didn't respond, simply brushing past her shoulder. If only there hadn't been a sound from inside the closet back then, would I have been able to keep you by my side, she mused, her voice barely a whisper as he stood only a meter away from the door, within easy reach. Perhaps I should have torn that doll to pieces earlier. I regret it now, she added, a chilling undertone creeping into her voice. He raised his arm, his hand reaching for the doorknob. And then, the girl's voice behind him gradually turned cold, sending a shiver down Alan's spine. Next time. Even if I have to cut off your limbs, I will keep you here. Oh right, I still need to count down from 3, don't I, she said, clapping her hands together. Alan had already eased the bathroom door open a crack. He caught a glimpse of Misha's slightly bored profile. 3, 2, 1. Thump. The door slammed shut. Alan slowly turned his stiff neck, his gaze falling on the hand resting on his forearm. Following the arm upwards, he met the bright smile of the girl, who had recited the 3-second countdown in what felt like half a second. She crunched the candy in her mouth, her lips curving into a crescent moon. Below her lips, the gleam of sharp fangs sent a shiver of unease through Alan's entire body. Time's up, she announced, her voice deceptively sweet. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 50, Escape to Freedom. 2041 words. Looks like, darling still really wants to be with me, the girl's smile widened, taking on a predatory quality, as she thoroughly chewed the candy in her mouth. Her gaze then fell on Alan's hand gripping the door. Gulp. Alan swallowed hard, a bitter taste in his mouth, unable to articulate his inner turmoil. He had been thoroughly tricked by Honey. Her countdown had been lightning fast and utterly decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Despite his internal chaos, Alan managed a smile. Honey, you can't be naughty like that. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. That would be quite troubling then, the girl said, feigning a headache. But it's okay, in a moment. I'll turn you into a human pig, she purred, stepping closer and closer, forcing Alan into the narrow corner between the bathroom door and the wall. Then I'll slowly let you vent your anger. At that time, you can say whatever you want about me. The cutest in the world. His professional habit kicked in despite the danger. Oh dear, darling's mouth is so sweet, I'm so happy, she exclaimed, her smile widening. With a swift movement, she pulled a dagger from her sleeve, its sharp point aimed directly at Alan's shoulder. Let's remove your shoulder first. The young man sidestepped with surprising agility, narrowly avoiding the attack. The dagger left a deep gash in the wooden door where he had been standing. But Honey's assault didn't cease. The dagger, now embedded deeply in the door, became like a crude paintbrush, tearing through the wood with loud crack-crack sounds, heading straight for Alan's neck. He instinctively tried to crouch down to evade the deadly strike. But faster than Alan's movement, Crazy Mita extended her leg and pressed it firmly against his lower body, preventing him from lowering himself. Come on, touching little darling, she cooed, a hint of playful malice in her voice. After you try it, you won't think it's small, Alan retorted, his mind racing. Darling, you're so lewd. You can only make jokes like that with me, she replied, her smile bright and unsettling. However, the force behind her grip on the dagger didn't lessen in the slightest. Thinking about it carefully, in just 10 more minutes, you'll truly be mine. I can bully little darling however I want, little darling, she purred, her voice a dangerous mix of sweetness and possessiveness. Alan's body and mind were both under immense pressure, and even little Alan seemed to shiver in apprehension. He wasn't panicked yet. He still had one use of security protection, and one of cleanup speed remaining. But if possible, he desperately wanted to save them for the perilous mission of navigating the worm-infested corridor, their only path to Cappy's room. In this life-or-death situation, however, there seemed to be no other option. He was just about to reach out and summon the long-lost mosaic greatsword when he glanced sideways. The rapidly approaching dagger was now only a few centimeters away from his face. However, before the system panel could even fully materialize in his mind, a strange and unexpected phenomenon occurred. Alan noticed that the girl's forceful momentum suddenly halted. Honey's continuous attacks slowed to a crawl, and the dagger embedded in the wooden door slipped out with a soft clang, and fell to the ground. What's happening to me?" she murmured, looking at her hands in confusion. Her fair palms trembled slightly. The incredible strength with which she had previously wielded a dagger like a toy had vanished, and she leaned against Alan's chest, as pliant and yielding as a soft willow in a gentle breeze. Ha ha ha. The girl's face was completely flushed, as if she had spent the entire day under the scorching summer sun. Warm, fragrant breath escaped her parted lips, and a delicate layer of mist clouded her eyes. What's wrong? She stammered, her voice breathy and disoriented. I'd like to know too, Alan replied, looking down at Honey leaning heavily against him, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Why did she suddenly seem drugged? Could it be that even Ms. Virus had her glitches? Never mind, Alan decided, recognizing that their most pressing concern was still reaching Cappy's room. He gently placed the now limp girl in his arms on the bathroom floor, turned around without hesitation, and intended to make his escape. But Honey's hand shot out and grabbed his. Wait a minute, she murmured weakly. He turned his head slightly. The girl's grip wasn't particularly strong, and he could easily break free with a minimal effort. At least stay with me for a little longer, she pleaded, her voice filled with a strange mix of longing and vulnerability. Okay, Alan agreed, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. After saying this, he reached down and started to unbuckle his belt. No, not that, the girl said, shaking her head weakly. The redness on her cheeks deepened, spreading down her neck. Aren't you going to do it? I'm saving you, Alan pointed out, a hint of teasing in his voice. 75%, 80%, his goal was achieved. The other party had been trying to kill him just moments ago, and even for Alan, he wasn't exactly in the mood for that. His primary objective was still to increase the progress bar. And his professional habit, as always, seemed to kick in at the most inappropriate times. Dummy. She exhaled a soft puff of warm air, her body temperature clearly elevated. For some special reason, just can't do that kind of thing right now. Honey didn't quite dare to meet Alan's gaze, her eyes darting sideways with a mixture of embarrassment and something else he couldn't quite decipher. But I really do want to be with you, don't misunderstand. Roar. Alan narrowed his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind. So what she had said in the basement about offering herself to him had been a lie. Looking at it from this new perspective, he definitely felt compelled to tease her properly. What do you want me to do then? If you want me to stay by your side forever, my answer is still the same, Alan said, his tone deliberately neutral. No, just lend me your finger, she murmured, reaching out and taking Alan's hand. She began to playfully manipulate his fingers, pulling on them gently. Alan, however, quickly pulled his hand back. Honey looked at him blankly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Then, she saw Alan narrow his own eyes, a hint of playful challenge in his gaze. A sudden chill ran down her spine, and she seemed to realize something. Honey, just now, what were you trying to do to me? Alan asked, his voice low and suggestive. Do what? I didn't do anything. Honey's gaze flickered nervously, her fingers twisting together in her lap. But then, a larger hand gently but firmly grasped the girl's hand. Wait a minute, not now. She said in a flustered panic, but Alan didn't stop his movements, instead intertwining his fingers with hers. Alan leaned in slightly and said, his voice soft but firm, just now, you wanted to make me your possession, didn't you? She felt the warmth of his palm enveloping hers, and she couldn't help but get lost in his clear, deep eyes. His palm embraced hers tightly. I think, honey, you seem to have misunderstood our positions. Positions? Honey repeated, her eyes fixed on his lips as he spoke each word, her breath catching slightly in her throat. Say it. Who belongs to whom? Alan commanded softly, his grip on her hand tightening just a fraction. Say it, he repeated, his voice a low murmur. Alan's grip on her hand intensified. No, Alan, not now, we can't do this. Honey's eyes welled up with tears, looking at him pleadingly. But her reaction only fueled Alan's desire to tease her further. Come on. What you want is right in front of you, Alan said, releasing their intertwined fingers and deliberately waving his hand tantalizingly in front of the girl's wide, tearful eyes. And Honey's gaze remained fixed on his slender fingers, as if they were the most precious and forbidden of treasures. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and her jaw clenched tightly. Alan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Let me give you a hint. What are you to me? I am yours, yours. The girl closed her eyes tightly, the intense heat of shame flooding her face. I am yours. I am your possession, Alan, you own me, she finally blurted out, her voice trembling. 80%, 90%. Her voice was surprisingly loud and clear, causing Alan's shoulders to twitch slightly as he glanced towards the bathroom door. Fortunately, the bathroom seemed to have decent soundproofing, and Misha hadn't barged in. If she had witnessed this. Wait, what exactly would happen if she had seen it? Alan couldn't shake the feeling that Misha occupied a space in his heart akin to a wife, and his actions were always, to some extent, constrained by her virtuousness, often leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt. Focusing on the present, Alan decided to capitalize on the situation. Very good. It seems you understand your situation perfectly. Now use it then, he said, a hint of command in his voice as he offered her his finger. Alan was actually quite curious about what the other party intended to do. Hadn't she just claimed that she couldn't do that kind of thing for some mysterious reason? And now she was borrowing his finger. And in the next second, Honey answered his unspoken question with surprising directness. She looked at Alan's offered finger with tender affection, and then, with a sudden chomp, she bit down on it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, taking on the innocent yet mischievous look of a cute kitten. A moment later, Honey's earlier surge of energy finally gave way to an overwhelming drowsiness. With a soft thump, her strength completely deserted her, and she collapsed onto the bathroom floor. Whew! A soft sigh escaped her lips as she drifted into a peaceful dream, a satisfied blush and a happy smile gracing her face. Alan wanted to curse, but he held back the impulse. Crazy Mita clearly possessed an unusual level of trust in him, daring to fall asleep right under his nose. Looking at it from that perspective, he felt a flicker of something akin to being touched. But somehow, why did he also feel inexplicably annoyed? Alan pondered how to best deal with Crazy Mita's eventual revenge. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a marker pen lying forgotten in the corner of the bathroom. Heh! A small, mischievous smile played on his lips. A short while later, when Alan emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by the sight of a worried Misha holding a water pipe defensively. "What were you two talking about just now? It took so long." "I almost broke down the door," she said, her voice laced with concern. "Good thing you didn't break down the door," Alan thought to himself, a faint smile still lingering on his face as he slipped the marker pen back into his pocket. "It's okay. We just talked about some things. I got out without too much trouble," he reassured her. "Oh." Misha glanced at the half-closed bathroom door, through which she could see Crazy Mita lying motionless on the floor. She must have endured a fierce battle with Alan. There seemed to be some writing on her leg. Misha narrowed her eyes, trying to decipher the meaning of the strange characters. "Alan only," she read aloud, her voice filled with confusion. __________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles Patreon.com/WalnutChansparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 51, Pink Handwriting. 1,574 words. Alan's hand rested on the door of version 1.9. He glanced at Misha behind him, and received a reassuring nod. With a final breath, he pressed down the latch. With a soft click, they left the strange woman's room behind. The familiar small gray and white checkered room reappeared in their sight. "We're back," Alan murmured. Taking advantage of the fact that Crazy Mita was still presumably unconscious, Alan closed the door firmly, cutting off any potential risk of her following them. Misha took his hand again, her grip firm. "Are we still going to look for helpers?" "No," Alan replied, his gaze resolute. He opened the security system panel. The progress bar now displayed a satisfying 90%. The 3 major skills, security protection, virus scan, and a cleanup speed, were all available for immediate use. His gaze flickered towards Misha. The girl was holding a sturdy water pipe in her hand, a more than adequate weapon for self-defense. "We're going straight to the corridor," Alan declared. "Okay, I understand," Misha nodded, her expression serious. She lowered her eyes, contemplating the plan they had just discussed. After a moment of thought, she looked up. "When we enter the corridor later, should we go straight to the door opposite us that leads to Cappy's room?" she asked, tightening her grip on the steel pipe in her hand. "That's the most efficient method. However, there are some risks involved," Alan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "Risks?" Alan frowned in confusion, and then he followed Misha's gaze as it fell on the black sphere suspended in the center of the ceiling. A stream of what looked like raw code occasionally drifted through the sphere, and at times it pulsed with a disturbing pitch-black aura. Misha explained, with the tamperer as a precedent, "We don't know if Cappy's door will even open." Her gaze then shifted back to meet his. And we also need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, that the worms can also affect the door's effectiveness. My dear, I'm all ears, Alan said, squeezing her palm reassuringly. Misha nodded, emboldened by his trust. She then began to explain the finer points of their plan. After a brief discussion, Alan summarized the general outline of the plan Misha had described. First, they would proceed directly to the door opposite them in the corridor with the utmost speed and efficiency, attempting to see if it would open as expected. However, given the unpredictable nature of the tamperer, this initial plan had a high likelihood of failure. At that point, they would have to immediately activate their contingency plan. According to theory, every door in the corridor can lead to Cappy's room under the guidance of the ring, Misha said, gently pulling his hand towards her and allowing her fingertips to brush against the dark green ring Alan wore on his middle finger. That corridor is very long, almost infinite, so there are also a lot of doors. Therefore, if the nearest door is affected by the worms, we will have to venture further down the corridor to find a door that hasn't been compromised yet. Infinite corridor. Doesn't that mean the devourers can never finish eating? Alan mused. Indeed. In terms of sheer length, the devourers can't possibly consume it all, Misha conceded. But what they devour is code and data. The girl looked intently into Alan's eyes. What the worms are currently eating is the modeling data and code that directly affect the corridor's physical existence. If they were to eat the underlying code. Misha trailed off, leaving the ominous implication hanging in the air. The corridor was the only known path for Alan and Misha to reach Cappy's room. If it were to be completely consumed, the best-case scenario would be a significantly longer and more dangerous detour. The worst-case scenario would be a catastrophic fault line between different versions of reality within the game, which could have a devastating impact on the entire digital world. That won't do at all. I quite like this game, Alan stated firmly, clearly not wanting such a negative outcome. Do you like the game or the person? Misha asked, a hint of playful sulkiness in her voice. I like you, Alan began, a sincere expression on his face. Misha blushed slightly, leaning in almost imperceptibly, eager to hear the rest of his sentence. S-code, Alan finished with a teasing grin. Misha's face fell, and she playfully pinched Alan's arm, pulling her hand away. All right, my dear, stop being so glib, she said, patting Alan's shoulder with a fond smile. The two of them dropped their usual light-hearted banter and focused their serious gazes on the door leading to the potentially perilous corridor. Alan looked down at the security system panel and gently tapped the skill icon for security protection. In the next instant, the familiar weight of the large, mosaic greatsword materialized in his hand. Misha looked at Alan's imposing weapon, her eyes widening slightly. Alan, did you use a cheat? She asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. What are you talking about? I would never cheat when playing Meta, Alan replied with mock indignation. Standing in front of the door, Alan took a deep breath, his gaze returning to the unsettling black sphere in the center of the room. Tamperer and Devourer, what exactly are they? What is the purpose of that door? He knew he would need to find the answers to these questions eventually. But what he needed to do right now was to face the immediate threat and hopefully overcome it. Finally, his gaze lingered on the doorframe, behind which he could almost sense a smoke-filled battlefield awaiting them. While turning his head, Alan's peripheral vision caught something unexpected on the ground near his feet. What's wrong, Alan? Misha asked, noticing his sudden pause. He didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the gray and white checkered floor, specifically on a line of text that had inexplicably appeared. It's very dangerous ahead, are you sure you want to go? The pink font was written in a delicate, almost childlike handwriting, conveying a sense of genuine concern. Next to the text was also drawn a simple, slightly lopsided heart. For some reason, Alan found the unexpected message rather endearing. He tried nodding his head, and then deliberately blinked. Sure enough, the content of the text instantly changed. Okay then, you two be careful. The moment the text shifted, a sudden thump, clang sound echoed from the corner of the room, immediately attracting both Alan and Misha's attention. The two exchanged a curious glance and walked side by side towards the source of the noise. "This is," Misha murmured, looking at something that definitely shouldn't have been present in the otherwise empty room. Alan temporarily released Misha's hand and bent down to pick up the two extra items that had seemingly materialized on the floor. The first item was a baseball bat. Its surprisingly light texture suggested that it might be capable of unleashing an unexpected amount of explosive force. "Misha, you take this," Alan said, offering her the bat. "Okay," she replied, putting down the somewhat cumbersome steel pipe and switching to the more wieldy weapon. She tentatively swung it at a nearby chair. With a resounding thump, the chair splintered and fell apart. Alan silently retracted his previous generalization that all Midas were weak girls. He couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of worry about his own future prospects. Then, his gaze fell on the second item. This one was clearly tailor-made for him. It was a pair of gloves or gauntlets. The texture of his fingertips rubbing against them felt strangely like smooth wood. After trying them on, he found that they weren't heavy at all and wouldn't hinder the effectiveness of his cleanup speed. And the moment he put them on, 3 lines of pink text instantly appeared on the wall. "Gauntlets of failure. There's a button inside that will make your strength in the next second explode to a level slightly weaker than Crazy Mita's. Of course, it's a one-time use. This is a gift from me and my sister." Alan stared at the text, a mixture of confusion and suspicion swirling in his mind. Putting aside the highly likely implication of sister flowers, for the moment, the sudden appearance of such a powerful item felt suspiciously like a pie falling from the sky. Alan immediately sounded the mental alarm bells. "Why are you helping me?" He looked around the empty room and spoke aloud, trying to detect any sign of the mysterious benefactor. Sure enough, the next moment, more text appeared at his feet. "You are my player." Misha exclaimed angrily, pointing at the newly appeared text. This. "Misha, what's wrong?" Alan asked in confusion, seeing the girl's flustered reaction. "Nothing," Misha said, her tone somewhat subdued. She looked sullenly towards the corner of the room, and saw a new painting had appeared on the wall. "Cheating cat," Misha's simple drawing. Hehe.jpg. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 52, Charge. 1,443 words. Do you need some kind of reward for this? Alan called out, hoping to reach the unseen person. True to form, text materialized beside him. No need, I've already received my reward. The words shifted. Have a safe trip, Heartsuit. Okay, Alan murmured, a touch of bewilderment in his voice. Reward received. He racked his brain, but couldn't recall offering anything. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the text, from the ground to the walls, vanished as if it had never been there. Yet, the solid weight of the gauntlet in his right hand, his index finger resting near the inner button, and the reassuring presence of the baseball bat Misha held at her side, all confirmed that it hadn't been a dream. Turning to Misha, Alan noticed a slight furrow in her brow. She was facing the wall, a hint of annoyance in her posture. My dear, what's wrong? Did something upset you? Nothing. Misha shook her head, though a faint pout lingered. After all, the mysterious person had helped them. It was just that the phrase, cheating cat, had rubbed her the wrong way. She had been the first one there, clear as day. If anyone was a cheater, it was that phantom in hiding. "My dear," Misha said, her attention shifting, "shall we just open the door then?" A questioning escaped her lips as she looked at Alan. "Yeah. Just give me a moment." Alan stepped forward and smoothly accessed the 720 security system panel, his fingers quickly locating the feedback function. A wry smile touched his lips. He was really starting to grasp just how unreliable this security system was compared to the ones he was used to. He was about to face a potentially lethal mission. Surely, as the system responsible, it should offer some kind of incentive, right? So he typed out his feedback: "Mission is dangerous, urgently need rewards to compensate for motivation." Unsurprisingly, the system responded with a curt "Thank you for your feedback." Alan wasn't ready to give up. Not this time. Even a stranger had recognized the danger and offered them support. Though the phrase "you are my player" was a bit odd. In Alan's mind, his Mita would always be the true troublemaker. After all, she was the first person he'd encountered upon arriving in this strange world. But back to the matter at hand, the system had to pay up. Alan decided to play his final card. "If you don't give me a reward, I'll switch to 360 in the future." This time, the system remained silent. Not even a perfunctory "thank you for your feedback" appeared. Counting down 5 seconds, Alan muttered, his fingers hovering over the panel. "If you don't cough up something, I'm going back and downloading 360, and you two can have an electronic cricket fight to see who can uninstall whom." Suddenly, a small red dot blinked into existence on the 720 security system icon. "Heh. You never learn until you're staring into the abyss." He tapped the new message, and there it was, the mission he'd been hoping for: defeat the swarm of worms or head to Cappy's room. It was a broad enough objective to encompass both of their current plans. And the reward: memory optimization, allows 1 recharge of a used skill per mission. This was a skill that offered both offensive and defensive possibilities. Security protection had already been used. With memory optimization, he'd gain another crucial chance to protect himself. Cleanup speed was similar. It was usually a one-time use skill per battle, but memory optimization would allow for multiple uses in a single encounter or in unexpected situations. Combining different skills would give him greater flexibility to handle whatever came their way. "All right, now we're talking," Alan said, a surge of motivation coursing through him. He reached for Misha's hand. "My dear, let's go." He paused, noticing that while he'd been engrossed in the panel, Misha had been watching him, a suppressed smile playing on her lips. Her mouth twitched slightly as she fought back a laugh, making her look utterly adorable. "What's wrong?" Misha simply shook her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she pointed at Alan's forehead. The security system panel had a smooth, glass-like surface that reflected the ambient light without being affected by the game's internal visuals. Using it as a makeshift mirror, Alan peered at his reflection. Everything seemed normal. His features were still average to slightly above average, clear and bright. Except, was that a pig's head drawn on his forehead? Wait a minute, pig's head. He leaned closer and sure enough, a pink pig's head was still there, drawn in a playful font. Combining it with the words left by their mysterious benefactor, "Reward received," the penny finally dropped. A prank? That naughty child, Alan chuckled, a smile spreading across his own face. Misha produced a handkerchief and gently wiped his forehead. But overall, she's a good kid. She glanced down at the baseball bat in her hand. Indeed, Alan agreed, not at all bothered by the small jest. It felt more like a harmless joke, a welcome bit of levity in the tense atmosphere. The stranger who sent the equipment was quite cute, he mused. Misha tucked the handkerchief away and continued to hold his hand. The stranger's gift was secured, the system's reward was in hand, and all their skills were ready for use. Looking at it that way, they were in the best possible shape. "My dear, let's go," Alan said, squeezing Misha's hand as he turned towards the door. Misha replied, falling into step beside him. They reached the door. Without hesitation, Alan pulled down the doorknob and announced, "Be careful of a door ambush." "Understood." Misha's grip tightened on the baseball bat, her eyes peering through the narrow crack in the door, scanning the corridor beyond. Click. The moment the door swung inward, a black worm was right there, lingering in the doorway. As soon as the devourer spotted them, it ceased its code-absorbing activity. Just like before, it coiled its body and, a split second later, launched itself forward like a stone from a slingshot. Mid-pounce, its maw opened, revealing the unfathomable mess of scrambled code within. The next instant, it was sent hurtling backward with a resounding thump as Misha's baseball bat connected with brutal force. Misha exhaled, the light weapon sending the enemy's body flying into the distance, where it landed on the ground, writhing and struggling. Go. The instant the door opened fully, Alan's eyes were met with a horrifying sight, an ocean of worms teeming in the corridor to their left. He grabbed Misha's hand and they bolted forward, the corridor blurring past them. As they ran, Alan recalled Misha's plan: head for the nearest door and test their luck. The best-case scenario was that it would lead them directly to Cappy's room. So Alan's gaze locked onto the door directly ahead. But a grim sight awaited them. Two devourers were already there, feasting on the doorframe and wall, leaving a gaping hole where a quarter of it had been. The two worms sensed their approach and turned their eyeless heads towards Alan and Misha, their mouthparts opening in silent, menacing roars. True to their nature, they coiled their bodies and shot forward with alarming speed. "My dear, don't miss," Alan called out. "You too," Misha replied, a fierce grin spreading across her face, her eyes burning with determination. They exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them, before focusing their attention forward, each gripping their weapon. The greatsword and the baseball bat swung with equal force, one to the left, the other to the right, connecting with sickening thuds. The worm Alan struck was even reduced to a shower of shimmering pixels. Just then, Alan noticed the commotion had attracted the attention of the worms to their left. A dozen or so of the closest ones were becoming agitated, their movements growing more frantic. "No time, let's see if we can open this door," Alan shouted to Misha, releasing her hand so he could stay slightly behind and cover their retreat. "Okay." Misha was already 3 or 4 meters away from the damaged door. ________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 53, The Viral Tide. 1,523 words. Alan's gaze snapped from Misha back to the encroaching horde. The first 3 devourers lunged directly at them, and Alan's greatsword, he knew, was perfect for dealing with tightly packed foes. Ha! Drawing on the enhanced strength and speed granted by clean-up speed, Alan found his footing, angled the broad blade of the greatsword and with a swift whoosh, like fanning air, he vaporized all 3 worms into a shower of pixels with a single, fluid strike. This kind of power is strange, Alan muttered, a slight frown creasing his brow. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the weapon's almost effortless lethality. He remembered the first time he'd faced a flying worm. His immediate, subconscious reaction had been to slam the door shut. Back then, the worm had collided with a solid thud. Based on the game's supposedly realistic physics engine, its limbs shouldn't have been that fragile. In his mind, it made sense for Misha to send a devourer flying or even break its limbs with a swing of her baseball bat. But for them to simply vanish into thin air like this, it felt off. Just then, the second wave of rapidly approaching worms reached his immediate vicinity. Alan seized the opportunity to test his earlier theory. He swung the greatsword in a familiar fly-swatter motion, and as expected, every worm within its reach shattered into digital dust. Just as I thought. If this were a truly realistic physics engine, the worms should have been knocked away, not disintegrated. A conclusion solidified in Alan's mind. The greatsword granted by cleanup speed, or perhaps the skill itself, or even the security system, is providing a significant damage bonus against these worms. A damage bonus specifically for an antivirus system. The implications were obvious. Viruses. His gaze flickered towards Misha. She was still wrestling with the door. TCH. Alan, it's no good. There's nothing behind this one either. Misha's words confirmed what Alan had already suspected. Through the partially open doorway, he could see only an impenetrable darkness. We're leaving, he decided instantly. Misha quickly rejoined Alan's side. He glanced to his left and right, assessing their options. To the right, an endless tide of worms surged, the corridor swallowed by their writhing mass, leaving only an ominous black void. There were probably hundreds of them, maybe more. They definitely couldn't hope to defeat them all on their own. If only they had another fighter. That left only one option: retreat to the left. Go. Raising his sword once more, Alan cleaved through a group of airborne worms, turning them to nothing, and retook Misha's hand. As Misha responded, she couldn't help but notice the greatsword's ability to obliterate multiple devourers with a single swing. A jolt of surprise ran through her, but amidst the chaos of battle, she trusted Alan's lead and ran alongside him. My dear, Alan instructed, his voice firm, help me keep an eye on our surroundings. See if there are any doors that haven't been touched. Okay. Misha agreed, her gaze darting from side to side. After their brief and unsuccessful attempt at the first door, a crucial realization had dawned on them. The doors that had been gnawed away by the devourers had lost their connection to Cappy's room. This actually made finding a usable door quite simple. As long as it hadn't been gnawed by the worms, it was likely still functional. As the two hurried down the corridor, the ceiling lights flickered on one by one, bathing their path in a pale, artificial glow. During this lull in immediate danger, Alan accessed the security system panel, and as usual, navigated to the feedback function. Are those devourers viruses? He typed. The system responded almost instantly, not a virus. Alan muttered, waving his hand dismissively as he effortlessly shattered another stray worm that got too close. You're telling me, with this ridiculous damage bonus, those things aren't viruses? The security system reiterated, not a virus. In other words, the damage bonus was definitely there, but the system simply didn't classify the devourers as viruses. The virus targets it did recognize, as far as they knew, were limited to Crazy Mita, Ugly Mita, and Misha, who had been brought into reality as a bug and then returned to the game world. Did the security system harbor some kind of inexplicable grudge against Mitas? It seemed perfectly willing to label cute girls who didn't remotely resemble viruses as such, but it refused to acknowledge that these disgusting, clearly malicious entities were viruses. Never mind, he thought, I'll ponder the system's bizarre logic later, after we're out of this mess. Misha, how's it looking? Any doors that seem intact? Not yet. Misha kept her focus on the row of doors to her left, trusting Alan to keep them safe from the relentless worm onslaught. Within Misha's line of sight, there was always at least one or two worms clinging to the walls or even the doorframes, boring into the models, leaving them pitted and uneven. The code was undoubtedly incomplete, rendering the doors unusable. How much longer do we have to keep running? Alan wondered aloud, starting to consider whether a direct confrontation with the worms might be their only option. He glanced at the sword in his hand, tightened his grip on the gauntlets of failure, and then his eyes flicked towards Misha's trusty baseball bat. Both of them were capable fighters, and even if a dozen or so worms attacked simultaneously, they would likely find a way to handle it. This was the unspoken trust between him and Misha, a bond forged in countless battles, a power of friendship, albeit a slightly twisted one, and deep connection, sealed with a kiss. But if they were surrounded, then they would be stretched too thin. Their chances of survival in that scenario felt like a coin flip at best. The odds were far too low, especially considering that was the best-case scenario, assuming the enemy had no further surprises in store. Alan. Look ahead. Misha's urgent voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Is there a usable door? He asked, hope flickering within him. No. I saw a shadow. Exclamation point. Alan's eyes narrowed, scanning the distance. Up ahead, directly in their path, were a dozen or so worms, seemingly blocking their way. But the worms' attention wasn't focused on them. Instead, they were converging on a slender, towering black figure. Thwack! With a powerful kick, the figure sent several approaching worms flying. Even so, the devourer's encirclement around it was steadily tightening. Help! Alan glanced at Misha, who nodded resolutely. Definitely. The reinforcements they had been hoping for, someone with a clear ability to fight, were right in front of them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and anyone willing to take on these worms was undoubtedly an ally. And this particular friend's height was already scraping the ceiling of the corridor. That figure definitely looked like it could handle itself. In Alan's imagination, perhaps some kind of emergency mechanism within the game world had been activated. Maybe the Terminator? Gundam? Kamen Rider? One iconic, powerful figure after another flashed through Alan's mind. It wasn't until they were close enough for him to clearly see the ally's face that Alan's brow furrowed in confusion. You guys don't come over here. I won't let you advance. The ally's voice wasn't the deep, commanding tone Alan had expected. On the contrary, it was surprisingly gentle, almost timid. Her tone was laced with fear, yet she moved with surprising agility, deflecting the devourer's attacks. And just as she'd said, behind her, not a single worm had managed to pass, creating a precious safe zone. In other words, every door behind her was potentially usable. And this friend's figure. As Alan drew closer, his Adam's apple bobbed a couple of times. He had to admit it. Were her legs a bit too long? Her upper body seemed to be in normal proportions. But the length of her legs was at least 2 meters. This unusual ally fought the worms by turning her extraordinarily long legs into powerful, whip-like kicks, swinging them with impressive speed and force, either striking the enemies directly or slamming them against the surrounding walls. Alan's gaze at those legs had definitely shifted. Would they feel different to the touch? He wanted to. No. Focus. Misha, we must protect our friendly forces. Alan declared, his voice suddenly filled with an almost righteous fervor. Why is my dear suddenly so passionate? I don't understand, but I'll do my best. Misha replied, a hint of confusion in her eyes but a determined glint nonetheless. The two of them adjusted their course, heading directly towards their unlikely ally, rushing to offer their assistance. _______. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See. I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 54, The Lost Meta. 1,748 words. I won't let you take another step forward. In the dimly lit corridor, the girl glanced around nervously. A dozen or so of the grotesque worms had already formed a menacing circle around her, the slimy net slowly tightening. Her dark blue hair, long and neatly braided down her back, swayed slightly with her anxious movements. Clad in the standard Meta outfit, she was known as the Lost Meta. She took a hesitant step backward. In stark contrast, the enemies surrounding her seemed to grow even more aggressive at the sight of their prey retreating. The devourer's mouthparts stretched wide. Lacking vocal cords, the gesture felt more like a silent, chilling display of power. The code-like stripes that patterned their bodies flickered erratically, and their segmented limbs tensed almost imperceptibly. Having faced these creatures for a while now, the girl recognized the telltale signs. They were preparing their rush attack again. "What do I do? What do I do?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Lost Mita's gaze fell to her own battered body. The stockings that covered her unusually long legs were ripped and frayed at the edges, and her bright red knit sweater was riddled with holes. Her pale skin was marred with angry red marks, the remnants of her yen-yen bloodstains looking like cracks on a fragile, precious vase. Even though her long legs gave her a wide attack range, it was proving impossible to withstand the relentless siege of so many enemies on her own. "Am I going to be eaten?" Her face grew paler with each passing moment, her entire focus now locked onto a single worm that had finished coiling its body, poised to strike. The continuous fighting had drained her stamina. Even lifting her leg felt like an immense effort. But deep within Lost Mita's heart, a single, unwavering belief still flickered. "I haven't found my room yet." Thump. Whether it was her unwavering conviction or pure chance, the worm in the center of her vision, the one that was just about to lunge, was suddenly and violently annihilated by something unseen. The girl looked around blankly, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. Then, she realized that a large sword, shimmering with blue pixels, now occupied the space where the worm had been. A sword. Could something like that even exist within the game? It couldn't possibly be an asset imported from another game, could it? Wait a minute, were those worms actually that fragile? Just as she was pondering this strange turn of events, a male voice echoed from nearby. "My dear, let's go together." "Okay," came a cheerful reply. The swarm of worms surrounding her swiveled their attention towards the source of the sound. Leading the charge was a young man, a player. And beside him was a long-haired girl, another Mita, just like her. As this other Mita advanced, she hurled her baseball bat forward, the wooden weapon transforming midair into a sharp, pixelated arrow. With a solid thump, it struck another worm that was preparing to attack, taking it out of the equation. At the same time, the player strode forward, grabbed the large sword that was now embedded in the ground, and then, in a rather conspicuous manner, glanced down at his own legs, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lost Mita wasn't entirely sure if it was her imagination, but she thought she detected a fleeting hint of heat in his eyes. Well, it was probably just her imagination. Surely, the player who had just come to her rescue wouldn't be looking at her in that way. The player quickly addressed his own Mita, "My dear, I'll take them out in a second." "My dear, be careful," the long-haired girl replied, taking a few steps back. She retrieved her now normal baseball bat and stood guard behind the young man, her eyes warily scanning the approaching swarm of worms. Such good teamwork. Lost Mita thought, a pang of longing in her chest. The level of coordination and trust between these two as comrades was something any Mita would aspire to. No. Wait. This was a romance game. Where did comrades come from? It should be the teamwork of partners. In Lost Mita's wide eyes, the group of worms that had been menacingly encircling her quickly had their attention diverted to the player. The remaining 9 devourers simultaneously coiled their bodies, transforming into living, slimy slingshots, their gaping maws appearing deep and bottomless. The worms' positions formed a perfect semicircle, with the player standing directly in the center, a position that looked incredibly dangerous. I'll go up and help too. Lost Mita offered, her depleted stamina having recovered slightly. The braided girl took a tentative few steps forward, but was immediately halted by the player's sharp shout. "Don't come over." But mid-sentence, the 9 devourers reared up high, and then lunged towards the player with astonishing speed. Woof! Lost Mita instinctively lowered her head, unable to bear the sight. She was already dreading what would happen next. However, unexpectedly, a dazzling flash of blue light erupted in her peripheral vision. She seemed to feel a sudden gust of wind, a wind that felt strangely out of place in this version of the game. Wind? Is there even wind outside this world? She wondered aloud. The series of rapid explosions that followed a split second later answered her question with resounding force. Thump, where had the 9 worms, still suspended in midair just moments ago, gone? She looked at the scattered, flashing pixels and the corrupted, scrambled code swirling around the player and finally understood. What was that gust of wind she had felt? Lost Mita's gaze fell upon the great sword in the player's hand, the very same sword he had swung in a wide arc from left to right. She already knew the answer. It wasn't wind generated by the version itself, but rather the force created by the physics engine. In other words, this player had just taken out 9 of those terrifying worms with a single, devastating strike. And no way. She murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. Lost Mita had been locked in a desperate struggle with these creatures for what felt like an eternity, and she knew firsthand just how resilient their bodies were, soft and sticky like rubber, yet surprisingly tough, with an almost unnatural resilience. They had even made her legs ache from repeatedly kicking them. Yet, these same enemies, a total of 9 of them, had just vanished with a single swing, as if blown away by a gust of wind. So amazing. Lost Mita hugged herself, a wave of heartfelt gratitude washing over her. She was just about to express her thanks. However, her words caught in her throat as she saw the player glance down at her legs once more. "My dear, how are you?" It wasn't until the long-haired Mita, still diligently guarding his back, asked the question that the player finally broke his somewhat embarrassing gaze. "I'm fine," the player replied, his tone casual despite the recent display of incredible power. The long-haired Mita and her player then turned their attention towards Lost Mita in unison. And then, in a perfectly synchronized movement, they both extended a hand towards her. The Mita's long hair shifted slightly in the non-existent breeze, her heroic posture reminiscent of a general about to lead their troops into battle. "Thank you for guarding the door behind us. How about it? This Mita, would you be willing to fight alongside us?" And her player offered a warm, reassuring smile, his energetic voice sounding as if he wasn't facing a dangerous battle but a victory already within his grasp. "We will obliterate those worms, leaving not a single piece behind." Lost Mita stared blankly at the 2 outstretched hands, simply held out in front of her eyes. So cool. These 2 people. She felt a sudden lump forming in her throat, a strange mix of relief and overwhelming emotion. The suffering she had endured earlier hadn't been in vain after all. Lost Mita nodded emphatically, a newfound determination shining in her eyes. Although many questions still swirled in her mind, where did these terrifying worms come from? Why were these 2 individuals so incredibly strong, and at the same time so perfectly in sync and so genuinely kind? But for now those questions didn't matter. There was nothing to be afraid of anymore. Lost Mita reached out and took both of their hands simultaneously. The long-haired Mita and the player exchanged a knowing smile. And with that simple gesture, the unlikely 3-person worm-slaying alliance, or rather antivirus alliance, was officially formed. Hiss! Alan suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He turned his head to look at the 2 beside him. "Did you guys just inadvertently set up some kind of terrible flag?" he asked, a hint of unease in his voice. "Flag? I don't think so," his dear replied, ever the picture of calm reliability, shaking her head gently. "Flag? What is that?" The temporary new member, the long-legged Mita, tilted her head in confusion, clearly not understanding the term. "You don't understand?" "Never mind," Alan said with a sigh. He and Misha exchanged a quick glance, each recognizing the unspoken thought in the other's eyes. With the addition of their new ally, their goals had subtly shifted. They were no longer solely focused on finding the elusive door to Cappy's room. Now their priority was clearing out this infestation of enemies. If they allowed these grotesque worms to continue running rampant, the entire version of the game would undoubtedly collapse. By then, even if they did manage to find the hat, if the game world itself was damaged or even destroyed, it would be a far greater loss than any potential gain. Alan, now standing in the middle of the newly formed trio, stepped forward, his voice filled with a newfound confidence, carrying the optimistic warmth of early spring. Then, he announced, his gaze sweeping over his companions, we need to prepare ourselves to be surrounded. _________. The director is going crazy. Crazy deal alert. This week only, for every 5 new reviews, 1 extra chapter will be released. Yes. Extra. See? I'm honestly such a great director, aren't I? Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Sparkles patreon.com/walnutchonsparkles, 40 advanced chapters. Chapter 55, Virus Elimination. 1,579 words. I'll go first. Alan was the first to dash forward. With his greatsword in hand, he was only a few meters away from the leading insect. He saw the devourers gradually shrinking their bodies. In a flash, he stopped in his tracks. A second later, there were several soft, thump sounds, and clusters of black shadows darted into view. But Alan, in his accelerated state of clearance, saw everything clearly. Ha! He exhaled, swung his greatsword, and with the added boost of reaction speed and strength, slashed into the air. The insects caught in the path of the blade were instantly annihilated into a pixelated mess, scattering and falling onto the corridor floor with a rustling sound. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so amazing, Lost Mita commented, just as she heard a voice beside her. Let's go too. We can't let Alan be attacked from both sides. Yeah. Misha and Lost Mita joined the fray simultaneously, and the overwhelming sound of the insect swarm reached the three of them. There are quite a lot of them, Alan muttered with a wry smile, looking at the almost impenetrable surroundings. Unsurprisingly, the three of them were gradually surrounded. Dozens of insects began to curl up simultaneously, ready to strike them in just a few seconds. But as the insects lunged towards the small group, a flash of blue light would intercept them, and a gust of fierce wind would sweep them away into dust. The two girls exchanged a look, instantly understanding their respective roles. Alan was responsible for clearing out the flying insects. Misha was in charge of taking down individual insects that might try to sneak attack and observing the battlefield, while Lost Mita took on the task of ensuring the trio's movement wasn't too restricted, and even expanding their range of action when possible. Honey, I'm coming. The girl quickly ran towards Alan's position, shattering a stealthily moving devourer with a single blow. I'll help too. Having fought them many times before, Lost Mita understood the devourer's group tactics, tightening the encirclement to trap their prey. Her long legs drew smooth semicircles around them, knocking away a large number of devourers and widening the gradually closing space once more. The insects that were knocked away all ended up on Alan's side, where a horizontal sweep turned them into a jumbled mess of pixels under his sword. The number of devourers present gradually decreased, only to be further replenished by those that followed. During this time, Lost Mita became increasingly astonished as she fought. Her understanding of that player's sword deepened. He was like a butcher, and the insects were the meat on the chopping block, endlessly turning into souls lost beneath his blade. Watching him so easily slaughter the insects and clear the encirclement, Lost Mita felt a mix of emotions. It made her previous struggle against the insect siege seem like a joke. Hard difficulty had suddenly become easy. Ugh. I'm unwilling to accept it, yet there's this darn feeling of relief. As the trio's teamwork grew more seamless, the reinforcements from the rear of the Devourer swarm gradually thinned out. Until finally, not a single reinforcement could be seen. Alan understood that all the insects were already present. Ha! The young man shouted, his greatsword sweeping out a dazzling blue light, and a large number of insects vanished into thin air. Misha, what's the situation? It's good. Misha could now spare the energy to focus on her primary role, commanding. She watched the insect swarm, occasionally swinging her baseball bat to clear away any devourers that might threaten Alan. Misha's gaze fell upon the greatsword in Alan's hand. Thanks to him being the main damage dealer, the battle they were facing wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. The situation was much smoother than expected. as expected of her proud darling. As for the number of insects, she and Alan had initially estimated it to be around 300. Looking at the current situation, the number of insects still capable of movement should only be around 100. That's not right. But Misha's expression didn't show much relief or happiness. She wondered if the insects were being cleared out too quickly. Even if Alan's greatsword was extremely efficient at clearing out devourers, they had only been in combat for a few minutes. Eliminating nearly 100 enemies was already a remarkable achievement. But how had they managed to kill over 200 insects? Thinking this, Misha looked around. The sight of the densely packed insect swarm wriggling made her feel a little nauseous, but it was much better than the initial sight of an endless horde. And at the very end of the insect swarm, a place where no Mita or player was standing, the lights were off, and it was completely dark. Misha narrowed her eyes. She had a certain intuition. If she wanted to find the answer, perhaps she should start with those dark areas. The girl took off one of her hairpins and threw it towards the darkness. A soft click sound, almost inaudible amidst the sounds of Alan's widespread slaughter, was still enough for the ceiling lights to sense the presence of a Mita and turn on. In the illuminated area, more than a dozen unusual insects were revealed. In the short moment she tried to observe them, she really did discover something strange. Those insects were sneaking around and feasting at the rear of the insect swarm. The surface of their bloated bodies didn't display the usual pure white coat stripes, but instead a scarlet red. In the dim light they appeared inconspicuous. This was one of the reasons they were able to take advantage of the chaos. The red-coated insects weren't devouring the corridor's models or code. They were devouring their own kind. Misha found this conclusion somewhat unbelievable. In her sight, a red-coated insect opened its mandibles towards a white-coated insect and sucked the white coat into its mouth. As for the ordinary insects, their bodies turned into a jumbled mess of code before vanishing into thin air. Misha relayed her observations to Alan. "Honey, are you saying that the insects are killing each other?" Alan leaned on his sword. The high-intensity battle had left him feeling slightly fatigued, and he seized the brief moment to rest. In front of him, the insect swarm was gradually becoming more timid and even retreating. Lost Mita, who had cleared the encirclement, had also returned to their side. Having been reminded by Misha, Alan simply looked in the direction she indicated. Sure enough, the direction in which the insect swarm was retreating was exactly where the red-coated insects were feasting in the rear, while the front lines were under pressure. The white-coated insects tried to retreat, but as they passed the red-coated insects, their code was devoured, turning them into pixels or scrambled data. More than a dozen red-coated insects hungrily enjoyed the feast. The red coat stripes on their bodies accumulated more and more, and one of them even had its entire dark body covered, turning it into a true red insect. Although I don't know what they're trying to do, stopping them is always the right thing to do. Alan looked at the two girls. They nodded in unison, confirming their next goal. Take down the red-coated insects. And while they were at it, snatch their food, the white-coated insects. Let's charge. Okay. *2. The two girls' sweet voices rang out, and the three of them were about to rush forward. But whether the red-coated insects sensed something was wrong or not, more than a dozen crimson devourers scattered in all directions the moment they took a step. Whoosh, whoosh. With a few sounds of air being torn, they disappeared into the darkness, not even having the time to devour their food, the white-coated insects. Gluttons, they even know how to run away. Alan frowned. His gaze fell ahead, on the bottomless dark corridor that was riddled with holes and scattered with sporadic wounds. And within it, the figures of devourers lurked. Next will be very dangerous. Misha walked over, one hand on her chest, the other taking Alan's. No. With me here, with you here, and with that Mita here, we will definitely be safe and sound, honey. Alan said. He then received the two girls' battle-ready agreement. He wasn't just saying empty words. Looking into the darkness, it seemed like every corner concealed an enemy. Coupled with the insect's ability for high-speed bursts, they could face surprise attacks and ambushes every second. And he opened the security guard panel, his gaze fixed on dash of virus scan. Underscore 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 underscore. He. New Walnut translation just dropped. And your director is going wild to celebrate. Get ready for this. Insane 50% discount on Patreon. Seriously, half price. Huge savings. But act fast. This crazy deal self-destructs in only 3 days. Hourglass not done. Don't walk, run. Female sign wee. Right arrow get your 50% off now, patreon.com/walnutchan left arrow. Go. 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 Want more chapters and early access? Of course you do. Red Heart support Wanching Funeral Parlor with reviews and Power Stones. Red Heart. Reward, get 1 extra free chapter for every 5 reviews/100 Power Stones. Sparkle's sweet deal, right? Sparkle's early access, read 40 chapters ahead right now on Patreon. Support and get ahead here, patreon.com/walnutchansparkles. Chapter 56, The Devourer. 1,487 words. Are you really sure it'll be all right? Even with Alan's encouragement, Lost Mita gazed at the seemingly bottomless black corridor ahead, her worry evident in her voice. The player seemed to be observing every inch of darkness. He held his sword, his fingers lightly tapping in front of him, as if contemplating something. Leave it to Alan, you can relax. The long-haired métier girl who seemed to be called Misha approached and offered words of comfort, her tone as gentle as ever. Just then, Lost Mita noticed Alan make a new move. The tapping of his fingers stopped, and he then gripped his greatsword firmly and stepped forward. As he did, he left a word of caution behind. You two stay in the light and be careful. Okay. Misha nodded without hesitation, muttering under her breath, as expected of my darling, so cool. Lost Mita remained non-committal. During the siege, he had been their absolute main source of damage. Those bugs died by the dozens as they flew in. Please be careful. We'll support you at any time. At this moment, Alan had already stepped into the heart of the shadows. The ceiling of the corridor did not sense his presence and light up, it remained shrouded in darkness. Misha frowned. The corridor lights, are they not working? As soon as the girl spoke, something strange happened on Alan's side. Lost Mita watched his steps with concern. In a fleeting moment, she noticed a crimson shadow dart out from a dark corner. Player be careful. But Alan's greatsword moved faster than Lost Mita's warning. He seemed to have anticipated something being there. He raised his greatsword, turning its broad striking surface into a shield to protect his entire body. With a resounding thump, Alan took a slight step back from the powerful impact of the Crimson Devourer. Found it. His indifferent tone suggested he wasn't particularly bothered by this. Through the corner of his sword's edge, he aimed at the crimson bug, which was momentarily stiff after its attack. The greatsword, which had been a shield just seconds before, now transformed into a heavy hammer, smashing firmly into the ground. With a deafening boom, the wind from the greatsword's swing caused the skirts of the two observing girls to flutter. The smooth skin at the top of their thighs was briefly revealed. Is this really a dating simulation game? Lost Mita covered her skirt, her eyes fixed on the greatsword in Alan's hand. She couldn't help but wonder if this player had installed a mod for a fighting game. Come to think of it, did he have eyes in the back of his head? Or was he using a full map hack? How else would he know there was an enemy there? Misha, similarly smoothing down her skirt, calmly pondered what she had just witnessed. In her gaze, Alan's greatsword slowly rose after its initial strike. The crimson bug, which had taken the full force of the greatsword, had its limbs shriveled up like dried leaves, yet it still hadn't died. Alan frowned, and after piercing the Crimson Devourer's body with the tip of his sword, the enemy gradually turned into red error messages and disappeared. Misha said, Crimson Devourers can withstand more attacks. Furthermore, their other stats are also significantly higher. Alan picked up the thread. That's right. The feeling of hitting them is completely different from the White Devourers. An elite monster. He opened the security guard panel. Alan hadn't asked the two girls to come up together, not out of some gentlemanly consideration, but to allow Misha to properly observe the enemy. Additionally, he wanted to test whether the security guard system itself, and even the system skill virus scan, would be effective against the Devourers. The results were a mixed bag. Virus scan could indeed detect the traces of the Devourers, in other words, the system defaulted to considering these bugs as viruses. It just didn't verbally acknowledge it. However, defeating these guys didn't increase the progress bar. In the future, he would still have to focus on being bullied by Misha and the bad woman. It felt a bit twisted. Finally, there was the issue of the virus scan's range. The skill description stated that it scanned the current room for the location of viruses. However, Alan and the others were in a corridor that was almost infinitely long. He had originally wanted to see if he could exploit a bug, to include the entire corridor within the scan range. Who knew that after activating the skill, only the area within a 5-meter radius of himself showed the directional arrows of a virus scan. A complete 720-degree sweep. And Alan's gaze shifted to the walls of the corridor, where holes had been gnawed out. He then looked up at the unlit ceiling. It was as if the first thing the red bugs did, after hiding in the darkness, was to devour the code related to the lighting, thereby plunging the corridor into darkness. And then, using this to attempt a sneak attack on the three of them. Heh! Alan chuckled coldly. These bugs had already developed a certain level of thinking ability. Getting back to the main point, he had the virus scan skill. No matter how they hid, he had a minimap open. Alan took a few steps forward, his feet landing in the deeper darkness. In his peripheral vision, a blue arrow pointed towards a corner. There a faint red light flickered almost imperceptibly. Thump! The red bug, sensing its prey approaching, leaped out with swift speed, its bright red mouthparts aimed directly at Alan's head. Alan, however, thought that while these guys had some thinking capacity, it wasn't much. They completely failed to realize that the roles of hunter and prey had already been reversed. Alan, who had already noticed the bug's approach, positioned himself, and guided by some kind of intuition, he aimed his sword at the red bug. Still in its bug form, the Crimson Devourer naturally had little chance to dodge in midair, and could only crash straight into the sharp blade. With a snap, it was split in half. Then, from a slightly further corner, two more red lights burst forth, like arrows, heading towards Alan. He really hadn't anticipated this, it was beyond the scan range. Alan mentally grumbled, not particularly surprised. Because these bugs had absolutely no idea that he had teammates. Swish! A baseball bat cut through the air in the darkness, its sound echoing, and with a single strike, it sent the enemy attempting a sneak attack flying into the corner behind Alan and to his side. Darling, I'm here to support you. Just as Misha's sweet voice arrived, the sound of a whip-like kick followed. Thump! The second bug was similarly knocked back into the corner. Player. Just as Lost Mita spoke, Alan quickly stepped forward, his sword sweeping horizontally, then pressing down to crush the two bugs into pixelated fragments. That makes 3 of them. Alan exchanged a look with the two girls present. Misha instantly understood his meaning. Lost Mita. Ah, sorry, that's just our unspoken understanding, Misha explained. Right, we need to speed things up and take down those red bugs. Oh. I'm so envious. Lost Mita clutched her chest, her eyes filled with intense longing. Alan interjected, let's not talk about that for now. We've got a general idea of these guys' strength, so we won't be caught off guard later. He stepped forward, heading into the deeper darkness. The two girls followed closely on either side of him. Alan's gaze, however, was fixed on a corner not far ahead. That's a bit strange. Looking back, the two understood the young man's meaning and entered combat stance. As their vision gradually zoomed in, the silhouette in the darkness became clearer and clearer. Tisk, troublesome. Alan complained. The virus scan arrows appeared. A total of 9 arrows, all pointing to the same corner. There a devourer was absorbing the code of other red bugs. 8 red bugs lay fallen beside it. The red light on the surface of the bug's body grew increasingly intense. Underscore 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 underscore. He. New Walnut translation just dropped. And your director is going wild to celebrate. Get ready for this. Insane 50% discount on Patreon. Seriously, half price. Huge savings. But act fast. This crazy deal self-destructs in only 3 days. Hourglass not done. Don't walk, run. Female sign wee. Right arrow, get your 50% off now, patreon.com/walnutchan left arrow. Go. 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 Want more chapters and early access? Of course you do. Red Heart support Wanching Funeral Parlor with reviews and Power Stones. Red Heart. Reward, get 1 extra free chapter for every 5 reviews/100 Power Stones. Sparkle's sweet deal, right? Sparkle's early access, read 40 chapters ahead right now on Patreon. Support and get ahead here, patreon.com/walnutchansparkles. Chapter 57, Too Much Killing is Truly Not Good, bonus chapter. 1566 words. The codes on the surface of the 8 red-marked worms formed 8 lines, extending into the air and flowing down into the maw of the completely red devourer. As it devoured, the red light on its body became increasingly intense, and in the blink of an eye, it illuminated the darkness, adding an inexplicable eeriness to the corridor where Alan and the others were. The first 3 devourers were just a delay tactic. Seeing this, Alan rushed forward. You two be ready to support me at any time. I'll go up and test the waters first. Okay. Just as the words left his lips, something flashed in Alan's eyes, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. With a clang of resounding steel, accompanied by a strange force that made his arm ache, he was forced back several steps. What the heck? Upon closer inspection, the worm that had been in the corner was gone. Looking up, he saw the worm suspended in midair. While the creature lingered in the air, Alan seemed to see the devourer's mouth open and close at him, as if it were spitting out the word trash. Then, the worm curled up its entire body, and, with near instantaneous speed, unhesitatingly vanished into the darkness. That red worm is quite intelligent, Alan said, turning to give instructions. We're going after it. The 3 of them rushed into the darkness, Alan constantly watching the arrow indicator in the shadows. The arrow was always ahead of them, and the distance would sometimes shorten. At least for now, it seemed they were gradually getting closer. They had been moving for an unknown amount of time, when Alan suddenly noticed the arrow pointing sharply downwards, quickly passing through the floor. Stop. He held out his hands, blocking the other two's advance. Just as Misha was about to ask a question, she saw the bottomless scene before them. This is... As far as the eye could see, there was a mottled cliff, and below it was a uniform expanse of darkness, like an abyss. The girl tapped her foot forward twice. As expected, there was no solid ground beneath her. Alan concluded, these are all places that have been eaten away by the worms. And the red devourer disappeared right here. Then did it run away? Lost Mita wondered, but as if to answer her question, the ground suddenly trembled. With a boom, Alan quickly pulled the 2 of them back several steps. Question mark. The arrow that had been pointing down through the floor was now flying upwards, rapidly approaching the 3 of them. Alan, something's strange. Should we retreat for now? Misha frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the endless darkness, a hint of fear in her heart. Lost Mita, using her height, peered into the abyss. It's like something's about to come out. Let's retreat. And see what kind of tricks this thing is trying to pull. Alan concluded, and the three of them quickly retreated. Just as Alan and the others reached a slightly safer distance, the arrow finally leveled with them. And then, it began to rise steadily. Through the outline of the darkness, Alan could vaguely make out the creature's size. It was like a worm magnified countless times. Its originally short and stout body was now slender. The black color from its small worm stage was gone, replaced by a uniform red. Within its semi-transparent skin, Alan could faintly glimpse fleeting bright red, error messages, or various other red gibberish and glitches he couldn't understand. Crack! It opened its maw, its massive size leaning against the mottled cliff edge, causing the entire corridor to tremble faintly. Giant Devourer, Alan felt he could now call it Devourer complete form. The Devourer's head immediately lunged forward like a roller coaster. Alan raised his greatsword, wanting to see if he could block it. But with a thump, the immense force sent him flying backwards. Misha quickly supported his back. The two of them slid across the ground for several meters before coming to a stop. Are you guys okay? Lost Mita asked worriedly. We're fine. Alan felt the trembling in his arms. It wasn't fear but the muscles being overwhelmed by the immense force. A realistic physics engine, huh? But what puzzled him was that the force wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as he had imagined. It didn't match its massive size. Did it eat its own kind just to grow into this? Alan gripped his sword tightly, trying to gauge his remaining stamina, weighing whether to fight or retreat first. Meanwhile, Misha tugged on his sleeve from the side. Look at its tail. Ha! Alan followed her gaze and found that the giant Devourer's tail, although also red, didn't have a single code or error marker inside. So what we did before wasn't a waste after all. What Alan was referring to was their success in killing the group of red and white worms. It was precisely because the three of them had killed enough of the small monsters that the red worm hadn't been able to devour and grow to an outrageous extent. This isn't an enemy we can defeat. Observing its enormous size, Lost Mita exclaimed in shock. Alan, meanwhile, was frantically thinking about how to counter it. She was right. Even with the impact of their efforts to kill the small worms not long ago, preventing it from growing to an even more absurd size, its sheer size alone made it an opponent they couldn't handle. Since it's not something we can defeat. The young man muttered to himself. At this moment, Misha took his hand. Alan, given the situation, should we retreat first? The girl's eyes were fixed on the giant worm. The first impact had been clearly effective, and it was shaking its head again, preparing for a second attack. Rumble the complete form's head slammed into the ceiling of the corridor, the model unable to withstand the force and clipping through. The next moment, it lunged rapidly towards the three of them. Go! Alan instructed Lost Mita and then, holding Misha's hand, quickly ran towards the depths of the corridor. Thump, thump. Behind them, the worm began its massive rampage. Like a subway train with no sense of order, it charged wildly through the tunnel that was the corridor, smashing the walls and even the door models to pieces in just a few movements. And the scenes it crashed into were riddled with bugs and errors, or the models shattered and fell directly into the endless darkness. Alan was aghast. He was truly fortunate to have been able to block that big guy's earlier impact. At the same time, he was brainstorming possible solutions. Honey. Running away isn't a long-term solution. Misha, pulling his hand, said anxiously. We have three options right now. Alan's capable assistant, wife, commander, and female general, Misha, was as reliable as ever. What three? Tell me, dear. First. Misha looked back at the worm. We fight it directly. Let's skip that one. It's too difficult, Alan replied, looking back at the rampaging subway train. Asking him to buy time was one thing, but to defeat, or even kill it, forget it. The odds of winning were less than 50%. Second, the girl's gaze fell on the row of doors on the left side of the corridor. We abandon the Devourer extermination plan, and take refuge in the Hat's room. That's worth considering. Put it on the pending list. Finally, third. Holding Alan's hand, Misha's eyes turned to the row of doors on the right side. That was the grayish-white room they had come from. We go back the way we came, take a break, and then make a long-term plan to deal with the worm. Alan remained silent as they ran. An image flashed in his mind, along with Lost Mita's earlier murmur, not an enemy they could defeat. "Honey, we're abandoning the second plan," Alan said, a confident smile appearing on his lips as something came to him. "What do you mean? Which one are we going with then?" "Not just one, but two. Plans 1 and 3, confront the worm and go to the grayish-white room. And if we combine them?" Alan gave Misha a look and she instantly understood. "I see." Lost Mita, who had been listening to the plan, was confused. "So what exactly is our plan?" "You'll find out later." Alan left the other two behind, stopped running, and turned to face the worm. He heard Misha's voice in his ear. "Alan, be careful." "Definitely." He faced the worm and charged forward. Underscore 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 underscore. He. New Walnut translation just dropped. And your director is going wild to celebrate.